falling in love with a beautiful mind. Cindy Cherie, poetess. College, senior year. 1. Jared. Testosterone and entitlement, the air is thick with both. And weed, which in my experience transcends all socioeconomic barriers, the everyman drug. Even this tight circle of overgrown trust fund baby boys draws and blows from the pile of bags I tossed onto the large mahogany table at the center of the room. "This is good shit," Benton Carter says, proffering the joint to me. "Want some? You did bring it." "You mean I fetched it?" I say low enough for only him to hear. And I'm just about over being the resident lapdog at Prescott's beck and call. One glance to the head of the table confirms William Prescott wears that smug, self-satisfied smirk that seems permanently tattooed on his pasty face. He catches my eye, raises his joint, and gives me a thumbs up. "Ask me where he can put that thumb," I tell Bent. "That is not how you get in, Foster." Bent shakes his head, but an irrepressible grin tugs at the corners of his mouth. He has no more tolerance for that asshole than I do. "Prescott's the chapter president. Final say rests with him on whether you get in or not." Getting in seemed like the best thing I could do for my future when Bent told me about the Pride, a secret society akin to Yale's Skull and Bones. It's a national network of good old boy blue bloods who look out for one another in business and pleasure. Only Ivy League and the most elite private schools like ours, Carrington College, have chapters. Admission only comes through blood or bond. You're either granted admission as a legacy connected through a family member, or you get in because a member sponsors you. When Bent, whose family goes back 4 generations in the Pride, approached me about joining, it seemed like a fantastic idea. For someone as ambitious as I am, it was a gift from the gods. After months of doing the chapter president's bidding, I'm ready to punch that gift horse in the mouth. "You're close," Bent whispers, casting a furtive glance around the table at the other members still smoking, drinking, and posturing to impress each other. "Perform this last rite Prescott assigns tonight, and you'll be in. You do realize last rites are generally followed by death. It won't be that bad. Just..." Bent stares at the table instead of at me. "Just don't lose it when he tells you what it is. Do this one thing, and you're in." Based on the crazy shit Prescott has already had me do, this one thing could be anything. Breaking into a professor's office to steal his laptop and an exam, exhuming a grave to retrieve a Prescott family heirloom, dismantling the bell in the campus tower, not to mention buzzing all my hair off. What any of it has to do with so-called brotherhood and character, I have no idea. I think Prescott knows every time I smile to his face, I'm mentally flipping him off. So he searches for the most risky, asinine tasks he can come up with. By luck of birth, he ended up in this position, and from my perspective, he is the least likely to succeed without the inherent advantages of his daddy's money and the Pride's fraternal network. I'm not the most submissive lion in the so-called Pride on a good day. I'm nearly at the breaking point after 3 months of bowing and scraping to this tool. Whatever he wants me to do, I hope it's quick, or that it doesn't have to be done tonight. I glance at my watch. I have a study group in less than an hour across campus. Bent narrows his eyes at me through a cloud of smoke. "A group?" he asks. "Or a girl?" I stiffen and cock a brow, silently asking what the hell. In the smoke-filled basement of Prescott Hall with these blue bloods, Bent may be a Pride legacy and I a mere prospect, but he knows I remember him as the lanky kid I met at freshman orientation. We've been tight ever since, and I've locked the door on most of the skeletons in his closet. My face blank, I toy with an unlit joint. "What girl?" There's a war between reluctance and loyalty on his face before he releases a smoky sigh. "Prescott knows you don't study at the library." The words slide from one barely open, hardly moving corner of Bent's mouth. He knows you study at the laundromat. His face and eyes sober. He knows about Banner. The air chills around me, and a queasy feeling grips my stomach at the mention of Banner Morales. Dark, bottomless, espresso-colored eyes fringed with long, thick lashes. Full lips tinted by chocolate and roses. High cheekbones and one dimple on the right side. A bold nose dusted with exactly 7 freckles. I blink to clear the mental image, sharpening my focus on my best friend's worried expression. What does she have to do with this? I strip my voice of the emotion struggling to break the surface. She's just my study partner. Bent tips his head and gives me a knowing look. Foster, come on, it's me. I haven't talked to anyone about Banner, how I think about her all the time, and how she makes me laugh without even trying, how my dick gets hard when I smell her shampoo. All of this is fodder for merciless ribbing, so no, I haven't talked to anyone about Banner, except Bent, and even then not much. I maintain a blank face and level my mouth into a flat line. Dude, I'm clueless, I answer evenly. Yeah, well, you... Benton, what are you and the prospect talking about? Prescott demands from the other end of the table. Care to share with your brothers? He addresses the question to Bent, but his eyes latch on to my face, and I don't look away. Nothing, Bent answers easily, lifting the joint to his lips. Finals. Ah, finals. Prescott lopsides a phony grin. That's right. I remember from his application that our prospect is summa cum laude. Not yet, I remind him. 1 more semester. It's a miracle my GPA hasn't suffered with all the ridiculous errands and stunts Prescott has assigned me. But it'll happen, he replies, his smile several degrees warmer than his frosty blue eyes. You're a smart guy. Here on scholarship, right? The silent implication, how else could I afford Carrington? It's true. My dad is retired military, and my stepmother is a teacher. I wasn't raised with the luxuries these guys took for granted growing up. But I will have them. Unlike these spoiled brats, I'll earn them. All of this runs through my head while Prescott and I stare at one another, neither showing our hands or our thoughts. Bent said Prescott knows about Banner, which can't be good. I'm waiting to hear what this last rite of passage is, and it better not have anything to do with her. She'd laugh in my face if she knew the idiotic shit I've been doing to get into some secret society that will supposedly pave my way in the future. Banner doesn't do shortcuts and doesn't look for fast tracks. She is a fast track. The girl's certified Mensa, for God's sake. Her brain was the first thing about her that turned me on. We faced off once in our debate and public speaking class. Needless to say, she shredded my every argument and ripped apart each of my rebuttals. I could barely walk back to my seat, my dick was so hard. Are you ready for the final right? Prescott asks, reminding me that unfortunately I'm still here. Sure. I've found saying less is always better with Prescott. He's like a parasite leeching any word he can exploit or drain. You've met and exceeded every challenge so far, Prescott says. For your final right, you will fuck a fat girl. A stunned silence spreads around his words like spilled milk. Really, that's not entirely accurate, since I'm the only one who seems stunned. Every other face around the table reflects excitement, discomfort, curiosity, or some mixture of all three. Even Bent watches me impassively, waiting for my response. They don't have long to wait. What the hell? A scowl breaks out over my face like a rash. You want me to fuck some random fat girl? I don't understand what... Not random, Prescott interrupts. Banner Morales. Fury sets a small blaze at my feet, licks up over my legs and the rest of my body. My heart is a lump of coal catching fire in my chest and burning until it hurts. So I'm basically a chimney with no chute. Repeat that. My voice drops to a deceptive quiet that doesn't belie the emotions roaring inside of me. I said you have to fuck a fat girl. Prescott reiterates, his face an unreadable mask, but his eyes telling, vibrant, cruel blue. Banner Morales. I'd appreciate the irony of this final challenge being something I fully intended to do anyway if it wasn't so insulting to one of the few people I not only tolerate but really like, if it wasn't intended to hurt her. I won't do that. At least not for him. When I fuck Banner, it'll be purely for me and for her. And she's not fat, I snap. Prescott's abrupt laughter shatters the quiet only he and I break at intervals while everyone else watches. We'll say, pleasingly plump if that makes you feel better, Foster. His mouth zigzags into an icicle smile. Either way, fuck her or you won't get in. Later, when logic and a cooler head prevails, I'll make sense of this, but right now I only know that Prescott, for some reason, wants to demean Banner and thought he would use me to do it. The only fucking there will be, Prescott, I grind out, is however you manage to fuck yourself. Bent groans behind me, the first sign that he is, unlike the rest of the waxen zombies assembled around the table, alive. Foster, Bent hisses at my elbow. All you have to do, shut the hell up. I whip a look around to him. You knew about this? Good God, Foster, Prescott intones from the head of the table. Put a bag over her head and take the top so she doesn't crush you. It'll be over before you know it. I stand so abruptly my chair falls behind me and crashes to the floor. His words have barely polluted the air before I'm at his side and have one of his arms twisted behind his back and his face pressed to the table. The other guys mumble and cough and protest weakly, but I spare to glare around the table in case any of them feel the need to defend this motherfucker whom they don't even like or respect. The pride? Give me a damn break. These men aren't lions, they're sheep who follow and bray. You're making a huge mistake, Foster, Prescott screams, straining futilely to loosen my hold on his arm and head. No way you're in after this. You tiny dick son of a bitch, I growl. Do I look like I still want to be in your pathetic secret treehouse club? I tighten my grip on his arm, watching with satisfaction the discomfort pinching his features. Not only do I officially withdraw my bid for admission to this foolishness you're masquerading as brotherhood, I bend to say in his ear, but if I hear you bothered or hurt Banner in any way, I'll beat you with your own belt and knock the teeth down your throat. I release him, and he immediately surges to his feet and turns on me, stepping so close our noses almost meet. His beer-scented breath huffs into the small space separating us. I don't step back, but let my rage and his wrestle in the tension-tightened air. Do it, I whisper, fists clenched and ready at my sides. I'd relish beating you in front of them. You will regret this, he says, the side of his face I pressed to the table mottled in red. You're throwing away the opportunity of a lifetime, and this will follow you forever. Is Chubby worth that? I force myself to smile instead of snarl. Everything I have, I earned, even against the odds. I shrug carelessly. It would be in your best interest to stay clear of me. You're an unweaned baby still sucking on your mama's tit. If there's one thing you should have learned about me over the course of these last few months, it's that I'm a resourceful motherfucker and will do whatever is necessary to achieve my goal. I hear you're bothering Banner Morales. I'll put you down. I hold his stare for an extra beat so he feels the weight, the truth of my words. That's a promise, Prescott. I don't wait for a response, but grab my laundry bag, my backpack, and ignoring the gaping faces assembled around the table, including my best friends, take the steps from the basement 2 at a time. It's only when I'm standing outside Prescott Hall and drawing in a cold, bracing breath of winter air that I process what has happened. I just flushed the last 3 months of my life down the toilet, All the fetching of drugs and booze, completing dangerous, impossible tasks, breaking laws, and generally subjugating myself to this asshole. Wasted. Hell, I even broke up with Cindy last week, my girlfriend who looks and fucks like a porn star. All of it gone. Poof. For nothing. Not for nothing. For Banner. A girl who doesn't even know I like her, who I've never even kissed. What the hell was that, Foster? Bent's angry question slaps my back as I walk down the front steps. I turn to face him, a few steps below. I should kick your ass. Even though my voice is quiet, he knows my anger when he sees it. You messed up, dude. Bent sucks his teeth and shakes his head agitatedly. You want to fuck her anyway, what was the harm? I tilt my head and consider him through the puffs of frigid air expelling from our mouths and noses. How do you know what I want? Besides knowing you for 4 years and never seeing you like this about any other girl? The stiff line of his mouth cants just a little. I'm not like anything. My words sound defensive even to me. You talk about her more than you talk about Cindy. Remember Cindy, the one who actually sucks your dick? Yet all I heard was Banner is a genius. Banner kicked my ass today in debate class. Banner's a double major. Banner speaks all these languages. Banner, Banner, Banner. X, I correct softly, allowing myself a smile. I must have talked about her more than I realized. What did you say? Bent asks, blowing into his hands. I said ex-girlfriend. Cindy and I broke up. I know that too. Any trace of a smile disappears. We make it our business to know everything about Pride prospects. Any ease between us withers. Tension reclaims my shoulders. Well, you can stay out of my business because I'm not a prospect anymore. I turn to begin the 10-minute walk to the laundromat where Banner's already studying. I can probably smooth things over with the rest of the group and pressure Prescott to let you in, he calls after me. That was Prescott's thing. No one else wanted to do it. I shake my head and keep walking, letting my middle finger raised in the air do my talking for me. After a few moments, the sound of the door slamming shut signals that Bent gave up and went back inside. Good. I need all 10 minutes to figure out what I'm going to do. Tonight was supposed to be the night I laid my cards on the table and told Banner how I feel. Feel? Is that the right word? I don't feel for girls. I fuck them. And if I want to be the only one for a little while, I date them. And once I don't care if someone else has them, then I stop. But obviously there's a pattern, with the fucking and all. It's more than that with Banner, though. Prescott says she's fat. Honestly, maybe she is a little chubby. Who knows under the oversized sweatshirt she always wears. I love the way she looks. But that's not it. She's not my usual type. With Cindy, I knew within 2 minutes how I would get her. I'm a calculating motherfucker, instantly and constantly assessing weaknesses and tendencies to get what I want. Most people are simple, easy to figure out. But Banner has an algorithm I haven't solved yet. Maybe tonight I will. 2. Jared. I had never been to a laundromat before college. Growing up, Susan, my stepmother, did our laundry on the weekends. She probably spoiled us, me, my dad, and my stepbrother August. Our clothes magically appeared in drawers and closets, washed, hung, folded, and fresh-scented. It wasn't until college that I realized what a pain in the ass it is to do your own laundry. Banner runs a small business, taking in laundry from students like me, too busy or lazy to do it themselves. She usually studies at Suds, an off-campus laundromat, while her clients' clothes wash and dry. Most of the dorms have a laundry room, so Suds doesn't see as much traffic as you'd think. Some nights she studies so late she's arranged with the owner to just sleep here on a couch in the back room. We often have the place to ourselves. Tonight, we have the place to ourselves. I hover at the entrance of Suds, shifting the bag of laundry on one shoulder, my backpack on the other, and observe Banner at my leisure. In a flurry of deft movements, she tames the wild tangle of whites into orderly stacks, all the while whispering to herself, the thick, sculpted arch of her dark brows dented in concentration. Earbuds in, she's rehearsing what I know to be conversational Mandarin Chinese. Banner has a thing for languages. First day in our debate and public speaking class, Professor Albright said the power of language is how it connects us. He asked something in English, and of course we all answered. Then he asked a question in Spanish. Still many replied in kind. French, fewer, but some still answered. Italian, almost no one, a few, maybe 3. When he called out a question in Russian, only one voice echoed from the very back of the huge lecture hall. Banner Morales. Even uttering the phlegmy, harsh Russian consonants, her voice sounded like it had been smoked over coals, then left chilling on ice, richly flavored but cool, husky, confident. I couldn't resist. I had to turn and see who belonged to that voice. I'm used to girls noticing me, but Banner's eyes never left Professor Albright standing down front, even though I stared up at her for a good minute. I wanted her to see me watching her, but she didn't acknowledge me. I've been trying to get her to see me ever since. Hen hao che, she whispers, starting on a stack of darks. I tap her shoulder and she jumps, screeching a little and making me laugh. It's so unlike her to screech. Sorry, I say, my grin unrepentant. You scared me half to death, Foster. Hand pressed to her chest, she rolls her eyes, but a good-natured smile tugs at those full lips. Her lips look perpetually just kissed. She has one of those Julia Roberts mouths. Her lips, the top and bottom, are precisely the same width and fullness. There's no dip or bow. Like when they were molding Banner's features, they tugged at the corners of her mouth and said, just a little wider. They must have thought, there, perfect. That'll torture Jared Foster every time he looks at her. What were you mumbling about when I walked in? I ask. Working on restaurant conversation tonight. She turns off the audio on her phone. Oh, that'll come in so handy. More than the Latin you took in high school, she says, chuckling. They call it a dead language for a reason. You need to learn something that'll be useful to you in business. Yeah, I will. Now tell me what you were saying when I came in. Hen hao che. She carefully places each syllable like if she drops one it might break. My lifted brows request the translation. Very delicious. She grins infectiously. On my first business trip to China, I'll be able to tell the server that the meal was hen hao che. China, huh? I drop my bag of already clean laundry to the floor. Many of my clothes get re-washed to justify studying with Banner in a laundromat. Basketball is exploding in China, she says. Yao Ming tore down the Great Wall, so to speak. The financial implications of China for the NBA are huge. So they tell me in our econ class. After having no classes with Banner at Carrington, despite the fact that we are both sports management majors, we share 2 classes in our last year here. Speaking of which, we need to study for that final, she says, tossing a dryer-warm t-shirt in my face. And you're late, again. Sorry. I toss the t-shirt back into her pile of navy blue and black cotton. Again. I hope it's worth it. I let her words settle around us for a second before answering. You hope what's worth it? I ask with a quick frown. I'm not stupid, she says wryly. Obviously. I know what you've been up to, she says, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Oh, shit. You do? Of course. She hits my shoulder with her small fist. You're pledging a fraternity. A relieved breath rushes past my lips. What makes you think that? The buzz cut, she points to my shorn hair. The late hours and weird assignments. It all adds up to a fraternity. I just hope they aren't asking you to do anything too outrageous or dangerous. The stern line of her lips paired with the belligerent glint in her eye makes me want to divulge all the outrageous, dangerous shit I've done the last 3 months to get in with the Pride. Of course, every prospect signs confidentiality agreements, and even if we don't get in, we can't talk about the Pride. but if I could tell her, she looks like she would kick some ass in my defense.
So, are you in?
She asks, going back to the pile of darks and starting to fold again. Hell no. Prescott's words, "fuck a fat girl," resurface in my head, and anger grips me by the throat. I swallow several colorful curses and simply shake my head. I withdrew. I twist the rope on my laundry bag and avoid her stare. They cross the line.
I'm sorry, Jared.
She covers my hand with hers for a second. I hated Prescott calling her fat, but she's not small. Her hands are, though. Long, slim fingers, short, unpainted nails. She's maybe 5'6" or 7. No makeup covering her clear, olive-toned skin. Dark, wavy hair scooped into a knot and anchored with 2 pencils. Banner doesn't bother with the things girls often do to gain a guy's attention. Maybe she's too driven, too tunnel-visioned on her goals, but she has my attention. She's had it for months, and she either doesn't know or doesn't care. Tonight, I'm determined to find out which. When she moves her hand to pull away, I loop my thumb around her index finger, anchoring our hands together. We share a held breath, and the only sound is water sloshing and clothes spinning in the machines. It's so quiet in the laundromat that I hear her breath hitch when I reach under to scrape her palm with my thumbnail. I don't let her go. Don't let her ignore the inevitability of my interest. A frown gathers on her face, and genuine confusion clouds her eyes. She looks from our hands, still pressed together, to my face, then shakes her head like she's imagining something. The moment is elastic, for a few seconds thick with unspoken desires, mine, and I'm pretty sure hers. And then in an instant, snaps back to the harmless, sexless thing we usually have. She lets out a breathy laugh and pulls away. Will I have to take out an ad? Sketch lewd pictures in her notebook? How can she not know that I'm interested in her? Hell, Bent's never even met Banner, and he knew. I'm not usually a subtle guy when I want someone, but I've never wanted anyone like Banner.
We'd better get cracking,
she says, and walks toward the back room where we usually study. Her books are already spread across the rickety coffee table. I pick up and flip through her econ textbook, pulling it back a little to read notes in the margin.
You do know you need glasses, right?
She moves her books to make room for mine. No, I don't. I scrunch my face. That's crazy.
Are you worried about how you'll look?
No, I answer honestly.
Figures,
she mutters, a small smile teasing the corner of her mouth. No, I repeat firmly, maybe slightly defensively because the words do blur a little. I just don't need glasses. She shrugs and laughs under her breath, flopping onto the couch and digging into her backpack for supplies. Her heavy coat is draped over the armrest of the lumpy couch. Heavy coat, oversized sweatshirt, baggy jeans. How's a guy supposed to know what's under all that? For the first time in ever, I don't think I even care.
Albright will expect you to defend your position,
she says, and I realize I'd tuned out while she sat and cleared space on the table for my books.
You know what he always says.
Convince me, we say in unison, laughing and mocking our professor's deep voice. He constantly challenges us to prove our points and to thoughtfully articulate why we believe what we say we do.
I was so intimidated by him at the beginning of the semester,
she confesses, traces of our humor lingering around her eyes and mouth. Didn't seem that way. You answered the man in Russian from the last row of the auditorium, I remind her. Seemed pretty confident to me.
It's no different than answering him in English.
She pushes a stray strand of silky hair fallen from the top knot behind her ear. She does that when she feels self-conscious. For all her tells, she hasn't told me much, and I have no idea where I stand with her, unless it's firmly in the friend zone. Yeah, no different because you speak Russian. I dip my head and try to catch her gaze, smiling when she sketches on her notebook and refuses to look up. And Spanish, and Italian, and soon Chinese.
Well, Spanish was the first language I heard at home.
She shrugs one shoulder.
Mama thinks it's a travesty for Hispanic people not to speak it. I grew up bilingual and realized I had a knack for picking up languages pretty easily.
You seem to have quite a few knacks. Is there anything you don't do well? A wry smile tips her mouth.
Jokes?
Jokes?
Yeah, I'm really bad at them.
Convince me, I say, using Professor Albright's signature phrase.
What?
Eyes wide, she finally looks up from her doodling. Tell me one of these bad jokes.
Oh, gosh.
Faint color washes under her skin.
Okay.
She traps her bottom lip and closes one eye, concentrating before clearing her expression and looking back to me and speaking.
Knock, knock.
Seriously?
Knock,
she says firmly. Knock. I sigh and bite into a smile. Who's there?
Europe.
Europe who?
No, I'm not.
I stare at her blankly in the waiting silence following her joke. Are you done? I ask incredulously. That was it? Laughter erupts from us at the same time. Yeah, that's bad, I agree.
Well, I try.
But your horrendous joke-telling doesn't quite outweigh how awesome you seem to be at most other things.
Ha!
She rolls her eyes and resumes doodling.
I wish my advisor agreed with you.
What do you mean?
He's old school. He doesn't think women make great sports agents.
A lot of people don't. There aren't many of them, for sure. You know you're entering a male-dominated field, but if anyone can handle it, you can.
Thanks, Jared. His views are pretty antediluvian.
Shit. Those lips wrapping around the word antediluvian may as well be wrapped around my cock. Has my brain always been a sex organ, or did she do this to me?
Did you hear me?
She asks, frowning. Sorry, I was busy adjusting myself under the table. What did you say?
He keeps spouting survival of the fittest. He thinks women lack the killer instinct required to be truly successful sports agents.
He's not wrong. The look she shoots me could cut the rest of my hair off. Whoa! I raise my hands to ward off all that ire. Not about women's inability to succeed in this field. Her expression eases a fraction. But he's not wrong about survival of the fittest, I clarify. That's real. Most sports agents are assholes, mercenary, cutthroat, ruthless. I'm perfectly suited for it and plan to be the best asshole in the game. She smiles, uncertainty in the barely curved lips and searching eyes.
You don't mean that?
I do. We stare at each other for a few seconds, and I let her see the truth of what I've said. My dad, with all his military training and knowledge of how to kill people in 100 different ways, is a kind man. My stepmother and stepbrother, good people with good hearts. And then there's me. I never felt as nice as the rest of my family. It wasn't until I started here at Carrington that I realized it's not that I'm not as nice. I just see people more clearly. I spy their twisted motives and ill intentions. The entitled brats here only honed that sense, only deepened my conviction that, by and large, people look out for themselves. If they're gonna suck, I'm gonna manipulate them to my own ends. Thus, my choice of profession. I'm made for this job, I tell her.
So am I.
She fires back, her voice defensive.
My advisor says survival of the fittest, but I don't think about life in terms of Darwin.
You mean science, facts, truth?
No, I mean in terms of the last man, person standing, in terms of having to eliminate everyone else so that you come out on top. A food chain culture that thrives on atavism.
That sounds like life to me, but I let her keep talking.
I think less Darwin, more...
Her eyes search the room as if the answer might be painted on the laundromat's Pepto-pink walls.
Maslow.
Maslow? I ask. Two completely different schools of thought.
Yes, but both predictive of human behavior.
She leans toward me, warming to the subject.
Darwin used evolution, our most base biology, and Maslow used psychology, but both sought to understand why humans do what they do and how we end up with the best of the best.
And you think Maslow has it right? I ask skeptically. Convince me. She quirks her lips at my continued nod to Professor Albright.
I think Maslow is at least another way to approach it. Darwin's approach considers us no better than animals.
We are animals.
We are human, she asserts pointedly. We're higher functioning, not only intellectually but emotionally. Darwin assumes evolutionary competition leads to survival. Maslow believes that survival is a need, and if that need is met, we have the emotional margin for compassion and cooperation to meet the needs of others too. With Darwin, there is a last man standing. With Maslow, we could all be left standing. She tucks her hair behind an ear again, sliding her eyes away. Guess this is why my advisor thinks I don't have that killer instinct.
Maybe you're the killer with a heart. I lift her chin with one finger. Maybe you'll take all that caring shit and use it to win clients over. Leave the heartless, ruthless stuff to people like me.
When she glances up, her dark eyes, fringed by thick lashes, snare me with the sincerity, the earnestness there. Still holding her chin, I stroke the powder-fine texture of her jaw. Confusion wrinkles her expression for a second before she pulls away from my touch. Maybe. She runs her hands over her face and slumps her shoulders. Tugging out the pencils anchoring her hair, she tosses them on the table. Sable waves fall over her shoulders and across her chest. I can't look away. Don't want to. She's usually so pulled together. Seeing her literally let her hair down is a privilege I've only had a few times this semester. Well, at least today showed him I can do something right, she says sardonically, laughing without much humor, in spite of my ovaries.
What happened today?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. A smile lights her face. I got the Bagley internship.
No way. I shake my head, genuinely impressed. I didn't know you were still in the running. I got knocked out in round 2.
It's not a big deal.
That faint flush rises over her cheeks, and she waves her hand.
I just didn't want to jinx it. I honestly thought I had no chance. I figured Prescott had it on lock.
Hearing Banner say that asshole's name, I go still. Has he ever approached her with the kind of crazy shit he proposed to me tonight? I'd break him in half. Prescott. I reach for a water from the neat rows of bottles she always keeps at hand when we study. I didn't think you even knew him.
I don't,
she shrugs.
But I found out his dad is like best friends or fraternity brothers or something with Cal Bagley. I assumed it was Prescott's to lose. I know he did too.
Damn. All the pieces fall into place and I understand why he wanted to humiliate her. Payback is a whiny, entitled, selfish bitch named William Prescott. Wow, I say, even while the wheels keep turning in my head. Congratulations, that's amazing.
It is, she says, her grin wide and proud. They decided late, though, so now I'm scrambling to find a place in New York and to get my schedule adjusted for next semester.
She stands and heads out to the main room where a load just finished drying. New York. I clench my fists on my knees, absorbing the information. She's transferring a load from the dryer to a plastic basket when I venture back out there. So, New York, huh? I ask, digging into the stack of white t-shirts and starting to fold.
You don't have to do that.
She aims a frown at the diminishing pile of laundry we're plowing our way through. I quirk a challenging brow and she rolls her eyes.
Thanks.
She resumes folding.
Yeah, remember it's a practicum, so my advisor wanted to talk through adjustments for my last semester and me working in New York.
Damn it. I'm happy for her. It's the most prestigious internship in our department. Bagley & Associates is a powerhouse sports agency, and landing a job with them post-graduation would catapult anyone's career. But New York? We take our exams in just a few days and then go home for holiday break. I thought I'd have all of next semester to win Banner over. I may only have tonight. And right then I come to a decision. Darwin, Maslow, Tomato, tomato. I've been taking the scenic route instead of the shortest path from me to what I want. That shit's about to end. Congrats again, I say, placing the last of the t-shirts into the basket. Like I said, you're good at everything.
Thank you, but I think we already established I don't do everything well.
Yeah, so you tell bad jokes, big deal. I pause, taking the reins of this conversation carefully in hand. What about kissing? Are you a good kisser? Her hands are suspended, frozen mid-air over the warm laundry. Wide eyes collide with mine, and her mouth drops open. Oh yeah, keep your mouth open like that, Banner. I have just the thing to put between those lips.
What did you say?
She asks on a startled breath. I said, are you a good kisser? I cross my arms over my chest and wait for her to breathe deeply enough to answer me.
I guess.
She bends her head and reaches to scoop up all that glorious hair back into whatever knot she had it imprisoned in before. I stop her, taking her wrist in my hand. I wait for her to look at me, to really, maybe for the first time all semester, see me. If you're a good kisser, I say softly, not releasing her eyes and leaning one last time on our professor. Convince me.
3. Banner. Convince me. The challenge lands at my feet like a gauntlet. Jared and I consider each other, unblinking. Confidence and questions darken his eyes to blackest blue. What is even happening right now? Is he asking me to... Does he want... No. Guys like Jared Foster don't proposition girls like me in laundromats. Don't get me wrong, I think he likes me. A lot. We laugh every time we're together. Our conversations are stimulating. No one challenges me more in a debate. He's the smartest guy I know. But he also looks like a handsome ski instructor who traded in the slopes for an Ivy League campus. As for how I feel, it's more how I've been feeling for the last 3 years, ever since freshman orientation when Jared asked to borrow a pencil. That day, his hair, now a sun-colored buzz, hung to the angled line of his jaw, the darker and brighter blonde strands twisting into shampoo commercial perfection. He was beautiful then, but he was barely out of high school. He's filled out the last 4 years. His features have hardened, the sharp incline of bone at his cheeks rising under taut, tanned skin. I could barely concentrate during orientation because he was so close, and many a night here in the laundromat I've read the same page 5 times trying not to stare. It was an added bonus when his brain proved to be as alluring as his face. And I've never laughed as much as I have studying with him this semester. Knowing he was out of my league, I've been forcibly content as just friends, and the possibility that he wants more leaves me thoroughly thrilled and confused. I'm sorry, I finally say, barely hearing my voice over the heartbeat pounding in my ears. I don't know what you mean. He tilts his head, the tuft of blonde hair capturing the harsh fluorescent lights overhead. He quirks that wide mouth. Jared can say more with the corner of his mouth than most people do with 100 words. Turned down, canted up, twisted, humor, disdain, skepticism. Those lips say it all without uttering a sound. But I have no idea what they are saying now. I said, convince me you're a good kisser. He speaks slowly, like I might have a processing disorder, which could be the case because... Huh? Dark blonde brows elevate over a simmering stare while he waits. And how would I convince you? I ask, my words coming out on thin air. The longer he looks at me like this, like I'm a meal and he hasn't eaten, the breathier I sound. He steps forward, eliminating the sanity-giving space between us. He's so close I have to tip my head back to keep our eyes connected. You could kiss me, he offers, So close now, his breath feathers over my skin. Steamy, yet minty. So close, the rumble of his deep voice reverberates in my own chest. "You mean kiss you?" I ask. "Or like, kiss you, kiss you?" He chuckles and lifts the hair off my shoulder, tucking a chunk of it behind my ear. "I'm pretty sure the second one," he says, piercing me with another heated glance. "Is that the one with tongue?" My brain, temporarily atrophied though usually agile, reaches for the nearest excuse. I don't kiss guys who have girlfriends." I arrange my face into polite apology and hope to end this perplexing conversation. "Ah." He nods, his expression reflective. "I figured you'd say that." "Yeah, so we should probably... That's why I don't have a girlfriend anymore." The breath stalls in my throat. My heart pummels me from the inside out, rattling against the cage of my ribs. "You mean Cindy?" I ask. "Yeah. No more Cindy." "You, what? Huh?" "You, he mocks me, his full lips spreading into a blinding grin. "You heard me. I don't have a girlfriend anymore. Cindy and I broke up." "But I'm not your type," I blurt. "And yet I broke up with her, so you," he says, laying the tip of one long finger on my breastbone, "would kiss me." I glance from the finger resting between my breasts to the sculpted lines of Jared's face. Does he feel my heartbeat tom-tomming through my sweatshirt, hope and doubt trading thumps in my chest? I've imagined kissing him, not just how he would taste or how his lips would feel, but imagined him wanting it as much as I did. Imagined how it would feel to be wanted back. Now that he says he does, it seems too good to be true. "I think I'm getting, I say, licking my lips. Mixed signals." His eyes trace the slide of my tongue, making me self-conscious. I tuck my lips in, hiding them from the singeing heat of his glance. "Really?" he asks with a husky chuckle. "You're too smart to be confused by something so simple." His other hand cups the nape of my neck, subtly pulling me closer. "No mixed signals, Banner." He lowers his head to breathe the next words over my lips. "Just this one." Doing laundry the last few years, I understand static electricity, the charge produced when things rub against each other. I didn't even realize we'd been rubbing against each other all semester in some form or fashion. The clash of our wills, the meeting of our minds, and now our lips rub together. Our tongues move in tandem. We cling. He possesses my mouth. There's no other way to say it. As much a command as it is a kiss. I've never been kissed this way. His thumb presses my chin so my lips open wider, and he storms in. It doesn't feel like a first kiss. There's nothing uncertain or tentative about the way he fits his lips over mine. He kisses me like he's rehearsed it 1,000 times. And God help me, after a startled gasp, I kiss him back. The heat between our mouths burns through my shock like a flame eating through wax, and he quickly reaches the wick, the very end of my hesitation. He flattens his hand between my breasts while we kiss, and though he's nowhere near my nipples, they peak. Tight and hard and sensitive, anticipating the possibility of his touch. His other hand angles my head back, and he plumbs the depths of my mouth, licking inside, stroking my tongue with his. He traps my hair in his fist and pulls, growling into the kiss. What the actual fuck? It's so intense. It's deeper and hotter and on the edge of what I can handle. His hunger grabs me, holds me so tight, for a moment I can't breathe. "Jared," I mumble against his mouth, pull back and touch my throbbing lips. "Slow down. It's a lot." His forehead crashes against mine, his hands still at my neck and his fingers wedged into my hair. "Shit," he breathes. "Sorry. I've just been thinking about this for a long time. It's hard to go slow." I'm struggling to keep up. This golden boy from the upper reaches of Carrington's social stratosphere, whom I've been secretly crushing on, for not 1 year, not 2 years, but 3, even while I was dating the last jerk, has been thinking about kissing me for a long time? For so long that it's hard to go slow? "Sorry," I say dazedly. "This feels like the Twilight Zone." "The Twilight Zone?" "Yeah, it was this show that... Banner, I know what the Twilight Zone is. But why does it feel that way to you? Is it because we've known each other all semester and I'm just now making a move? The first day we met in Albright's class..." "We didn't first meet in Albright's class," I cut in. "We met 4 years ago." "What?" He frowns. "No, I would have remembered." No, he wouldn't. "Obviously, you don't." My laugh is soft, self-conscious. "We met at freshman orientation. All the girls were squealing about you and Benton Carter. 'I want the blonde one. I'll take the one with dark hair.'" I drop my eyes to the floor. "I sat right beside you," I tell him. "And you asked to borrow a pencil." "I don't remember any of this, but I do remember the first day I noticed you in Albright's class." He looks at me, a dark blue direct assault. "And I've been noticing you ever since," he adds. "I thought we'd have more time, but when you said you'd be in New York next semester, I realized this might be our last night here together, and I couldn't wait anymore." "For me? You couldn't wait for me?" Despite the wondrous words coming out of his mouth, I still have to ask, to be sure. "I'm sorry, but I'm so confused." "Still?" Something close to irritation mixes with the humor in his eyes. He slides wide palms down my arms, gently squeezing the muscles through the heavy cotton of my sweatshirt. "Then let me make it abundantly clear," he says, his voice husky and sure. "I like you, Banner." Guys like him, not only this good-looking but also brilliant, have that one girl in college they date for the sake of their brain. It assures them they aren't entirely superficial. When that girl is a CEO, cures cancer, or is the first woman on Mars, they can say I knew her when. I dated her. Nay, I fucked her when. I was that girl to my last boyfriend, Byron. He dated me while he needed help getting through his econ class, but that wore off. He cheated on me before the ink was dry on his final exam. I grew up with a father who never looked at another woman besides my mother and made faithfulness look good, look possible, normal. So I have a zero-tolerance cheat policy. When I discovered Byron's infidelity and dumped him, he felt insulted that I, who should have been grateful he deigned to date me, ended it. "I could barely breathe when she was on top. Everything jiggled when I fucked her." Those are his cruel words I overheard. He said worse things that I didn't hear for myself but got back to me and still haunt my thoughts. Still nick my confidence. "You like me, huh?" I finally ask, training my glance on his chin, avoiding his eyes. "You mean in an I think you're smart and have a great personality way?" A muscle along his jawline flexes, and his lips tighten. He pulls me into him, and he's big and hard through his jeans. No, I mean in an I want to fuck you kind of way, he says sharply. Any other questions? My heart stops beating for a microsecond, and then rushes out of the blocks, sprinting so far ahead my brain can't catch up. Tonight? I press my hand to my chest, hoping to soothe the rapid rate. Yeah, tonight if you want. He links his fingers with mine and presses his hand to my chest. Your heart is racing. Embarrassment burns under my skin and spreads over my cheeks in a flush, confessing my self-consciousness. Another way this body has betrayed me. The freshman 15, sophomore 7, junior jelly belly, senior cellulite. With each year at Carrington, I accomplished my goals and my confidence grew. But so did my waistline. My confidence has never been dictated by the number on the tag in my jeans. I know what I am, and I know what I'm not, and I've made my peace with that. But these things Jared's saying, they confuse me. They mix things up again and reignite the futile hopes of that chubby girl sitting beside the most beautiful guy at freshman orientation. The guy who probably remembered the pencil I gave him more than he remembered me. So yeah, this is strange, and I don't trust it. When Jared and I started studying together this semester, I put my crush in time out. I disciplined it. I locked it in its room with no dinner. I starved it. Now he's feeding it with impossible words and heated looks and urgent touches. He brings my hand to his chest. His heart beneath my palm thuds fast and heavy. Feel, he says, twisting our fingers together over the tight muscles and ungiving bone. My heart's racing too. His heart is racing. And his breath is short, panting. His eyelids half-masked over the desire smoking his eyes. His body is giving me clues, but I'm still having trouble putting it all together. This could be our last night together, Banner, he says softly. Since elementary school, I've been focused. Perfect attendance from kindergarten until high school graduation. Charity work, skipped grades, extracurricular activities, and always the highest GPA. I've dated very little, and ended any relationship as soon as it started distracting me. The guy I've crushed on since freshman year wants me. I have no idea why or how, but he does. His racing heart beneath my hand attests to it. What if tonight, for one damn night, I do what I want to do instead of what is required? I don't know how all the pieces fit together, but I do know I've denied myself many things over the years pursuing my goals. I want this. I want him. And for once, I'm going to indulge. Okay, I say, my answer clearer than my thoughts. Surprise and relief skitter across his expression. And he isn't the guy always outfitted in assurance, surrounded by campus elites well beyond my social reach. It's just us, Jared and Banner. When I say yes, he looks at me like this is too good, like I'm too good to be true, too. He recovers quickly, resuming control, sliding his hands down my back. Then you owe me a kiss. Jared's words slide over me, and every cell in my body seems to lift in his direction, straining for another syllable from those lips. I do? I force myself to meet his hooded stare. I kissed you. No, I kissed you. Your turn. I'm not short, but at 6'3", Jared's still taller. If he doesn't bend, I have to tip up on my toes to reach him. He doesn't bend. Drawing in a steadying breath that does no good because I remain unsteady, I lift on the balls of my feet and take his bottom lip between both of mine. I'm not as confident as he was. I suck softly, tentatively, and his chest lifts, breath drawn sharply through his nostrils. He squeezes me tighter, but otherwise gives no indication that I'm affecting him. But I am. Suddenly, his body is giving him away, telling me how much he wants this, how much he wants me, and every part of him, his dick like stone pressing into me, his hands clenching, the measured breaths, every part of him tells me he wants this badly. I loop my arms around his neck and press my breasts into him, slipping my fingers into the smooth, fair pelt of hair. I hold his head exactly where I want it and dive into his mouth, sucking his tongue the way he did mine, licking at the interior. I said we aren't animals, but I'm like a savage with my first taste of blood. I'm straining up, biting, grunting at the tangy taste of him, at the perfect firm and soft of his mouth. The kiss turns wet and hot and feral. "Shit," he mutters, dragging his open mouth over my jaw. "Yeah, give me all of that." He walks us backward in slow steps while his hands cup my breasts. "Great tits, Ban," he breathes into me. Even through my sweatshirt, my nipples bud under the fingers rubbing and twisting and tweaking. We've reached the back room, and he pauses at the entrance, pressing me into the door jamb. The wood digs into my back, the discomfort counterpoint to all the pleasure at my front. Jared rests against me, the hardened length of him nudging between my legs. He unfastens the button and zip of my jeans, slips his hand past my panties to spread my lips and rub my clit. It's sudden and electric and aggressive, the most shocking pleasure I've ever experienced. I full body quiver, and my head bangs against the wood behind me as I grind helplessly into his hand. "I want in here," he says, breath heaving. "But I want you to come first. Have you ever come standing up?" I comb through the sensual fog of my memories for the times I've come. The few boyfriends I've had weren't skilled lovers, or at least they didn't waste their skills on me. Eyes closed, I shake my head. "Well, you're about to." One thick finger penetrates me. Ah, my knees tremble. His thumb strokes my clit, and he adds another finger, and then a third. I whimper, biting my lip to stop the moans. In the quiet, I hear the sounds of my wetness as he strokes and rubs, and his fingers possess me. He bends to bite my breast, the pleasure pain sharp even through my clothes, and I burst. I wail, and it echoes in the laundromat, blending with the swish and tumble of clothes in the machines. My backbone melts. The only thing keeping me upright is his hand between my legs. "God, yes, Banner," he says. "Touch me." "Touch you where?" I'm slurring like a drunk woman, intoxicated by his fingers and his mouth and his heart racing for me. "Where do you think?" He laughs, his eyes lit with humor and passion. He drags my hand to his dick. I squeeze without thinking, and he drops his head so our temples kiss. He's long and thick, and hard in my hand through the denim. He spears his fingers into my hair. "Pull on it," he gasps. "Stroke me. Roll my balls." Are you always this bossy? He angles his head until our glances collide and lock. "Fuck me and find out." I couldn't say no with a gun to my head. I want it so much. But for a moment I freeze. Wanting something badly, secretly, for so long that suddenly drops into your lap is disconcerting. "Banner, don't." He squeezes his eyes shut, and his fingers twist tighter in my hair. "Stop thinking and just say yes." He's right. Indulge. Yes. My whispered consent drifts between us like a feather. But Jared doesn't wait for it to hit the floor before he pounces, capturing my mouth and touching me everywhere. He kicks the door closed, blocking out the spin cycle of my last load for the night. I'm in a cloud, a daze, my body barely solvent as he walks me backward, one hand on my hip guiding me, the other at my neck, holding me steady while he ravages my mouth. The backs of my knees hit the couch, and I fall onto the lumpy cushions. How many nights have we studied here, talked here, laughed? And I never knew this was brewing inside of him. I never suspected he wanted me as much as I wanted him. He stares down at me and raises his arms, pulls the hoodie over his head. The t-shirt beneath strains across his chest. He tugs again, and the t-shirt is gone. Ave Maria and good God in heaven. I've never seen a chest and abs and arms like this in real life. This close, in the flesh, not on a screen. Sculpted and carved and chiseled, and all the words that call to mind cut and molded into a work of art. Unself-conscious, comfortable in his flawless skin, Jared slides his jeans down over lean hips and muscular legs. My eyes scroll over every inch of him. I'm covetous and awed. Wow. I don't mean to say it aloud. He pauses, hand at his briefs, and cocks a brow. Did you say wow? I forgot about this part. The brain-numbing pleasure dimmed my rational thought. I didn't consider that sex typically happens, for the most part, naked. And though Jared Foster is a work of art, I am not. Everything jiggled when I fucked her. Like tiny stilettos, Byron's words boomerang from the past, leaving a million tears in my self-esteem as they pass through. That passion, that deep desire in Jared's eyes, will it die? Will it disappear when he sees me? My jiggly parts? My unsculpted body? I've had it less than an hour, that look in his eyes, the anticipation of wanting me. No way I can keep it, sustain it if he sees me. I just want to hold on to it a bit longer. Let's turn out the lights.
4. Jared.
Let's turn out the lights.
Her whispered request deflates the moment. I'm so close to having Banner Morales for the first time, and she thinks we'll turn out the lights? No way we're fucking in the dark. Hell no. Disappointment scurries across her pretty face at my refusal. God, she has such a pretty face. I hate that someone made her doubt herself. The only person out of hundreds to answer our asshole professor in Russian from the very back of a crowded lecture hall, who challenged and stretched the greatest minds at Carrington with her curiosity and keen intellect. I've never seen her anything but badass until tonight. I've wanted Banner for a long time, and with the New York internship looming, I will have her. I'll make her want me so much it won't matter how many states separate us next semester.
Then it's a no.
She bites her lip and glances at my mouth one more time like she'll miss it. If she feels regret, she clears her throat and chases it away, standing from the couch.
We should probably hit the books anyway.
She moves to step around me, but I catch her wrist and pull her flush against my bare chest. She looks up at me, our wills clashing, both determined to get our way. Our eyes gridlock, neither of us yielding, but underneath her resolve a shadow of something else lurks. Fear? Insecurity? As much time as we've spent together this semester, I don't really know her well enough to be sure. And I want to know Banner. Badly. Fuck a fat girl. Prescott's harsh words from earlier return to mock me. For a moment, guilt assails me. He ordered me to have sex with Banner for admission to the Pride, and this same night I'm doing just that. But not for him. Not for that. I've walked away from the pride. Has she heard things like that before? Maybe not to her face. Maybe subtly been made to feel like she's not sexy as hell. But to me she is. I honestly don't know what's under all those layers Banner wears, but those aren't the layers I care about. I want to peel back her surface and study her soul. Study her soul? What the hell? I don't recognize myself. Who is this guy? And who gave his balls to Banner Morales? I have to admit I am different with Banner because she's different. I'm not great boyfriend material. Just ask Cindy. I'm not very attentive, but when I'm with Banner it's hard to focus on anything else. I lose interest quickly, but I find myself thinking about things Banner said, about her opinions days later. She fascinates me without even really trying. I want to know her as intimately as possible. Her beautiful, same-size lips settle into an immovable line. We stand here like she's waiting for my decision, but she holds all the power. The ball is still in her court because she's willing to walk away from this, to go back to our books and act like this never happened. But I'm not. I've had sex with a lot of girls, the most gorgeous girls on campus and beyond, but I've never had Banner. And right now, I want her more than everything, more than all the Cindys combined. Important rule of negotiation, know what you're willing to give up before you start. One thing I know for sure, I'm not willing to give up on this. I stretch my arm toward the wall and turn out the lights. With the light snuffed out, my other senses rise, hunting for her in the dark. The smell of her hair and her quick, shallow breaths. My sight adjusts until the heavy black curtain completely obscuring her fades to gray. Light from the outer room spills under the door, revealing just the shape, the outline of her, but still camouflaging details. I cup her cheek, taking a moment to appreciate the softness of her skin, the silky hair brushing my knuckles. I'm not an idiot. She wants the lights out because she's self-conscious, but from my perspective, she has nothing to be ashamed of. I think you're beautiful, Ban. You do? She asks, her voice hushed. My words surprise me as much as they seem to surprise her because I don't say shit like that to girls. The prettiest ones usually seem to already know, which makes any admiration I'd express redundant. But Banner, she's so beautiful, and I'm not sure she knows. I do. I push the hair away from her face. Thank you. Her laugh isn't much more than a breath. The lights are out, so I'm not sure that compliment counts. I know your face by heart. You have 7 freckles here. I swipe a finger over the straight bridge of her nose and drift down to caress her full lips and the tiny dent in her cheek her smile displays. And a dimple right here. I explore the smooth skin of her nape under a heavy fall of hair. Now I want to know your body too, I say softly. Take off your clothes for me, Banner. After a sharply indrawn breath, she raises her arms. The rustle of her clothes, the sweatshirt, jeans, socks, shoes, being discarded whisper in the dark. I approximate her by touch, reaching for her arms and closing my fingers around the softness, the velvety skin. I lower my head and run my nose along her neck, discovering, you always smell so good. I've wanted to tell her that since the first night we studied here. Pretty pastel, she replies, her laugh low, nervous. What? I pause. The smell. It's my dryer sheets. The scent is pretty pastel. I like it. I resume my exploration, running a palm over her shoulder, her collarbone, until I find the soft, full weight of her breasts, testing them in my hands, cupping them, holding them, brushing the nipples with my thumbs until they pebble and her breaths come harshly. You like that? I ask. I see her head nod in the semi-darkness. Yeah, it feels good. Her touch startles me in the best way, her hand finding my face, traveling over my mouth, eyes, and hair. I sense her approach, feel tiny pants of breath on my lips, and anticipation has me panting too, shortens my breath and sharpens my senses. Her mouth seeks mine, eager and sweet when she kisses me. Her pleasure,
Her excitement matches, answers, fans mine. I guide her back down to the couch and with a hand at her shoulder urge her to stretch out. I'd shave points off my GPA for a glimpse of her, but she doesn't want that. I get it, so I settle for a taste. At first, I just rub my lips over her nipples, back and forth until they tighten and lift under my mouth. And then I wrap my lips around the tip, stretch open to encompass the full swell, suck, lick, rub, suck, lick, rub, suck, lick, rub. I set a sensual rhythm that incites us both. Oh, every sound she makes is a mating call. I walk my hands down her sides, over her waist, and roll the pads of my fingers through the short hairs sheltering her pussy. I find the nub crowning her slit and caress it, varying the pace from swift and urgent to agonizingly slow. Her restraint, her tenuous control is palpable, and I want to shatter it. I scoot to the other end of the couch and carefully slide one of her legs off the cushion, cracking her open. I fit my shoulders between her thighs and lower my head. For a moment, I just blow over her wet flesh, and while I'm breathing out, I'm breathing her in. Sometimes a dish carries a scent so rich you taste it before it hits your tongue. Your olfactory sense preludes your taste buds. That's Banner's pussy, so sweet and musky it's as much flavor as scent, and I taste her before even taking my first bite, my first sip. Before my tongue swipes through the soaked, silky folds, I spread her, and for a few seconds content myself by simply rubbing my lips between hers, gathering her wetness and licking it away.
And how chur,
I say softly, a wicked grin she can't see to appreciate stamped on my face. Very delicious. Oh my God! A laugh swallows her gasp. Her knees jerk against my head, but I press them open wider. Determined that she may have denied me sight, but I'll taste. I'll eat as much as I want. I feast between her legs, sloppily, roughly, famished. My face is wet and my tongue aches by the time I'm done. She's making these little sobbing sounds that have me so close to spilling all over her belly. Her hands rifle through my hair, scraping my scalp while she grinds her pussy in my face. "Chinga," she whispers. "What did you say?" I demand, lifting my head. A silence follows before she answers. "Nothing," she replies hastily. "It's nothing." "It's Spanish," I persist. "What does it mean?" "Jared," she groans. "Don't." "Tell me or I leave you just like this." It's an empty threat because leaving her just like this means leaving me just like this, and there's no way this ends any other way than me inside her. "What's chinga mean, Ben?" "It means..." There's resignation and reluctance in her sigh. "Fuck. It means fuck, okay?" "Ah, like fuck," I say, lowering my head and closing my mouth over her clit again. "That feels good?" "Oh God," she pants. "Yeah." Like fuck. I drag my tongue from her asshole to the top of her slit. "Don't stop." "Please," she begs, her fingers twisting in my hair. "Please don't stop." I fumble around on the floor until I find my jeans and reach into the pocket for my wallet. This I've done in the dark. I could put on a condom in a coma. The narrowness of the sofa makes it awkward, so I sit on the couch, find her in the dark, and tug her to her knees. And the same way I felt her pleasure, I feel her freeze and then pull back away. No." She clears her throat. "You get on top." Whatever, on top, underneath, on the side, in is all I care about right now. Back on my knees at the end of the couch, I bring her legs over my shoulders. I touch her again, and she's still dripping wet, slick, hot. I poise myself at her entrance, and though we can't see each other, I look to where I know her eyes should be, and I sense her looking where mine should be. And even in the dark, I think we see each other. There's an intimacy to the darkness. I see less of her, but I somehow feel this more deeply. Every smell, Every sound, every texture becomes a clue to her pleasure. I plunge in, and we both gasp. She clamps around me. Is she a virgin? I didn't even think to ask. I should have. You okay, Ben? You've, done this before, right? Yes, it's just been a while. Is everything okay? Okay? Is Nirvana okay? Is Utopia okay? Because that is what Banner's tight-fisted pussy feels like around my hungry cock. Like someone tossed paradise and heaven into a blender to make this moment. Yeah, it's good, I say. Understatement. No need to reveal her pussy sent me into an existential crisis. I withdraw only for a second and to the very tip, but it feels like torture until I push back in. She surrounds me, the smell of her invading my nostrils, the taste of her lingering on my tongue, the feel of her gripping not just my cock but my whole body. Banner Morales has a hold on me. Chinga, I whisper in her ear with my next thrust. God, Jarrett. She tightens around me. Chinga, I say again, plunging in as far as her body will allow. I want to reach the bottom, to mark and claim her from the inside out. See, she pants, her English disintegrating. Por favor. The sound of her begging in her first language, knowing we've stripped away not just the layers of lumpy sweatshirt and baggy pants, but the layers we hide behind and use to protect ourselves have evaporated, undoes me. Her body contracts around me and I empty into her with a roar that reiterates what I told her earlier tonight. Darwin, Maslow, who cares? In the end, we are just animals, primitives driven by urges we barely understand, but, with the right person, find ourselves slave to. Banner's the right person. I don't care if her internship is on the moon. There's no way this was the last time. We'll do it again. The sooner the better. And I guarantee the next time I have her, there will be light.
5. Banner. Aftershock. How the earth tremors following a seismic disruption, a result of great upheaval at the core. That so perfectly describes what I'm feeling. A disruption. I'm not sure if it started at my core or shook me to it, but I know at the epicenter lies Jared Foster. We're facing each other on the narrow couch, my bare leg slotted between his, and my head tucked under his chin. He strokes my back, my hair, my shoulders. He can't seem to stop touching me. And for a few moments, I don't care about my lumps or dimples or rolls. It just feels good to be touched this way, with passion and care. Byron was the last guy I shared any kind of intimacy with, and every touch was a lie. There's always been a frankness, an honesty between Jared and me. It translates to physical intimacy, and I want to hold on to it as long as my logical brain will allow. I want to stop asking why me, and just enjoy him, us, together. He smells like yesterday's body wash and clean sweat. And him. Whatever he is naturally, I detect it under everything else. For whatever reason, I have a temporary brain lapse and dart my tongue out to taste the shallow well at the base of his throat. Salty and smooth. Maybe he won't notice that bit of stalkerism. Did you just lick me? Ugh. No. Deny, deny, deny. You did. He dips his head, his chuckle feathering over my lips. You licked me. I just wanted to... No need to apologize. You can lick me anywhere. He tips my chin. As long as I can lick you back. His tongue passes over my neck, and I shudder. Another aftershock. My skin prickles. I shift my legs between his, and my thigh grazes his dick. Oh, I'm sorry, You keep apologizing for things that feel good. I see the outline of his head moving toward me. He's going to kiss me. Even with time to prepare, to brace myself, I'm still not ready for the possessive fit of his mouth over mine, the slow, lazy stroke of his tongue, the thrust of his hips mimicking the motions of our mouths. His hand slips between my legs, separating the lips of my pussy and sliding up and down the wet slit, soothing the sore tissues. He did not hold back and took me hard. It was rough and thorough, and the best thing that has ever happened to my vagina. Like, ever. He shifts his weight so he's hovering over me, his elbows digging into the cushions on either side of my head. When he settles between my thighs, I reflexively wrap my legs around his waist. "Why, Ms. Morales," he laughs into my hair, "I do believe you want to be fucked again." "Oh, I just... Let's go back to your place." His breath is warm against my face. He kisses the sensitive spot behind my ear. "There's no way we're doing it again on this couch. The next time, it'll be in a bed." His hands roam over my thighs clenched around him, and he grips my butt, locking us tighter. My wide, fleshy butt. God, he casts some kind of sensual spell on me. With every kiss and touch, he makes me feel like the most beautiful woman in the world long enough to forget the rolls and dimples Byron made sure to tell his friends about. Maybe somehow I'm the one who cast a spell on Jared, and as soon as the lights come on, that spell will break. Maybe I should go. I drop my legs and push lightly against his chest. "Okay, we can do it again on the couch, if that's what you want," he says quickly. "Just stay." "Jared." I giggle and shake my head. "At least promise I'll see you tomorrow. We don't have much time before you leave for New York." "Why is that so significant to you?" I ask, frowning even though he can't see my face. I mean, I admit the sex was amazing, but this is all kind of sudden. "Not to me." He clears his throat and brushes my hair back, cupping the back of my head. "I've been wanting this all semester, Ben." I snort, unable to keep my earlier disbelief completely at bay. "You honestly expect me to believe you've been dating Cindy all year, who I'm pretty sure is Miss Iowa, and you've been secretly longing to be with me?" "Miss Idaho," he corrects. "But yeah, pretty much." He runs a hand over my leg and wraps me around him again. Now all I can think of is how thick my thighs are, how my stomach probably feels all soft and squishy under that sheet of muscled abs. Self-consciousness rushes back in, and I shove a little harder, dislodging him enough to slide off the couch. Like I said, I need to go. I feel around on the floor, searching for my sweatshirt. I'm determined to at least put that on before I turn on the lights. The sex was off the charts. Cloaked in darkness, I fooled myself that I was a sensual creature who was Jared's match. A small voice inside protests it wasn't the dark that made me feel beautiful. It was Jared. What does that voice know? I found my sweatshirt, and am about to put it on when the door bangs open and the lights come on. In my shock, I don't move for a second, and I'm standing completely naked in front of not only Jared, who has the wide-angle view of my ass from behind, but William Prescott, Benton Carter, and several other guys I don't know but vaguely recognize from campus. All their eyes crawl over the roll around my middle, the dimples in my thighs, the tiny tufts under my arms because I skip shaves in winter, and the dark triangle of hair I keep neatly trimmed between my legs. Oh my God. I squint against the sudden brightness of light after being in the dark for so long, and instinctively fold my arms across my breasts. "What the hell?" Jared yells from behind me. His voice galvanizes me, and I grab the panties tangled up with my tennis shoes and fumble to get the sweatshirt on. I can't find the holes for the arms, though, and it's turned inside out. I'm turned inside out. My thoughts are so scrambled I can't even run for cover. My hands are shaking too badly to execute even this basic motor function. Jared takes the sweatshirt from my trembling fingers and jerks it over my head, pushing my arms through. He turns me so his broad shoulders block out the rest of the room, a brick wall between me and all those greedy, curious eyes. He presses his forehead to mine, his fingers gripping the nape of my neck through layers of hair. I look at him for the first time since he turned off the lights. I've never seen this look on his face. Desperate, almost afraid. "Ban," he says urgently, still clutching my neck. "You have to let me explain." "Explain what?" I ask, confounded by him, by them, by tonight. I'm on another planet, floating because the law of gravity doesn't apply here. "You actually did it," Prescott says. I peer around Jared to meet the mocking malice of William Prescott. Why is he here? How are they here? "I didn't think you had the balls, Foster," he says, running his eyes over my bare legs disparagingly. "Or the stomach for it. But you did it. You've earned it. You're in." Jared wheels around, fist raised, and lunges for Prescott, but Bent steps between them. "You don't want to do that, Foster," Bent says, his voice pitched low but still reaching my ears. "I know this is fucked up. I'm only here to keep you both out of jail." "You son of a bitch," Jared growls over Bent's shoulder, straining against his hold. "I'll kill you for this." "Now, is that any way to speak to your new brother?" Prescott asks, a wide grin spreading over his face. "I told you to fuck the fat girl, and you did. So you're in. I'll excuse all this drama. I understand you trying to protect her feelings. I wouldn't have come and made this awkward, but you understand we had to verify you completed the last rite of passage." Fuck the fat girl. Rite of passage. The words sledgehammer my head, muddling my thoughts. But one thing is clear. Jared's in? He had to fuck the fat girl, me, to get into the stupid fraternity he's been chasing all semester? I press one hand to my swimming head and one to my heaving stomach. I focus on swallowing my nausea and not further humiliating myself. "You're gonna be sick?" Prescott asks, his glance falling over the length of my body. "Maybe it was something you ate." The cruel barb punctures the balloon of humiliation and shame that has been swelling inside ever since they barged in, and with a pop, my fury explodes. All the high pressure and hot air whooshes from my mouth in one gush. I've had about enough of these animals who think they're better than I am because they have dicks and I don't. My mother may not have known what to do with a little girl asking about the theory of relativity or been able to teach me Russian, but one thing she did instill in me was her take-no-crap fight, and it claws its way past my embarrassment. My advisor wants killer instinct? Well, here the hell you go. I'm standing in a room full of frat boys, wearing a sweatshirt that barely clears the tops of my thighs. They might see my panties, and my knees are shaking. My palms practically drip sweat. Every doubt and insecurity about my body crowds in on me, but I force those aside. I shove past Jared and my humiliation and fear until I'm standing directly in front of Prescott. He's several inches taller, and I have to look up at him. I'm at eye level with his huge Adam's apple that threatens to poke through his skinny neck with one big gulp. "This is about the internship, right?" I demand, stepping so close I smell his repugnant aftershave. You're pissed that I beat you out for the Bagley? Well, tough luck, you sorry, entitled, Ichabod Crane-looking motherfucker. I beat you with something you wouldn't recognize if it hit you. Hard work. If it wasn't for your daddy's generous donations, you wouldn't even be on this campus. I poke his chest, and he stumbles back a step, disconcerted that the wounded animal is fighting back. So you told the hottest guy on campus to fuck me for your little fraternity, or whatever you boys have created to compensate for the fact that you'll barely make it in the real world. I force a laugh that's the absolute opposite of how my heart is banging and breaking. That's your revenge? You repay me in orgasms? Feel free to take your resentment out on me any time, Prescott. I step another inch closer and go up on my toes until we are practically nose to nose, until I can fire-breathe the words over his lips. As you know, I'll be off campus in New York next semester for our department's most coveted internship. But for the last few days I have left here, stay out of my way. I grit out, shaking my hair back and widening my eyes for good measure, like the crazy Latina shrew he probably stereotyped me as. Where I'm from, we eat little boys like you for breakfast, and I have no doubt, if pressed, I can kick your narrow ass. I curl my lip and glare. Despite your daddy's money, and all your connections, and this little post-pubescent posse at your back, when it comes down to it, you're just a pathetic boy with nothing to show for himself. I grab my jeans from the pile with my shoes and socks. In complete awkward silence, I pull my jeans on, looking each one of those cowards in the eye while I do it. Even when I have to strain and wiggle to get my jeans over my hips and buttoned. I don't know how much longer my bravado will hold. It's straining and about to break. I rush past them all to leave the back room, determined to get out of here before the dam bursts and tears give away just how shattered I am. I'm scooping up my backpack and on my way out the door when a gentle hand stops me. I look over my shoulder and cannot believe the audacity of Jared Foster. Banner, wait. That desperation brightens his eyes to azure. It looks like desperation, but he's really good at making things look like what they're not. He made me think he liked me, that he wanted me. Mama didn't raise no fool, but tonight that's exactly what he made me. And over what? A sculpted body, blonde hair, and blue eyes. I did it again. Fell for a man's lies and the flattery of his touch. Am I that desperate? That pathetic? You better let me go right now, I snarl, my eyes tracing a jagged line from his grip on my arm to that damn handsome face. No, you will listen. Frustration sketches lines around his mouth and between his brows. My hand flies up and slams into his cheek. I've never slapped anyone before. Despite my hubris with Prescott, I abhor violence of any kind, but I don't regret the bright red handprint blooming over his cheekbone. Anger flares in the stare we hold, his bouncing off mine. Oh, shit, someone says from the back room. I glance over his shoulder to find all the guys gathered at the door, watching our exchange. Prescott's smirk and a few snickers are last straws. Hot tears prick my eyes and I jerk away, walking as swiftly as I can toward the door. On the sidewalk, I can't hold back the torrent of emotions any longer. A sob erupts from that place I've been guarding ever since those lights came on. The indignity, the humiliation, the cruelty of the situation presses against me on all sides, closing in and trying to crush me. I don't even know how I make it home through the blur of tears, but as soon as I am on the other side of my apartment door, I slide my back down the wall until my butt hits the floor. And the tears won't stop. I'm shaking, trembling at the shocking cruelty of those guys. Aftershock. How the earth tremors following a seismic disruption. A result of great upheaval at the core. and at the epicenter lies Jared Foster. I hate him. I hate them all. I hate the wretched, pitiful sound of my own tears. I hate the sting of shame piercing my heart like a thorn. I hate my stupidity, my naivete believing Jared Foster wanted someone like me instead of someone like Cindy. I hate the way my thighs spread, stretching the denim of my jeans, the way my legs rub together when I walk. I hate this roll of fat hanging over my waistband. This body is an inadequate shell that doesn't reflect the powerful, confident person I am inside. And yet there's a part of me that knows it shouldn't matter. That knows whether I'm a size 2 or 22, I'm still smart and ambitious and kind and generous. And yes, speak Italian, Russian, and a little Chinese. It shouldn't matter. But I have to be honest with myself as I weep uncontrollably and admit that it does. Right now, it does. Banner, open the door. Jared's voice bellows from the hall. Could this night get any worse? I'm not leaving. He gives the door 4 successive bangs. You left your coat and your client's laundry. You have to get those, so you'll have to open the door. I cup my hand over my mouth to catch the sobs that won't stay down. He won't hear me crying for his fine, sorry ass. I can imagine how glamorous I look with my just-fucked hair all over the place, puffy eyes and blotchy cheeks. When I cry this hard, the blood vessels around my eyes always burst. Technical term, facial petechiae. Layman's term, hot mess. Okay, you want to do this. I hear a sliding sound on the other side of the door and assume he sits on the floor, mirroring my position. We can do this. I'll stay out here until you open the door. I swear I had nothing to do with this. Prescott is a liar. I sniff, hope pushing through like a tiny bud in a storm, somehow preserved from the wind and the rain. But I keep my voice hard and sure. I've seen what he does with my vulnerability. I focus on my anger to dry up my tears. So you had nothing to do with it. He's lying? Did Prescott ask you to... I clear my throat and close my eyes, but force myself to say the words. Fuck the fat girl? Me, in case we're confused about that? Yes or no? There are a few seconds of guilty silence through the door before he speaks. It wasn't like yes or no. Yes, he did tell me that if I wanted to get into the Pride, I had to fuck you. But the Pride? I run through the various fraternities on campus and cannot place that one. What the hell is the Pride? Like lions? It's a secret society that I'm not allowed to talk about. I've signed papers that I won't. Even though I told them tonight I'm not joining. Not after they asked. Not after what Prescott wanted me to do. So let me get this straight. You've been running around like a fool all semester to get into this secret society of privileged, spoiled brats, and you've done everything they asked. Tonight they crossed the line when they asked you to fuck the fat girl. Banner, stop saying that. He cuts in harshly. I'm sorry it's so hard on you hearing that I'm fat, I say, every word sardonic. That's not what I meant. And you, I continue without acknowledging his denial, were so outraged by Prescott's heinous suggestion that you told them you don't want to play his little games anymore. It's not... Yeah, I told them to fuck off. Oh, I just bet you did. Then you come to me, and all of a sudden, when you've shown no indication of being attracted to me, you just happen to decide we should fuck. I get on my knees and face the door, glaring at him with X-ray vision through the cheap faux wood. Am I getting this right, Jared? No, it's not right, he yells back, frustration reaching through the flimsy door. I told you I've liked you all semester. And Cindy? Why did you stay with her if you were pining for me? I don't know. Habit? Someone convenient to fuck? What do you want me to say? I've never pretended to be anyone but who I am, Ban. I'm not gonna lie to you now. Maybe you were curious, I offer, fresh tears burning my eyes. How it would be with someone fat. Like me, I finish aloud, biting the insides of my cheeks to control the tears. Maybe you didn't want anyone to know. Were ashamed and needed someone like Cindy for show. That's bullshit. Something slams into the door, startling me because I'm so close to it. None of that is true, Banner. I promise you it isn't. God, just open the door and give me a chance. Why? I ask, forcing a hollow laugh through my tears. Let's just call it a one-night stand and move on. I'm sure this won't be your first time doing that. It was more than that, and you know it. He pauses. It was more to me, Banner. I hate him. I hate the way he makes lies sound true, and makes me melt inside when I should be hardening myself against him. Look, one night in 4 years is not some grand passion, I tell him. But how do we know what it could be if you don't give me a chance? You had your chance, Foster, if you even wanted it. I wanted it. He growls through the door. Don't tell me what I wanted. You wanted it too. When I thought it was real, yeah. It was fucking real. Just... His voice trails off into the silence of the hall. Believe me. Just please believe me, Banner. All the parts that felt beautiful with the lights off war with all the parts that felt hideous under the bright glare, under their cruel stares. I've never felt what I did tonight with Jared. But how can I know what really happened? Is it worth risking this kind of pain again if he's lying to me? No. I have dreams, ambitions, goals that will require all my focus. There is an uphill climb ahead of me, and I won't make it if I'm broken. I don't believe you, I finally reply, and I want you to leave me alone. Here's what's gonna happen. We'll take our final. We'll go our separate ways. I'm moving to New York, and you can go wherever the hell you want. Banner, don't do this. Go. I'm not leaving. Yeah, you are, buddy, someone says from the hall. Sounds like my neighbor, Mr. Hardin. He bothering you, Banner? No, I'm her... Jared sighs heavily enough for me to hear it. Please, sir, just stay out of this. Banner, you want him to leave? Yes. No. I don't know. Yes, I answer, hoping I sound more sure than I am. I need him to leave me alone. That's it, Mr. Hardin says. I'm calling the cops. Come on, man, Jared says. We're just talking. Banner, tell him. Call the cops, Mr. Hardin. I sound steady, but hot tears squiggle streaks over my cheeks. Banner, Jared growls. Just go before the cops get here. I press my forehead to the door. And we can forget this night ever happened. You want to forget tonight? Jared asks softly. Forget the best sex of my life? Forget intimacy, closeness I didn't think was possible? Set aside what I thought was true friendship between Jared and me? Dismiss the possibility of what this could have been had it been real? Yes. My tone is final, cutting him out for good. Leave my coat and my client's laundry. Mr. Hardin, those are my things. Don't let him take them. Really, Banner? Jared asks, doing an Oscar-worthy job of sounding not only angry but hurt. Really, Jared? You can't just erase a whole semester. At least not our friendship. You can't just spit on it. Why not? You did. The words slide out, coating my tongue with bitterness. So that's it? He asks after a brief pause. You're just gonna let Prescott win? Prescott won't win. I seize any vestiges of pride I have left. I will. 6. Banner. I'm not from a small town by any means. I grew up in San Diego, where my mother moved from Mexico when she was a child. The city sprawls and covers a lot of ground, but it can't be bothered to bustle. The small college town in Maryland where Carrington is situated doesn't bustle either. New York bustles. It hustles. It truly never sleeps and is ever grinding. It took a while to get used to the noise and the pace and the smell of urgency in the air. Okay, I'm still not used to it, but I love it. There's an obstinacy to this place, a grit and determination that hovers over the city like dense fog. I may not have ever lived in a city this large, but I've always been obstinate, always been driven. There's no doubt in my mind I'm in the right place. Daydreaming? I glance up from my laptop to find Mitch Sanderson, a fellow intern, standing at my desk. No. I close my laptop because he's always in my business and looking over my shoulder. Just pulling together some analysis for Cal. Cal Bagley is Bagley & Associates' founding partner. He's also the best friend of Prescott's father. Or maybe he's in that pride thing Jared was joining. Ugh. I promised myself I wouldn't think about Jared Foster, but that doesn't always work. When I'm awake, I can tame my thoughts. When I'm asleep, a different matter entirely. My brain and my heart believe he's disgusting and cruel and a phony. My body, though, ain't buying it. More than once I've awakened from dreams of that night, of how he made me feel. Not just the incredible sex, but the closeness. And not just of that night, but that entire semester. We were genuinely friends. Or so I thought. You can't tell me you aren't daydreaming, Mitch says, and then zone out in the middle of our conversation. Sorry. I laugh and open my laptop. I should get back to work. What are you working on? Not as much working as catching up on this Quinn Barrow story. The runner who lost her leg? Mitch rubs his chin. His mark of concentration, I've come to learn. It was a freak thing, right? Yeah, I say, swallowing the emotion that scalds my throat every time I read her story. She dislocated her knee and it cut an artery. No blood to the leg for hours, and they had to amputate. I glance at the side-by-side pictures accompanying the article. In the first photo, Quinn is running, chest pushed forward, smile blazing white, auburn hair whipping behind her like a fiery pennant as she crashes through the finish line. The second photo is of a ghost with no smile, lines of beginning bitterness settling around her mouth. A solemn figure staring vacantly into the camera from a hospital bed. You do know we're in the business of signing performing athletes, right? Mitch asks. Not has-beens. I should be surprised by his harshness, but I'm not. Not anymore. Most agents see these athletes as commodities. So do the teams they play for, and I get it. Sports is a business, and if I've chosen this as my career, I gotta play the game. In the 2 months I've been here, I've learned a few things. Darwin wasn't all wrong, and neither was my advisor. This industry is survival of the fittest. It's a fast machine with non-stop gears that can grind your soul to dust. It's not for the faint of heart. I've seen ruthlessness at its finest here. The competition for talent is fierce and requires constant vigilance in scouting, recruiting, pursuing, signing. Elite athletes have earning potential most people can't even wrap their minds around. When you find extraordinary talent, convincing them you will represent them best is crucial. Every other agent thinks the same thing, so distinguishing yourself often and early is the name of the game. I don't just want to be at the top of the food chain, though. Achieving has always been a driving force for me, but so has contributing and being a part of something bigger than myself. Killer with a heart. I hate that Jared's words, his encouragement, give me perspective as I figure out my place in this jungle. Was that part of his fuck the fat girl act? The things he said and did that night? I don't know what was real, what I can trust, but his words keep coming back to me. She's not a has-been, I finally reply, deliberately turning my attention back to the screen, hoping Mitch will read it as the dismissal it is. Maybe she just needs some help getting back on her feet. Don't you mean foot? I cut a disgusted glance up at him. Men are essentially boys. Just boys whose penises kept growing, some more than others. That's what I've come to realize being the only girl in the room most of the time. Their sophomoric humor and crude jokes turn racist or sexist as soon as they forget a Hispanic woman is in their midst. Add in the fact that I'm overweight, and I'm basically a piece of furniture to them within 5 minutes. But this sofa still has ears, and a heart, which is more than I can say for guys like Mitch. I'm sorry, he mumbles when I stare at him with silent censure. That was in bad taste. I should be used to it by now, I say, hoping I didn't disguise the insult in the words so well that he doesn't feel it. But you guys continue to surprise me with your insensitivity. Sensitivity won't get you paid, Mitch returns flatly. Go ahead and waste your time crying over an amputee who wouldn't clock 1 commission. I'm going after a fish I can actually fry. Which fish? I stuff down my outrage and school my face into fewer fucks. Alonzo Vidale, Mitch preens. Cal's meeting with him today. Alonzo Vidale is one of the most promising international players poised for this summer's NBA draft, a definite first-rounder. And you think Cal will bring you into the meeting? I ask. A lowly intern? He hasn't said it in so many words, Mitch says, wearing a smug expression. But I'm becoming pretty much indispensable around here. In your 2 months of fetching coffee and making copies? Yeah. Where would we be without you? His smile dissolves into a sneer. At least Bagley knows I'm alive. Just because my lips aren't permanently puckered to kiss his ass doesn't mean my good work goes overlooked. I hope. It's no secret Cal Bagley has a group of guys he takes under his wing. Under his wing means drinks after work, special parties fully stocked with strippers and any manner of dick tricks in which I have no interest. Mitch is definitely in that group. Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure Mitch's father is one of Cal's best friends, too. Probably another pride connection. A little pucker goes a long way. He tilts his head and his eyes wander from my face and over my body in the shapeless dress I put on this morning. You know, Morales, with a little effort, you might not be half bad. And with a little effort, you might evolve into a Homo sapien. Jokes. A tight smile plays around his weak mouth. Keep making them when I land Vidale or someone else from this next crop. You know you can't actually sign anyone, I remind him. We technically don't have our degrees yet, and haven't taken the agent's exam. We're only months away from graduation, and that exam will be a breeze. Mitch picks invisible lint from the shoulder of his suit. It's open book, and you get to take in notes. How hard can it be? Maybe, but I'm still studying my ass off. I need to make sure I'm up to speed on the intricacies of the collective bargaining agreement.
Yeah, okay. You do that.
Mitch rolls his eyes and picks up the photo of my family from my cubicle desk and replaces it quickly.
Meanwhile, I get to meet Vidale.
I'm kind of surprised he's ready for this process already.
Why do you say that?
Because his entire family was just killed in a car accident last month? I swear, these guys have their feelings surgically removed before they enter this field.
Ah, yeah.
Mitch nods, scrunching his face into what he probably thinks passes for sympathy.
Real men move on. He knows he's got to strike while the iron is hot. With the draft coming up, he needs to get his shit settled. Sign with an agent who can start scoping endorsements and talking to executives, getting him workouts with teams. The whole nine.
We need to scope a good grief counselor, I mumble, looking under my desk for the Tupperware containing my lunch. I'm so hungry it's hard to focus on what Mitch is saying. As if that struggle wasn't real enough already. I've been doing much better without the demands of a heavy college course load. Eating more regularly and paying attention to what I eat. Down 5 pounds. I'm still tuning out the drone of Mitch's voice and looking for string cheese in the oversized bag under my desk when Cal's booming voice startles me. I jerk up, banging my head on the desk above. I slide out, rubbing the sore spot and blinking back tears.
You okay?
Cal demands, his gaze zeroing in on my tears. Yeah, just, hit my head. Out of habit, I go to push hair behind my ear, forgetting that it's up today. I have no idea what to do with my hands right now, so they just hang in the air for a few seconds before I drop them. I'm such a goober. And by the look Cal is giving me, he knows it.
Yeah, well, I need you,
he says brusquely, and starts walking away.
Conference room. Now, Morales.
Mitch and I exchange wide-eyed looks.
What'd you do to piss him off?
Mitch asks, barely suppressed glee brimming from his eyes. I have no idea. I scurry after Cal, mentally running through my latest assignments. I thought I'd thoroughly completed every task. Cal, wearing an impatient look, stands in front of the closed conference room door.
You speak a lot of languages, right?
He asks abruptly. Not a lot. Just Spanish, Russian, some Italian, and Mandarin Chinese. A nervous laugh trips and falls from my mouth. Oh, and English. I speak English.
I need your Spanish.
He looks over his shoulder at the closed conference room door.
Got Alonzo Vidale in there.
Oh. My stomach turns over at the prospect of helping with such a huge potential client.
Apparently, he doesn't speak much English.
Really? I pinch my brows together. From what I recall, his family was from Argentina's middle class. It would be somewhat unusual for him not to speak any English.
No idea,
Cal says with a shrug.
But he says he needs someone to translate for him.
Of course. I tug at the neckline of my dress. I wish I'd worn something nicer today. The first thing I think when I see Alonzo Vidale is that photos don't do him justice. His dark hair is scooped back from his face in a tight ponytail at the base of his neck, but a few silky strands escape and fall over dark, soulful eyes. The second thing I notice is an ill-disguised sorrow that he wears like ashes on his head. There's a droop to his broad shoulders, and the wide, full lips look like they've never known a smile. I think of my family, Mama, Papa, my sister Camila, and her daughter Ana. The devastation I would feel if I lost them all in one day, it's unimaginable. But that's what this man endured just a month ago. He has the long, sensitive fingers of a musician. His hands look more like he plays the piano than basketball, and I scour my memory for details of his background. He hasn't been playing basketball long by American standards.
Most of our ballers started on playgrounds, rose through AAU ranks, played in college, at least the obligatory year, and then, after pouring years of their lives into the sport, only a fraction make it to the NBA. From what I recall, Alonso discovered his talent much later. He came on America's radar when he played for Argentina's team in the last Olympics. As one of the few possible stars emerging from Argentina, everyone has been calling him the next Manu Ginobili. He glances up from the conference room table, looking from Cal to me, eyes narrowed. I'm surprised he is alone. No handlers or anyone accompanying him. But usually at this stage, before an agent is selected, an athlete only has family. The magnitude of his loss weighs on me again. And even though I know when he stands he'll be 6'6", he looks incredibly vulnerable seated at the huge conference room table alone.
This is Banner Morales,"
Cal says, pulling out a chair at the table for me to sit.
"She will be—"
He flounders, uncustomary for Cal, and looks to me for help.
"I have no idea how much he understands,"
he finishes with a shrug. I'm guessing enough to realize we're discussing him while he's in the room, I say, offering an apologetic smile to Alonso. Hola. Buenos días. ¿Cómo estás? His eyes crinkle slightly at the corners when I offer the greeting.
"Hola, señorita Morales,"
he replies, dipping his head in my direction. I look to Cal for cues of what he wants me to say.
Tell him that we first want to say we've been impressed by the footage we've seen of him,"
Cal says,
"including his performance in the Olympics and his workouts."
I hesitate, torn between translating to the letter and at least priming the pump a little. We first want to say, I start in Spanish, but falter when I meet the shadows in those dark eyes. His brows lift, inquiring, waiting. We first want to say, I begin again, that we are so very sorry for your recent loss. He flicks a speculative glance from me to Cal and back to me. I cannot imagine what you've experienced over the last month. I press forward in a rush. And you have our deepest sympathy. A breath of silence follows my statement before he responds.
Gracias.
I dive in before Cal questions why I'm still going and convey the initial words he asked me to say. It's not perfect, and a word or two may have been lost here and there, but Cal trots out all the reasons Bagley is the firm to represent him, and I translate. Alonso asks pointed, intelligent questions. He may be alone, but he's not naive. After half an hour of the back and forth, with Alonso asking questions through me and Cal offering the right answers through me, I'm not sure if we're any closer to signing.
"I need to ask you a question,"
Alonso says, still in Spanish, leveling his probing dark stare on me. I turn to Cal to interpret. He wants to ask,
"No, Banner,"
Alonso interrupts.
"You. I want to ask you a question."
I slide a careful glance to Cal, whose eyes are fixed on my lips, waiting for the English equivalent of whatever Alonso is saying. Okay, I answer, still in Spanish. Of course. What is your question?
"What's he saying?"
Cal demands.
"This man, he talks the good talk,"
Alonso says.
"But is he a good man? You tell me the truth."
I have no idea what makes him think I would give anything other than an answer that paints Cal in a great light. I prepare my response, but it dissolves on the tip of my tongue when I meet Alonso's solemn stare. This man has been through so much already. I read that he never left the hospital, but stayed there hoping for even one surviving family member. And one by one, they all died. I can't imagine the transition into America, into a complex ecosystem like the NBA, will be easy.
Survival of the fittest. Do what you have to do to be the last one standing. If Mitch were sitting in this seat, he'd already have answered. He'd have already told Alonzo unequivocally that Cal is a good man. I barely know Cal, but I'm pretty sure he's a member of the Pride. And from my experience, I wouldn't trust anyone in that secret society. Maybe my advisor is right. Maybe I don't have the ruthless streak to survive this game, because when faced with the moment of truth, I cannot tell a lie. I honestly don't know, Alonzo, I say. There are few men I trust with my life and money, which is what you are doing. So is he a good man? I'm not sure. But will he make good deals? Absolutely. The quiet builds in the room, while Cal and I wait for Alonzo's response.
That was an awful lot, Cal says suspiciously. What did you say to him?
Before I can answer, Alonzo responds.
I will sign with Bagley,
he says in Spanish. Oh my God! I turn a wide smile to Cal. He says he will sign with Bagley.
Yes,
Cal rubs his hands together.
We just need you to. Con una condición.
Alonzo interrupts. On one condition, I say.
I'll sign with Bagley,
he repeats. He'll sign with Bagley, I translate.
If Banner Morales is my agent.
If Banner Morales... My eyes saucer, and my mouth drops open. Oh, shit. Alonzo grins, and for the first time the clouds break in his somber eyes.
Oh, shit,
he replies in heavily accented English, chuckling and sitting back in his chair.
That I understand. What is it?
Cal asks sharply.
Did I hear your name?
Yeah. I lick my lips nervously and force myself to face Cal's curious demand head on. He says he'll sign with Bagley on the condition that I'm his agent.
What the hell?
Cal leans toward me, anger in the lines of his face and his taut body.
What did you say to him, Morales?
Just what you said, I fib. I did take a few liberties in the beginning, and I was honest when by all rights I should have lied. But that's all.
Tell him that you are a fucking intern.
Cal squashes the word like gum under his shoe.
Who has not taken the agent test and isn't qualified to represent a professional athlete. Tell him that you know nothing about this business, and he would deeply regret trusting a wet behind-the-ears novice with a future as promising and complex as his.
I bite my lip, preparing myself to tell Alonzo what Cal said verbatim, no matter how ridiculous it makes me look.
That is my condition. No banner, no deal.
Alonzo responds before I can. In English. Cal and I gape at his perfect, if heavily accented, English words. When neither of us have managed a response, Alonzo stands and starts for the door.
Okay, Cal says to Alonzo's back. She'll be your agent.
Alonzo slowly turns and leans against the door, his eyes fairly twinkling at me.
But she won't have her degree for a few months, Cal offers, his voice grudging. And she has to pass the agent test. You need to be with an agency soon to take advantage of this window before the draft in June. Nike, Reebok, Gatorade, all of them will be sniffing around before the draft. And you need some representation in the meantime.
Out of habit, I begin translating.
I understood him.
Alonzo interrupts softly. Of course he did, since I guess he magically learned English in the last 5 minutes.
But surely I can sign a provisional contract ensuring that as soon as Banner is eligible and available, she will represent me. You will guide her, yes?
Cal slants me a side eye and blows out a weary breath.
Yes.
And just like that, I went from lowly intern to agent for one of the biggest fish who has walked through the doors of Bagley & Associates in years. And all, I guess, because I showed some basic human decency and told the truth. Let them have their pride of lions and their alpha male cliques and the parties and connections they don't want me privy to. I'll do this my way. Represent clients my way. Lead my way. Fight my way. Survival of the fittest my ass. Who needs the pride?
Part 2. There will be men who fall in love with your skin, and others who drown themselves in everything that lies beneath. Cindy Cherie, Poetess. 7. Jared. Look at me, Uncle Jared. I squint through the glare of sunlight in the direction of the high-pitched voice. A splash follows the tiny projectile human into the pool. Great cannonball, Sarai, I yell back to my niece. Make sure to tuck your knees in. I slip off my short boots and socks, roll up the pants of my suit, and sit on the edge of the pool, lowering my legs into the cool water. Now this is the life. I glance at my brother August, seated beside me in his trunks. I'd say this is an upgrade from your apartment. Yeah, we needed the bigger place. He looks past the pool in his backyard to the electric blue sprawl of the Pacific Ocean just beyond. Much better view, and it's close to Sarai's school. Not too much of a commute for Iris to the elevation office either. How's she adjusting to the new setup? I scoop a handful of water and splash Sarai, who's swimming toward us. August's initial reluctance to relocate our sports agency headquarters to L.A. from San Diego, where his team, the Waves, play, centered around his wife. Iris works in marketing with us, but wanted to stay with August in San Diego. You're her boss, August says. Shouldn't you know? You're her husband, shouldn't you? We share a grin because we both know Iris wouldn't choose to be anywhere my brother wasn't. Dude, I say, loosening my tie and tossing it over my shoulder. You are married with kids. What the hell? August's smile is wide and satisfied. One kid for now, he says, but hopefully more soon. Isn't life grand? As much as I love Iris and Sarai, you can have that life. I lean back, arms straight and palms pressed to the concrete. I'm not ready to settle down with just one woman. You're in your 30s, bruh. You must at least think about it. I do think about it, I agree. And break out in hives. We both laugh, but I'm serious. 2 reasons marriage is not even on my radar. I continue. 1, I have a low tolerance for people. That's ridiculous. August can't relate to my view because he's one of those people. We couldn't be more different. Not just that I'm blonde and blue-eyed, and that his darker skin and thick curls proclaim his biracial heritage, but we're different inside. No, it's true, I say. People have hidden agendas, they lie, and they bore me. All of them? No, just most of them. But I don't care enough to find the exceptions. I'm definitely not taking the time right now to find one I could tolerate forever. You said 2 reasons, August reminds me. What's the other one? Oh, simple. I waggle my brows suggestively. I like pussy in assorted flavors. August's laugh booms across the placid backyard. I've loved making him laugh since we were kids. Step-brothers who had no clue about the other, but pretty sure almost from day one that we could be best friends. And even though I'm a few years older, we always have been. So, is Iris okay with the new setup? I ask, directing us back to the previous topic of discussion. She's fine. August shrugs broad, bare shoulders. Probably wondering if all the best action is happening there in L.A. while she's in the San Diego office. August pauses, shooting me a searching glance before going on. Once the season is over, I might lease something in L.A. so she could work out of that office this summer.
I'm sure we can find a good preschool for Sarai. I want Iris to have that experience. That okay with you? Sure. You are a partner, albeit silent. Elevation is just as much yours as it is mine, Gus. Just making sure. August stands, hauling Sarai out of the water. Come on, princess. She giggles when he tickles her while toweling her off. She is precious. I wouldn't mind having a beautiful little girl if she didn't come permanently attached to a woman. One day, I'll get to focus more on it, August says, bundling Sarai against his chest. For now, ball is life. Which is exactly what it needs to be, I remind him. Our strategy is working. Athletes see one of the NBA's brightest rising stars signed with Elevation. They feel confident we'll take care of them, too. You were right to relocate headquarters to L.A. It's a smart move considering how many of our clients want to transition into acting, producing, entertainment in general. Getting to know the wizards behind the curtain can only help. Yeah, especially with Cal Bagley setting up shop in L.A., August says, kissing Sarai's hair. And he sent his big guns out to run the office, right? Didn't Banner Morales leave New York to come out here? Yeah. I lock my teeth around the reply. Banner's running their L.A. office. I've never talked to August about Banner and what happened senior year. Even after 10 years, something still pinches in my chest when I hear her name. Not my heart. I traded that useless organ in long ago to get where I am now. It's in the vicinity, though, of where my heart used to be, and that pisses me off. She pisses me off. At least it's mutual. It's a small industry, sports management, when you get down to it. Sure, there's lots of professional athletes, but they comprise such a small percentage of the general population. The number of agents who make it to the level I have, owning an agency and representing the caliber of talent we do, is fractional. Even with sports management, specifically the NBA, being such a small world, I don't see Banner often. Early on, our paths crossed infrequently. She was at Bagley & Associates in New York, and I was at Richter Sports in Chicago. I saw her for the first time at a convention in Philly. When we spotted each other, she turned and walked the other way. I followed. I may have cornered her and tried to talk about that night again. Okay, I did corner her and try to talk about that night again. She threatened to blow her rape whistle if I didn't leave her alone. Seeing how she called the cops on me before, I didn't want to chance it. After a few more thwarted attempts, I gave up. She made it abundantly clear she wanted to put that night and me behind her. As badly as I wanted another night, and another one, and another one, that wasn't meant to be. What did it matter anyway? Banner was a soft spot, and the further up the ladder I climbed, the less I could afford those, especially when we were pursuing the same clients. It's a dog-eat-dog and spit him or her out game. Survival of the fittest. Banner can be the killer with the heart. I'm just the killer. It has served me well. You think we could ever tempt her to work for Elevation? August asks as we walk back into the house. Who? I snap my head around to look at him. Banner. He walks up the stairs with Sarai in his arms, her head on his shoulder. Banner Morales? Iris asks from the top of the stairs and reaches to take Sarai from August. I love her. Of course she does. Is she gonna come work for us? Iris's eyes light up like a Christmas tree. No, I say decisively. Maybe, August replies at the same time. You don't think she would even be interested? Cal Bagley's a jerk. So's Jared, Iris says with a straight face because it's true. I want to go on record that I approve of recruiting Banner to come work at Elevation. And I want to go on record that your opinion is completely irrelevant, I say, only half joking. Iris is still young to the game and is working her way up from the bottom. I don't afford her preferential treatment just because she's married to my brother. She doesn't expect it. You don't like her? Iris rolls her eyes. Men are always intimidated by her. Hell if I am. I huff a disparaging breath. I could negotiate Banner Morales under the table. Give me a fucking break. Her clients love her, August says, a sly look in his eye that tells me he's trying to get under my skin. He should know by now I don't have skin to get under anymore, just an exoskeleton to ward off provocation and bullshit. I guess so, I say with a shrug. She matronizes them enough. She does not matronize them, Iris shoots back. She takes care of them. My client's no representation doesn't come with ass-wiping, hand-holding, and cuddles. Not that my guys need it, I reply. If Banner wants children, she should give birth. Whoa. Iris shifts Sarai to her other hip, brows sky-high. I know Bagley's a rival firm, but wow, Jared, harsh much? Yeah, she represents Keenan, August offers. And you know Glad doesn't cuddle with anyone but his kid. Keenan Gladiator Ross, August's teammate on the San Diego Waves, is about as uncuddly as a man could be. I wanted to sign him, but Banner beat me to it. That loss hurt, and actually came up in one of my last performance reviews at Richter before I struck out on my own to start Elevation. By then, Banner and I had bumped heads enough professionally and avoided each other enough personally to extinguish any tender feelings. Still, there is that occasional, inexplicable pinch when I hear her name. We may see her at tonight's game, Iris says, since both her clients are playing. Yeah, I'm on Vidale tonight. August shakes his head. One of the toughest guys in the league to guard. Are Sarai and I still riding with you, Jared? Iris asks, walking backwards slowly toward Sarai's room. Yeah, I'll work outside by the pool till it's time to go. She closes the door to Sarai's room, leaving August and me on the landing alone. Dude, everybody in the locker room was talking about this thing with Banner and her favorite client, August says, giving me a pointed look. If you know what I mean. No, I don't know what you mean. Apparently it's been going on for a while, he says as we head back down the stairs and out to the pool. But it's just now getting out, or maybe they're letting it out now. What the hell are you talking about? I gather my boots and socks and head over to the umbrella-covered table where I left my laptop. Banner and Zoe Vidale, August says. You hadn't heard? Damn it, Gus, heard what? They're dating. Pin.
8. Banner. Quinn, can I get your autograph? My client smiles wide and white in response to the request. That smile sells cereal, lipstick, and sports bras like nobody's business. I make sure of that. Turns out Quinn Barrow, the has-been Mitch was so quick to dismiss all those years ago, had a lot more to do and give. She wouldn't see me the first 5 times I visited her in the hospital. After her second suicide attempt, I got through and everything changed. Not overnight. There were times during her rehab and the painful process of learning to live with a prosthetic that Quinn wanted to give up. And so did I. The whole country was pulling for her, though. A fact I shamelessly leveraged when it was time to negotiate her first endorsement deal. I don't think I'll ever get used to that, Quinn murmurs as the kid walks off with an autographed nachos tray. Being recognized and randomly approached. It's surreal that people know me, much less want me to sign stuff. You're America's titanium sweetheart. I chuckle at the grimace on Quinn's face. Hey, it tested well. It stuck. We're using it. There's a point when an athlete, any public figure really, has to distinguish between their public selves and their private selves, between the product and the person. Quinn still struggles with that sometimes. She balked at contract clauses requiring her to wear the titanium prosthetic so many times in public each month. Sometimes it just feels slimy. Quinn takes a sip of her beer. Like, this thing I thought had ruined my life, that almost ended my life, now I make my living from it? No, you make a living from your hard work and ingenuity. I give her a firm look. No different than models who trade on their beauty, or athletes who get paid to play ball.
You had to learn to walk again, Quinn. To drive. To live. You'd already honed that body all your life as a runner. Now you help other people hone theirs. Just because you've monetized the experience doesn't mean you've cheapened it. You always know what to say to every client, huh? Quinn dips her hand into the carton of buttered popcorn. It's my job. Speaking of, we need to meet with the Netflix people to discuss that collaboration with Chef Patty. Several networks have approached us before about television specials, reality shows, and the like. This Biggest Loser-esque concept encompassing nutrition, fitness, and meditation is the first to truly pique Quinn's interest. Oh, yeah. A smile lights Quinn's delicate features. She recently cropped her auburn hair to a cap of loose curls. Her green eyes sparkle with excitement as we wait for the Waves vs. Titans game to begin. Want some popcorn? Quinn proffers her carton to me. She's the most disciplined woman I know, and every line and curve of her body is honed to perfection, but she's never one to deny herself the occasional indulgence. Nope. I extract a string cheese packet from my purse and sip from my bottled water. I don't have enough points left for buttered popcorn. And damn you for tempting me. How are you liking Weight Watchers? Quinn asks, licking fingers shiny with butter. I think it's my favorite program so far. It feels measurable to me. You look great, Banner. Quinn's smile gentles. I'm proud of you. I got serious the last few years about my outside reflecting the confident, powerful woman I was on the inside. Quinn has been instrumental in my weight loss journey and helping me get to the bottom of the emotional and hormonal barriers keeping me from being fit. Eating your feelings was a way of life for me, and I didn't realize in times of high stress I ate too much and anything I wanted. All 4 years of college were high stress, and so were the first few years at Bagley. Now I manage it better. And are you taking your meds? Quinn probes, slipping into trainer and motivator mode as easily as she slipped into the tight jeans that turned more than one head tonight. Every day, Mom, I say with an eye roll. I also discovered I had polycystic ovary syndrome, or PCOS, a hormonal condition that can affect metabolism, fertility, and other reproductive dynamics. Taking the right medication, carefully monitoring what I eat, and working out regularly have made a tremendous difference. Loving this look, by the way, Quinn says, eyeing my air-conditioned boyfriend jeans, fitted t-shirt, blazer, and stilettos. Thanks. I bet Zoe will like it too, Quinn says innocently with naughty eyes. I reach to push my hair behind my ear, only to find it all scooped up in a top knot. Damn habit. One thing I've never grown out of. We'll see, I offer with a stiff smile. I'm still getting used to being public. Well, you've been private for 6 months, Quinn reminds me. It's a miracle you managed to keep it under wraps as long as you did. Not a miracle. I bite into my string cheese. I was very careful. I still don't know how to feel about it. The fact that people know, or the fact that you're dating Zoe? All of it. I fiddle with the oversized gold hoop earrings Zoe gave me for my 30th birthday. What if this goes wrong? I could lose my biggest client and my best friend in one fell swoop. That's why it took me so long to cave and go out with him. Now that it's leaking, I just hope things stay as good as they've been. You guys are great together, Quinn reassures. We'll see this summer, won't we? I take a deep breath. He's staying with me once the season is over. With the Titans being in Vancouver, we so rarely get real time together. Zoe has a few business interests here in LA, but I know this will be a test drive for us seeing how it feels to be in the same place longer than a night or two every few weeks. I've been trying to ignore the unease that creeps in every time I think of us living together. Our friendship has always been so right. The thought of things going wrong with Zoe because we're dating scares me a little.
You guys will be fine. Just focus on what's real. All this, Quinn says, waving her hand at the crowded arena packed with television cameras and fans, goes away when the game is over. You have a real relationship with a real man, not the image you help create. Image. I actually hate how much I have to think about it, especially now that I live in LA. It was one thing living in New York, but the image consciousness goes up another level out here. I'm a double-digit chick in a single-digit town. I've accepted that. I've shopped with Quinn in exclusive boutiques where the salesperson immediately offered to show me their shoes or jewelry, assuming that was all that would fit. I'm over it. I've stopped trying to keep up, and have just determined I'll be the best banner I can be. That doesn't mean I'm immune to other people talking about my image. Hey Hollywood, a highly successful blog, seems to have taken a special interest in my relationship with Zoe. The commentary has been some of the most vicious. You know Hannah from Hey Hollywood called me Sponge Banner Squarepants last week? Quinn spits a little of her beer out. Oh my God, what? Her eyes widen first with humor, then shock, then morph to narrow, angry slits. Yeah, and I quote, "Is it just me, or does Zoe Vidale's agent/girlfriend have a squarer than normal ass? Let's call her Sponge Banner Squarepants." End quote. That little bitch, Quinn says hotly, criticizing every detail of other people's appearance. Meanwhile, we've never seen what that little twat looks like. And you can bet your bottom dollar it's nothing like the avatar she hides behind. Whatever, I shrug, pretending the barb doesn't still burn where it landed. Not whatever. Quinn grabs my hand and forces me to look her in the eyes the same way I've done over the years. You're beautiful, Banner. And your body is beautiful. You've worked hard. You're disciplined and healthy, and heredity and squats have given you a great ass that is not abnormally square. Hey, what more can a girl ask for than a within normal range square ass? I quip sarcastically. Maybe Hannah's just pissed because she doesn't have a fine, rich boyfriend. Quinn's eyes crinkle at the corners, and a saucy smile spills over her mouth. Oh, but boyfriend or not, you gotta appreciate premium man flesh. Incoming. Check out fine and rich, if that Tom Ford suit is anything to go by, at 2:00. Where? I turn my head slightly to the right. Don't look, she says hastily. He'll know we're interested. We aren't interested. You are. So I'm looking. Also, that wasn't 2:00. That was 10:00. Did you fail driver's ed or what? Driver's ed? Consternation crinkles Quinn's smooth expression. 10 and 2? I demonstrate the hand positions on an imaginary steering wheel. Good grief. Quinn laughs and gives an exasperated shake of her head. Just look. But guard your ovaries. He's got a kid. He was fine in the first place. Add his adorable little girl and no ovaries are safe. I glance over my shoulder, and everything inside of me jerks. There was a time I deliberately avoided news of Jared Foster. Over the years, I haven't had to avoid news. There just wasn't much of it. Not personally, anyway. I know he started his own agency a couple of years ago, Elevation, formerly based in San Diego, now headquartered mere blocks from the LA office of Bagley & Associates I'm managing. The same way he was the golden boy of Carrington College, he has become the golden boy of sports management. Not even 35 years old and owns one of the fastest-growing agencies in the business. Cal hates him. I suspect Cal was so determined to set up shop on the West Coast because Jared was out here. And I suspect Jared set up an office in LA because Cal did. I don't want to be caught in the middle of their turf war, but if it happens, I won't back down. I've cultivated the killer as much as the heart, and know which to deploy in any given situation. Jared Foster would definitely qualify as a situation. I don't think of him or that night, if I can help it. Humiliation, hurt, confusion, anger. That's all I remember. Oh, and the best sex of my life. Jared Foster remains the best thing that ever happened to my vagina, despite how horrendously left that night went. So yeah, I didn't want to hear any personal details about him. I couldn't have missed that he had gotten married, but I guess I did miss that he has a daughter. I swallow around some strange hot lump in my throat as I watch her dark head touching the silky fair strands I threaded my fingers through for one night. He's carrying her like she's the most precious thing in the world. They're laughing, and her skinny arms loop around his neck. A petite, dark-haired woman walks up behind them carrying hot dogs and beer. Her face is a replica of the little angel in Jared's arms. She would be petite. She would be perfect. At least she's not a Cindy. I turn away, hopefully before he noticed me gaping at him and his family. "Hot, right?" Quinn asks, hush-voiced. And the kid takes him to lava level. I offer, non-committally, around a bite of string cheese and a sip of water. "Oh, God," Quinn Soto squeals. "He's coming over here." I choke on my cheese, and a light sweat sprouts across the surface of my entire body. I will not let him reduce me to this again. To this naive, nervous girl who starts breathing heavily every time he's within a 2-yard radius. If I was facing him across a negotiating table, it would be an even playing field. I can hold my own with the best of them. But this isn't a boardroom. It's a basketball game. My current lover just ran onto the court. My one-night lover is headed this way. And even knowing I'm long over Jared, my stupid heart does that thing it does sometimes when I think about him. Jerk.
9. Jared.
"Where are we sitting?" Iris asks from slightly behind me. "I want nachos,"
Sarai whines, frowning at the hot dogs her mother carries.
"Sarai, you said hot dogs,"
Iris returns firmly.
"and I got hot dogs. I'm not going all the way back to get nachos now."
"But, Mommy, I'll get the nachos," I cut in. "Once we get settled and find our seats, I'll go back."
"Thank you, Uncle Jared,"
Sarai says sweetly, blinking those mile-long lashes at me. They start so young. How does August live with this? Not gonna lie, it's a lot of estrogen right now. After a hard day, I'd much rather be in my LA apartment with the city sprawled beneath my balcony and a glass of that overpriced whiskey Bent sent me for Christmas. Instead, I'm at a basketball game, refereeing the 2 beautiful girls in August's life. Don't get me wrong, on my short list of people I can tolerate for more than a day, Iris and Sarai are near the top. But damn. We're approaching the section of seats where I recognize several Waves team friends and family when I see her. Beside our 3 empty seats is Banner Morales and Quinn Barrow, one of her clients. As always, Banner's beautiful. It really bothers me that she was always gorgeous. It would be much more convenient if she didn't glow. If those silky hairs weren't escaping that knot on top of her head and skimming her cheeks and the nape of her neck. If those wide, same-sized lips weren't curved in a genuine smile. Her features aren't delicate. They're bold, each one daring you to look away. Fuck my life. And hearing that she's dating Zoe Vidali doesn't help. Not that I still have feelings for her, I don't. Not the soft, gooey ones I nurtured in college. But the hard ones, the ones poking behind my zipper, they might still be around, especially when Banner is roaming out in public looking like this.
"Oh gosh,"
Iris says, her voice tinged with excitement.
"Are those our seats right beside Banner?"
"Yep, looks like."
"Oh, this is perfect."
Iris beams up at me.
"You know how much I..."
"Love her," I interrupt with a grimace. "Yeah, you mentioned." Look, if you can check your inner fangirl, that'd be great. Banner may be your Wonder Woman caped crusader in this business, but she's also the managing partner for a rival agency that just set up shop a few blocks from Elevation.
Okay.
Iris nods and gives me a rueful smile.
But I do really like her.
Most people do. I roll my eyes. Just remember you work for me, and she and I vie for the same clients.
Have you ever blocked her shot?
Iris asks softly, probably because we're closer to our seats now, and Banner. A cocky grin takes over my mouth. I'm known for the block shot. Like in basketball, when one opponent deflects a field goal attempt as the ball is on its way to the hole, I love nothing more than to let another agent think he has a client on lock. Meanwhile, I knock on back doors and meet in back rooms to convince the client I'm the better option. I block their shit just when they think they're about to score. No, I've never blocked Banner's shot, I reply, but level a frank warning look at Iris. But I wouldn't hesitate. Results trump feelings.
Sheesh, glad I'm not an agent,
Iris says.
I'll stick to marketing, less blood.
That's what she thinks. If I was in marketing, there would be blood. Banner is studying her phone when we reach the seats, but her client Quinn isn't. She's smiling up at me like I'm an ice cream cone in the Mojave Desert. I get that a lot and use it with no shame. Hi, I say, meeting Quinn's eyes with a smile of my own. I think these are our seats.
Banner's head pops up, and her eyes narrow before she pulls her professional mask in place.
Banner Morales. Wow, I drawl, setting Sarai down at the seat between Iris and me. Long time no see.
Her expression says not long enough, and her polite smile barely disguises it. Jared, great to see you again. She looks over at Iris and Sarai. Introduce me to your family.
Pause. Does she think I've procreated? This is Iris West, I say pointedly. My sister-in-law and my niece Sarai. Iris, this is Banner Morales.
Nice to meet you. Banner shakes Iris's hand and offers a wide, natural smile for Sarai. Hi, Sarai. Aren't you the prettiest thing?
Sarai burrows her head into the pant leg of my suit, and peekaboo smiles at Banner, who tweaks her nose and chuckles.
I bet you're not shy at all.
Banner continues, her whole focus on my niece. Sarai giggles and shakes her head.
She's beautiful, Iris.
Thank you, my sister-in-law replies, sliding me a cautious glance before going on.
I'm really looking forward to hearing you speak at the convention next week. In Denver?
Banner asks, her expression surprised.
You're an agent?
No, sports marketing, Iris says.
Well, I look forward to seeing you there.
Banner glances at me.
I'm just putting it all together now. Sister-in-law, so you're married to August?
Yes. Iris beams, and only the most hardened cynic would doubt she's with my famous brother for any reason but love.
Now I recognize you, Banner says. You haven't been married long, right? Congratulations. Thank you.
Oh, Banner sends her friend an apologetic look.
Sorry, this is my friend, Quinn Barrow. I love your app. I was lucky enough to get in the beta group, Iris says, accepting Quinn's outstretched hand. This morning, it told me to put my wide ride in gear.
Is this a good thing? My confusion must show because Banner chuckles and explains.
Quinn developed a fitness app called Girl, You Better. It's still in beta, she says, pride shining from every pore. It gives you messages like a Garmin would, but sassier. It's affectionately known as the Ghetto Garmin, Quinn pipes in with a laugh.
She, Iris, and Banner are chatting more about the app and Quinn's line of workout gear when I leave to get the nachos. Quinn really is a beautiful woman. Beyond her red hair and creamy skin, there's a strength and power on the inside. It comes across. She has talked more than once about how Banner pursued her when she was depressed, suicidal in the hospital after she lost her leg. She wouldn't be a multi-million-dollar empire if Banner hadn't seen her potential. Good for you, Banner. She's not like the rest of us. I knew she wouldn't be, but I'm not allowing myself feelings. Elevation is at a crucial place in our development. If you're not with us, you're against us, and Banner is definitely not with us. When I return with Sarai's nachos, Iris is screaming at the refs as usual. August may have found a girl who loves basketball as much as he does. I sit, finally. Damn, I'm exhausted, and still have to drive back to L.A. tonight. If I hadn't promised August I'd stay with the girls until the game is over, I'd leave early. I'm also not used to being this close to Banner for any amount of time. She's fully engaged with the game when I return to our seats with Sarai's nachos, or doing a great imitation of it and just ignoring me. Probably that last one.
How are you liking L.A., Jared? Quinn leans forward to ask. Iris was just telling us you've only been there a few months.
Yeah, I'm getting settled. I'll stick to the personal stuff since Banner and my business should not mix. Whole Foods and Starbucks are the marks of any great civilization. As long as I have those, I can figure out the rest. I'm looking for a gym, if you know a good one.
Come to my gym. Quinn clasps her hands under her chin. It's called Titanium.
Banner almost imperceptibly shakes her head, widening her eyes at Quinn, a subtle signal to shut the hell up. Oh, I've heard of that, I say, injecting my voice with more enthusiasm just to bother Banner. I'd love to come.
I have guest passes, Quinn says absently, squinting at Banner like she's trying to decode the message her friend is sending. I can leave them up front in your name.
Excellent. I catch Banner's eye and wink. Then it's settled. Exasperation skids across her face before she smooths it over.
You'll love it,
she says neutrally.
Seems like you'll be everywhere I turn. My city, my gym.
It'll be like old times, I murmur, allowing just enough suggestiveness in my voice to maybe make her blush. Laundromat Banner's cheeks would be flushed pink by now. This new Banner doesn't even blink, but stares at me like she's waiting for me to come harder. Come harder? I need to check my thoughts because coming harder shouldn't be in the same zip code as this woman. We retreat to our corners for the next 3 quarters, her talking and laughing with Quinn, me answering Sarai's 1,000,001 questions and helping Iris keep her entertained. How could someone so small be so much work? By the 4th quarter, I'm convinced August deserves a gold medal. Even though we don't exchange 2 words, I'm acutely aware of Banner beside me. I surreptitiously take in the changes she's undergone. I never really paid attention to Banner's weight before. Ironic, since that was ultimately what sabotaged whatever we might have had. But even I can tell she's lost a significant amount. I glimpse flashes of toned thighs and the fashionably holy jeans. She's wearing makeup, which conceals the 7 freckles I know march across her nose. At a break in her conversation with Quinn and mine with Iris, I lean toward her. So who you got? I ask. She does a double take, like she had forgotten I was even here. Flattering.
Oh, sorry. She spares me a quick glance before turning her attention back to the court. What did you say?
Who were you pulling for?
My client, she replies cagily, full lips tweaking. Of course, she has a client on each team. Keenan on the Waves and Zoe on the Vancouver Titans.
So, you and Vidale, huh?
I didn't mean to ask that question. I usually exercise more control over the space between what I think and what I say. Excuse me? Her voice is imperiously chilly when she turns to look me in the eye.
I heard you were dating your client, I say, hoping it makes her uncomfortable because what the hell? I thought she was smarter than that. I thought you were smarter than that. So much for controlling what comes out of my mouth.
And I thought you were better at minding your own damn business, she snaps, eyes pinched at the corners. There is nothing unethical about my relationship, business or personal, with Zoe.
Then why are you defensive?
Why are you prying?
I'm not, I say, my own tone icing over. The question isn't, is it ethical? The better question may be, is it wise?
And maybe an even better question is, why do you care?
Hey, I twist my lips and shrug. Just trying to help a friend."
"I've seen your idea of friendship, Jared," she says stiffly. "I'll take my chances."
Before I can address those fighting words, Mitch Sanderson approaches with a tall young man in tow. Sanderson is such a waste of space. He's an awful negotiator and a shit agent. He wouldn't know a good deal if it sucked his dick under the table. How he's still at Bagley, I have no idea. Actually, I do know how. The pride. The same way he got there in the first place. "Banner, I want you to meet someone," he says, stopping in front of Banner and Quinn. "This is Lamont Christopher."
"Very nice to meet you, Lamont," Banner says, smiling warmly and shaking the kid's hand. "I hope Mitch is taking good care of you."
"Yes, ma'am," he answers with a hint of a southern drawl.
"Enjoying the game?"
Banner asks. "We have been," Sanderson replies before Lamont can. "But we're gonna head out to beat the traffic." You gotta be kidding me. Banner is letting Sanderson handle the presumptive overall #1 draft pick. I assumed she was handling discussions with Christopher since she is known around the league as the Rookie Whisperer, setting up rookies to succeed in their finances, performance, and general well-being is her M.O. Her rookies are notorious for keeping clean noses and full bank accounts even post-ball. She basically babies them into stellar careers. But if she's trusting such a prize to Sanderson's ineptitude, blocking this shot will be like taking candy from a baby. "Good to see you again, Lamont," I interject, since neither Banner nor Sanderson seem inclined to introduce him to the enemy. Smart. Well, Banner's smart. I won't make assumptions about Sanderson. "Mr. Foster?" Lamont's eyes light with recognition. "Good to see you too." I visited a few of his college games, but he got into some trouble near the end of his freshman year. His on-court abilities make him a hot commodity, but his off-court antics make him a possible liability. I had decided he wasn't worth the trouble, but now that I know Bagley's after him, I may change my mind. If I'm recalling correctly, he likes strip clubs. Of course he does. Pigs love slop. It's self-evident. He's a red-blooded male. It's tits, ass, and lots of cash floating around. An unholy trinity few men can resist. Sanderson and Lamont exit the arena, and Banner resumes conversation with Quinn, studiously ignoring me for the rest of the game and not revisiting our budding argument from before, which disappoints me. There are few things more arousing than Banner on a warpath. She stands as the final buzzer sounds and would probably leave without another word to me if not for Quinn's manners.
"It was nice meeting you, Jared,"
Quinn says, her friendly smile determinedly in place, even though her friend's glare must be burning a hole in the side of her face.
"Don't forget, I'll leave the guest pass at the titanium front desk for you."
"Thanks. That's really sweet," I say, and mean it. Quinn seems like a genuinely kind person, an endangered species in L.A.
"It was great meeting you too, Iris,"
Banner says, reaching around me to touch my sister-in-law's shoulder and brush a hand over a sleeping Sarai's curls.
"Same,"
Iris near gushes.
"I'll see you next week in Denver."
"Sure thing." Finally, reluctantly, Banner's eyes land on me, and she speaks grudgingly.
"Good to see you again, Foster."
"I'm sure we'll see more of each other now that we're both in L.A., I remind her. Maybe at the gym tomorrow. She grimaces, but salvages it into a grin at the last minute.
One can only hope.
She turns to Quinn.
"You ready? I need to find Zoe."
"Finally a night together,"
Quinn says, her tone teasing and salacious. Banner flashes a quick, self-conscious look my way, but doesn't answer. She just takes Quinn's hand and drags her in the direction of the opposing team's players' tunnel. So he's staying with Banner instead of flying back with the team. Makes sense. If Banner was my girl, I'd stay back and fuck her too. If Banner was my girl. The phrase boings around my head on a pogo stick for a few minutes while I escort Iris and Sarai to the opposite players' tunnel, where August will be. As soon as they are safely with him, I head for my car to start the trip from San Diego to L.A. I pull up the Bluetooth for a phone call before I even make it out of the lot. It's late to call my assistant, but she knows how I operate. All the time.
Seriously? China sounds like she was asleep. It's not that late. This is way after hours, Jared. What do you need?
Now don't go drawing personal boundaries, I tell her, letting her hear the rare affection I hold for her and so few others. It's too late for that shit. You've spoiled me all these years. Her heavy sigh is followed by a long-suffering chuckle.
One day, you're gonna meet the woman you can't charm.
Already did, my friend. Just left her.
So, what we got? She asks, now that I'm up.
You remember the guy we met who owns the new strip club downtown?
Yeah? You said he reminded you of a lizard in snakeskin.
That's the one. I laugh, pushing the button to lower the top on my convertible. It's a glorious night for a drive. Call him. I need to...
10. Banner. Girl, you better get you some. In the early morning quiet of my bathroom, I shush Quinn's app like it understands me. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm recording my food and workout from yesterday because I forgot last night. In addition to tracking nutrition, fitness, and water intake, it also logs sexual activity and menstrual cycle. Considering my PCOS diagnosis, I need to monitor this closely. Zoe spent the night with me instead of at the hotel with the team. He's in the bedroom asleep, and I don't want to wake him up. We had sex. That's not unusual in a healthy relationship between two consenting adults. But we've been best friends since he coerced Cal Bagley into making me his agent nearly 10 years ago. At that point in his life, Zoe needed a friend more than he needed sharp negotiation skills and experience. I was that friend. I walked with him through that first year following his family's death. In interviews, he always says he probably wouldn't have gotten through the pressures of his rookie year and all the grief he had to process without me. It went both ways. I needed a friend just as badly. I got tossed into a pool of sharks, sink or swim. It was the rookie year for us both, and he was there for me too. Only in the last year did he express that he wanted more than friendship. Initially, I was a hard no. Why ruin a good thing? And frankly, as fine as Zoe is, I'd never thought of him that way. I told him as much, but he kept asking. Eventually, I caved, and we went out on one date. And then another. And then a third. I'm not going to say lightning struck. It didn't. But it was nice to have someone as attractive as Zoe want me. It was nice having someone to cuddle with while watching a movie. Nice to be holding someone's hand when walking on the beach. The first time we made love, I cried into my pillow after. Not because it was awful. It was good. It was sweet and tender and good. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just ruined something precious. That I jumped off a building and was just waiting for the splat. But there has been no splat. Just falling. I guess this is falling in love? It's a shame that at 32 years old, I've never been in love. But who's had time? The occasional hookup, drinks here and there, dinner. I'd made myself vulnerable to 2 men in college, and both were disastrous. I may still be falling for Zoe, but I know I can trust him, and he knows he can trust me. That must be a huge part of love. Girl, you better get your butt in gear. My workout times are also scheduled into the app, so she knows I haven't left the house and should already be on my way to Titanium. I'm going, I grumble. Before I leave, I perform my everyday ritual of looking at myself naked in the mirror. There was a time I couldn't do it. I couldn't stand naked in front of a mirror and just stare at myself, take in my imperfections without flinching, without hearing the criticisms from culture, of men on the street, of my exes, from myself, the harshest critic of all. And looking at myself naked each morning, I may see a little extra flesh around the middle, or one day, not yet, thank God, some boob droop, or, God forbid, a squarer ass. But I make the choice every day to accept the girl who stares back at me, to offer her the same unconditional love she offers the people she cares about, her family and friends. I would never judge those closest to me, never say the things to them that I used to say to myself. If there are things I see that I want to change, I develop a plan to work on them. If there are things I cannot change, I work to accept them. I will never be petite. I'm just not made that way. Some of it's just genetic. My hips, my ass, my very bones are too big for that. I'm not interested in being tiny. I want to be strong and healthy and feel good in my clothes. And now I do. When people first started realizing that Zoe and I were dating, Hollywood Hannah referred to me as the biggest Kardashian. I thought that was so cruel, not only to me, but to Chloe. I understood the reference. Chloe has worked hard to have a strong, healthy body, but when you see her standing beside her sisters, she is and will probably always be the biggest Kardashian. Like me, she'll never be tiny. My relationship with food is more complicated than any relationship I've had with a man. My feelings drive me into binges or starvation. In counseling, I sorted out what food should be to me. It's for nutrition, not to make me feel better. It's not comfort. It's not a companion to make me feel less lonely. It is not a friend I celebrate special occasions with. It is fuel. It oils my engine so I can live my best life, so I can pursue my dreams, so I can make this world a better place. Once I've braved my daily look in the mirror, I tame my hair into 2 long braids, brush my teeth, and splash water on my face. I'll shower at the gym, but I'm wearing no makeup. I look about 16. Not exactly my tough chick face. I grab pieces from Quinn's titanium workout gear collection out of my laundry basket. Even a year ago, I never would have worn something this revealing, though it's modest by most standards. The cut-off t-shirt reads, "The future is Latina," and shows my midriff, consequently leaving my hips, ass, and thighs exposed in the capri workout pants. I can't resist. I turn my back to the mirror and stare at my ass. Accepting myself as I am doesn't mean I won't work to improve and be the best version of myself inside and out. Sponge banner square pants, huh? I say aloud. Extra squats for you today. I tiptoe through the bedroom, making sure the drapes are drawn tight to keep out light until Zoe is ready to wake up. I peer down at him, picking out his striking features in the shadows. He's a beautiful man, inside and out. He's won Citizen Awards for his humanitarian work and is generally held as the kindest guy in the NBA. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who doesn't love Zoe. I drop a light kiss on his unruly mop of dark curls. I'm a very lucky girl. I climb into my ivory Range Rover with butterscotch hand-stitched leather seats, a special treat to myself, and keep counting blessings on my way to the gym. I try to start every day with gratitude. Zoe is at the top of that list, along with my family and friends like Quinn. Every time I walk through Titanium's doors, I feel a spark of pride. Quinn, that broken girl with bandages covering fresh slits on her wrists, the one who did nothing but glare all day at the space where her leg used to be. She made this. She wept on my shoulder after each rehab session, not because learning to walk with only one leg hurt so much, but because she wanted her other leg back so badly. That girl did this. I believed in her so much that I even invested seed money into this gym. Best investment I ever made. I fob in at the front desk and head up to the studio where Quinn trains me 3 times a week. I would have referred to. I've never been able to shake the image of the types of girls Jared dated when we were in college. It only heightened my embarrassment, realizing how gullible I was to think he actually wanted me that night. I hope it was worth it, being a part of the pride. He told me he didn't join, but I've seen photos of him with Bent on yachts, at galas, ski trips. They remain close, and Bent stood with that group of jackals who taunted me. I know August West is involved with Elevation, probably funding much of it, but you don't end up owning an agency like Elevation at Jared's age without a lot of favors. And nobody does favors like the Pride. "Morning, ladies," I greet Quinn and Tanya, who teaches Titanium's pole dancing classes. "Hey, love." Tanya pulls me into a Chanel-scented hug. Even at 6 in the morning, she smells of her signature scent. "You look amazing, Banner. I've been meaning to tell you." "Thank you," I reply, returning Tanya's squeeze. "You look beautiful as usual. Best calves in the business. Stripper heels and stripper poles, honey." She tosses a swath of blonde hair and looks me up and down. "I'd love to get you in one of my classes. Hell, I'd love to get you in one of my clubs, Banner. Men love tits and ass, and you've got both, my dear." My face heats. I'm used to being complimented on my intelligence and things that have little to do with the outside. I always said it didn't matter. But that was another lie I fed myself. The gulf between the truth and the lies we tell ourselves is filled with misery. It's not bad to enjoy praise about the physical. That doesn't make me shallow. I can be as proud of losing more than 50 pounds as I am of negotiating an 8-figure deal for one of my clients. I'm not the smart girl, or the pretty one, or the whatever label people want to assign me. I can be all those things at once. The class, maybe, I say. The club, never. My last date appreciated my time on the pole, Quinn interjects with a roguish grin. If you know what I mean. My virgin ears. I cover my ears and laugh. I doubt there is anything virgin left on you, Quinn says. Not after last night with Zoe. It's been weeks since you saw each other, right? I'll take it easy on you today, since I'm sure he didn't last night. I chuckle right along with my friends, neither confirming or denying, and quickly change the subject. Speaking of the pole, I say to Tanya, you still do those parties here in the city? As long as there are horny men looking to get shit-faced, Tanya says wryly. I'm doing parties, but those are separate from the clubs. All private, high-end affairs. Yeah, I know. I look at her frankly. I have an awkward favor. Anything for you, Banner. You know that. I have a couple of guys who, if they sneeze too hard, could be out on their asses. The league is watching them like a hawk. Think you and your girls could keep an eye out? What exactly are we watching out for? Tanya asks, her precisely plucked brows lifting. Not just being at a party. They can have their fun. I mean, drugs or something that could get them in real trouble. I don't want it on Instagram or TMZ if we can help it. It wouldn't be exactly professional, Tanya says, a glint in her eye. And I can't make any promises. But tell me who I'm looking for. Oh, I got a list. The three of us laugh. Many of my duties representing clients, especially young players in the NBA, which has become somewhat of a specialty of mine, are written in invisible fine print. Between tail, weed, and fights in the club, I add as our laughter dies off, I need all the help I can get keeping these guys in line and under contracts. We'll be on the lookout. Tanya grabs her tote from the floor and heads toward the exit. In the meantime, try to make one of my pole dancing classes. I nod and laugh, starting to stretch before Quinn tells me to. Is that the new model aesthetic scent? I ask, nodding to the prosthetic lower leg I haven't seen her wear before. Yeah. Quinn extends it for me to see. Pretty cool, actually. Cool enough for you to put your name behind it? I lean into an abductor stretch. Aesthetic has been after her for a year to endorse their line of prosthetics. We'll see. She puts on her drill sergeant face.
I'm more concerned about your legs than theirs right now. Come on, give me some squats. Ass to grass, lady. We're both incredibly focused people, so we go through the motions of my workout with almost no chatter for the first 20 minutes, other than the orders she barks to guide me. We're starting battle ropes before she delves into her juicy gossip phase. "So, about last night," she says, lips pressed into a sneaky grin. I pause to look at her warily, a rope in each hand. "What about last night?" "I just thought I picked up on something." She pretends to search for a word, but I know how calculating my friend is when she senses a tidbit. She probably practiced this conversation in the mirror this morning. "Interesting." "Oh?" I start the workout, snapping the ropes, alternating left and right. "What was so interesting?" "You and Jared Foster?" One rope slips from my hands, throwing the rhythm off. I ignore her raised brows and pick up the fallen rope. Our two names, even linked casually, stands the hair up on my neck. I don't have feelings for him anymore, but I would never presume to be safe around Jared. The man is his own danger zone. There is no me and Jared Foster. I fix all my concentration on the forceful undulation of the ropes in my hands. "Really?" Quinn takes a sip of her berry-infused water. "Then what was that my spidey senses picked up between you two?" "Disdain? Revulsion? Nausea?" I ask with false pleasantness. "I think you got your webs crossed, Spidey." "You forget I can sniff out sexual tension like a bloodhound." "I didn't forget. I never knew." I drop the ropes and walk away to grab a towel and wipe my face. "Well, I can," she asserts, hands on slim hips. "And there was something there. Fess up." "There's nothing to fess." "I won't judge, you know," she says softly. "I mean, if you're worried about Zoe or whatever." I freeze with a bottle of water midway to my mouth and glance Quinn's way. Her expression is the patience of a saint and the obstinacy of the devil. "Okay, so we have a history," I admit. "We went to college together." "Oh my God." She clutches her imaginary pearls dramatically. "To see that man in his prime." "I'm pretty sure he's in his prime now," I say, remembering how Jared looked last night. This was pre-prime, and he was still kind of prime-ish. "So did you guys—" She makes a hole with 2 fingers and thrusts another finger in and out. "Do the nasty?" I heave a breath and close my eyes, not wanting the flood of curiosity and questions I know my answer could unleash. "One night. We had a one-night stand my senior year, but it ended badly." Fuck the fat girl. "Really badly," I reiterate, focusing on the high shine of the studio floor. "And we haven't been around each other much over the last decade. When we are, our interactions range from polite to awkward, but I suspect we have the potential for downright hostile." "So, in college it was hate fucking?" Quinn whispers hopefully. "'Cause that shit is intense. If there was a chair in here, she'd pull one right up. No, in college we were... All the nights we laughed and studied and challenged each other in that laundromat invade my memory. Jared helping fold my clients' clothes and teasing me about my bad knock-knock jokes. We were friends. "Maybe you can be friends again," Quinn says. "He seemed pretty cool last night." I think it's best to just leave it alone. I grab a yoga mat for poses to end the workout. We're at rival firms, and if there's one thing I know has not changed about Jared, he's still ruthless. More now than ever. And I had to go and give him guest passes. Quinn adjusts my body in Kapotasana pose. "Yeah, thanks for that." I laugh at her chagrined expression.
It's okay. Hopefully we can avoid each other. And how was it last night after not seeing Zoe for so long? Her knowing look seeks to know more. You guys fuck like savages? Never. I chastise myself for the thought. We've been together 6 months, and I keep hoping for wild chandelier sex, but that hasn't happened. It sounds crazy, but sex has never been as important to me as all the other things that make a relationship work, that make it rich. It was really good to be with him again, for sure, I say, neatly sidestepping her question. The timer on her watch goes off, indicating that our session is over. When is he moving in? She asks. The Titans will make the playoffs. I grab my water bottle and bag from the corner of the studio. I don't anticipate them going too far, though. Not this year. He'll come here after his last playoff game and plans to stay until he has to report for preseason workouts. Wow. That sounds serious. Quinn smiles warmly. He's a good man. The best. I deftly shift topics. I'm loving the Girl You Better app, by the way. We chat about the app and how it might be improved until we reach the front desk. As soon as employees spot her, Quinn is pulled in several different directions. I gotta go. She kisses my cheek. Make sure to log your points. All right, Sarge, I joke. I will. I'm leaving, focused on logging my workout into my phone, when I bump into someone entering the building as I exit. We somehow end up trapped together in a partition of the revolving door. I'm so sorry, Him. Imagine seeing you here, Jared drawls, standing still so I can't move forward either. His closely cropped hair glints golden in the bright morning sun. It is my gym, I answer caustically. Your gym, Jared says, arms folded across his chest. Your city? I don't remember you being this possessive. I'm surprised you remember me at all. One dark blonde brow ascends and that wide mouth tips at one corner. Pretty pastel, he murmurs, his deep voice and his damn seductive scent suffusing the tight glass-encased space, making it a hothouse. What? My mind blanks because he couldn't be saying, You still use the same dryer sheets. He leans forward and sniffs my shoulder. Stop that. I bat him away, conscious of the fact I didn't take the shower I had planned. Are they or are they not called Pretty Pastel? He asks. His self-satisfied look darkens and intensifies the longer we stand transfixed in this glass box of boiling air. You don't want to know all the things I remember, Ban, he says, his laugh husky. Or maybe you do. I do not. Our words, our breath, whatever is condensating in this partition between us is literally fogging the glass. Let me out. A woman enters on the other side, bewildered that the revolving door isn't revolving, that we aren't moving. Jared flashes her one of those smiles, and she blushes and bats her damn eyelashes. We can only get out of this if he steps forward and I step back. Even for just the few seconds it takes to free us, it feels like he's advancing on me. I'll be seeing you, Banner, he calls from inside as I walk to the parking lot. Not if I see you first, I mutter. I click my car open and climb in, slamming the door with unnecessary roughness. I don't even make it to the interstate before the phone rings in my car, my mother's name displaying on the screen. Hola, Mama. Hola, Banini. When Mama's family first moved here from Mexico, she spoke no English. One teacher in the overcrowded San Diego public school took extra time and care to make sure Mama learned English and helped her adjust to her new circumstances, her new country. That teacher was Ms. Banner Johnson, my namesake, but my family calls me Banini. How that started, no one remembers, but it stuck. How are you? I continue in Spanish. How's Papa? We are fine. Always fine. Papa's taking his medication? Considering what Mama cooks every day, diabetes was practically an inevitability. I'm constantly after Mama to adjust their diets. Between what he eats and how hard he works running the construction business he built from the ground up, I have reason to worry. Yes, yes, Mama replies with a touch of impatience. How are you? Are you eating? You were wasting away last time I saw you. Only my mother would accuse me of wasting away at a size 10. I'm eating. Promise, Mama. How is my boy? Mama's voice goes soft and sweet with the question, and there's no doubt who she's asking about. Zoe is fine. I laugh and take the exit to my house. He's at my place, still sleeping when I left. Tell him I'm mad he was in San Diego and I didn't get to see him, Mama says. She's actually chastising me for not bringing Zoe to the house. Scheduling was tight, I say by way of apology. I'll make sure you get to see him soon. He's coming to Anna's quinceañera, yeah? My niece, Anna, turns 15 this year. The quinceañera is like our blowout Sweet 16 party. But at 15. Our bat mitzvah. Our rite of passage making the transition from girl to woman. And the perfect excuse to throw a massive party. That's months away, Mama. But yes, Zoe is planning to be there. Good. He's family. Even before we started dating, Zoe was considered family. That first Christmas after his family died, I invited him to spend it with us. He's been adopted into my family and spends every holiday with us. They dropped hints about a romantic relationship between us years before Zoe expressed interest. Once they found out he wanted more, the teasing, the pressure, only intensified. It was just a matter of time. We've only been dating 6 months, but talk of a wedding and little bebés for Mama to spoil has already begun. Camila knows I'm paying for the venue, right? I ask. My sister is a single mother, doing so much on her own and always refusing my help. She didn't like it, Mama admits, but she has agreed. Why is it so hard for her to let me help, Mama? We are sisters. She is your older sister, Banini, Mama says softly. All the things you both dreamed about, you've actually done. Your sister made different choices. She wouldn't trade Anna for the world, but hers was a different path. She's been slowed down. Maybe sometimes it's hard for her to see you running so far ahead. That renders me speechless. It never occurred to me that Camila, gorgeous, perfectly formed Camila, could ever envy me. My sister does not have a weight problem. Never has. She's beautiful, and with that beauty came many temptations. While I was studying and wondering why no one else wanted to spend their weekends learning Italian, she yielded to every temptation, the greatest of which was Anna's father, who is now nowhere to be found. I suck my teeth and shake my head, exasperated. Well, this is Anna's big day, and I will help make it as special as it can possibly be, I say, like Camila and I had. My quinceañera wasn't in a beautiful villa like the one I'm reserving for Anna. It was in a small salon near the church where Mass was held. My aunts all prepared the food, and the entire family was involved. My damas and I worked for months on the carefully choreographed dance. I bonded with all 14 girls, and did the same for them when it was their turn. I still have my first heels I received that night, I tell Mama, smiling, reminiscing. Your Uncle Javier picked those out, believe it or not, Mama says, her deep chuckle making me miss her smile. Yes, but he could barely stand up to help put them on when the time came, I say, my words touched with affection for one of my favorite godparents. Yes, well, Javier loves his tequila almost as much as he loves you. We laugh together,
as I pull into the short, pebbled driveway of my pride and joy, the mid-century modern post and beam house I purchased when I relocated. Though only 3 bedrooms and 2 baths, the tongue-and-groove ceilings, clear-story windows, walls of glass, and cool concrete floors create an open, airy tone that I appreciate after apartment living in New York for years. And the view through all that glass offers me the Hollywood Hills on nature's platter. I let myself into the house through the garage, still listening to Mama, and smile at Zoe over his bare, muscled chest and bowl of cereal. "Mama, let's talk later," I say. "There's someone here who wants to speak to you." I hand the phone to Zoe. "Hola, Mama," he says, trying to pull me onto his lap. I avoid his hands and laugh over my shoulder, leaving him and my mother chatting in rapid Spanish and laughing like the old friends they are, probably plotting our engagement. I leave them to it so I can shower and get to work. I'm drying off when the bathroom door opens, letting steam out and my boyfriend in. Irrationally self-conscious, I grip the towel tighter around my breasts. Silly. He's seen me naked many times during our relationship, but I'm not used to sharing my space and my privacy. His big hands grip me by the hips as he pulls me close and kisses me thoroughly. I'm breathless and reassured by the time he's done. This can work. This should and will work. There's no reason it shouldn't. "How is the gym?" he asks, stepping away to shuck off his boxers, revealing his beautiful, well-conditioned athlete's body. "It was great." I go into my walk-in closet, pulling out a summer pantsuit to put on once I'm done with my hair and makeup. Quinn had no mercy as usual. "I wish I'd gotten to spend more time with her." He raises his voice over the shower. "I wish I had more time with you, for that matter." "I know. This trip was much too quick," I yell back. "And next week I'm in Denver for that convention." I head back into the bathroom to grab my hairdryer. There's a snow globe on the counter beside it. It's heavy when I pick it up. The base is marble with Vancouver, British Columbia etched into the stone. A winter sunset fills the glass arch, a gold and scarlet sky vivid against the snowy ground, and the drift of powdery flakes when I shake it. I walk over to the shower, globe in hand, delighted grin on my face. "And what is this?" I ask. A pleased smile creases Zoe's handsome face. "Just a little something I picked up for you." "It's beautiful." I lean my hand in to kiss him lightly on the lips, but his soapy hands slide down my arms and bring me under the spray. "Zoe!" I laugh and grab at the towel slipping from my breasts and the globe slipping from my hand. "Thank me properly," he says, his voice husky, his eyes hot on my wet, bare skin. I tip up on my toes to kiss him, taking his tongue into my mouth and allowing the towel to fall. I press my body into his and slide my fingers into the thick, wet curls at his neck. He groans, cups my ass, and pushes into the V of my naked thighs. "I can't. I'm already late." I giggle into the watery kiss, pick up the now sodden towel, and step out of the shower. But consider yourself properly thanked. His laughter follows me to the linen closet, where I find a fresh towel to dry off and wrap around myself again. "You got a full day?" Zoe asks, his voice still slightly raised over the shower. "Very." I run a hand through the hair hanging past my shoulders and pick up the dryer. "Isn't every day?" "When do you meet with Lowell?" Even with my back turned, I know Zoe well enough to hear concern in his voice. Lowell, the Titans' president of basketball operations, is a tough customer. He'll play hardball because Zoe's numbers are down, and it's bad timing. Right at the end of the regular season, going into post, his performance started suffering. But Zoe has almost a decade of outstanding performance in this league. He's eligible for a Supermax contract,
the designated veteran player extension, which can be up to 35% of a team's cap space, but can only be given by the team that drafted the player. He's earned it, and I plan to get it for him. Hey! I put my dryer on the counter and turned to face the shower, propping my butt against the counter and meeting the concern I anticipated in his eyes. You know I got you.
En las buenas,
he says, our private message of loyalty through the years. Through thick. En las malas, I reply. Through thin. I'm reassured by the warm feeling of contentment his smile brings. The trepidation I haven't been able to shake, my fear that our relationship will somehow ruin our friendship, is unfounded. We've been too close for too long. En las buenas y en las malas. What could possibly come between us?
11. Jared. Do not live someone else's life and someone else's idea of what womanhood is. Womanhood is you. Viola Davis, Oscar-winning actress. I don't believe in fate. The universe is not some omnipotent force moving us around like chess pieces, manipulating us or protecting us or colliding us. Work hard, good things happen. Or not. It's life, a cosmic crapshoot in which odds don't mean shit. I'm more fatalism, less fate. With that said, I do believe circumstances happen in a certain order at a certain time, and for a certain reason. That does sound suspiciously like fate, but I dwell less on the why things happen and more on how I should respond when they do. I sense storms coming, things shifting in the air. That helps me plan. It's helped me in every area of my life, especially the market. I have my own money, nothing compared to Bent's generational coffers. His mother traces her roots back to the Mayflower. Several times Bent has tipped me off, gotten me in on the ground floor of something big, but it's my gut that tells me when to play. An intuition. I just know. I've seen Banner Morales more in the last 2 weeks than I have in the last 10 years, and I just know something's shifting. When we literally ran into each other at the gym, the scent of those dryer sheets transported me back to late nights in Suds. Before we worked for rival firms, before Prescott's stupid prank broke the fragile connection between us, back to a time of discovery, deciding what I felt for her, figuring out how she felt about me when all I had to go on were the shifting winds. Something's shifting. I stand outside the ballroom where Banner's doing her talk on women in sports management. I finished my presentation for this convention in Denver a little early and found my feet bringing me here. I'm not a woman in sports management. I could lie to myself and say I'm coming to meet Iris. We'd arranged to connect after our respective sessions. She's in here. Knowing her hero worship for Banner, she's in the front row capturing every word as soon as it leaves Banner's mouth. I may be a ruthless son of a bitch, but I don't lie, especially not to myself. I'm not here for Iris. I'm here for Banner. I push the door open, hoping I can, even as the only male in the room, and 6'3" to boot, go unnoticed. I stand at the very back, pressed into a corner. At some point there was probably standing room only in here, but they've all sat down in seats and on the floor. There's a growing number of women in sports management, and they all seem to be squeezed into Banner's session. I'm not here to talk to you about sports, Banner says from the small stage. We all specialize in various sports or fields. Some are agents, some are in sports broadcasting, some marketing. We could be here all day talking about the ways we're different in our focus. She takes a sip from a nearby water bottle and spreads a smile around the room. I'm here to talk about how we are the same, our common challenges and possibilities, Banner says. For example, women only make 80 cents on the dollar to what men make. That's white women. Black women, not so fast. You're only at 63 cents on the dollar, and my Latina sisters, lo siento, we average only 54% of every dollar men make. Banner pauses, giving the discouraging numbers space to sink in.
I haven't seen her hair down much in the past, but it's loose around her shoulders today, thick and dark and shiny. She wears a narrow black leather skirt and a red silk blouse. The front view shows a breakneck curve from waist to hip. She turns to the side, and I see the diabolical dip from back to ass. Her only accessories are simple gold earrings and her confidence, which drapes her from head to toe. Damn, she looks good. Like the girl I knew, the one I saw even back then. The girl I saw inside has taken over the outside, too. Banner slowly scans the crowd from left to right. It feels like she's meeting every eye, even though that's impossible. Dr. Albright taught us that trick in our debate and public speaking class. Convince me. Our old professor's mantra pops in my head, and, inevitably, I recall the night I asked Banner to convince me she was a good kisser. It was too much at first, that kiss. I was too much. Too hungry and deprived after a semester wanting something I knew would be devastatingly sweet. And it was. Sweeter, better than I thought it would be. She was better. She was sweeter. I literally stole her breath with that kiss. She stole mine, too. The truth is in the numbers, Banner continues. We make less than men do, but the future isn't in the numbers. What's true today won't be in 100 years, in 10 years. It was held as fact that the earth was flat until it was proven otherwise. It was true that women couldn't vote 100 years ago, but the earth is round, and now we vote, now we speak and are heard. We remade truth. We reshaped fact. Banner is lit from the inside by her passion, and her convictions stand her up straight and proud. Our field is male-dominated, she says. We are a minority, some of us a few times over, but we have a voice. You have your talent. You have determination. I was doubted in every boardroom I walked into, but I never doubted myself because I knew what I was capable of. Do you know what you're capable of? Because if you don't, they'll never know either. You are your greatest natural resource, and don't let anyone strip you of that or tell you it's not enough. We are making the future, defying the odds just being in this room right now. Banner swings a look over the crowd. I don't give a damn about odds, she says. Odds don't tell me what I can't do. Odds just tell me how hard I'll have to work to get what I want. Don't allow anyone to make you feel less. A wry smile quirks the mouth that so captivated me 10 years ago. Let me get even more personal for a minute. She swallows glances at the floor and then back up to meet the crowd's attentiveness head on. I've always struggled with my weight. For most of my life, I compared myself to my sister, who was naturally slim. I compared myself to women in magazines who looked nothing like me. I let men determine how I felt about my body based on how they saw me. I allowed those things to make me feel smaller than I was. Not on the outside, on the inside. On the inside, I was a highly intelligent woman who spoke several languages, was the first in my family to go to college, and won full scholarships to the schools of my choice. But I hid that girl under bulky clothes. Banner disabuses me of the notion that I've gone undetected when she looks directly at me, finds me in the very back. I hid her in the dark, she says more softly, holding my stare for a few seconds before moving past me. But even when she looks away, I feel seared. Like in one glance and with a few words, she's burned years away. She takes us back to a darkened laundromat, the bright swirl of white splashing in the washing machine, the toss and slap of darks in the dryer, the thump-thump of my heart while I waited to kiss her again. I don't hide anymore, Banner continues. Not in the dark, not under bulky clothes, not even behind my intelligence, which I sometimes used as a shield to keep people out. Whether I'm 5 pounds up or 10 pounds down, I'm done hiding. I am done letting my waistline and other people define me. She shares her husky laugh with the crowd. Culture twists what it is to even be a feminist, tries to sort us into categories and force us to choose between being a good mother and being a successful businesswoman. I unabashedly want to rule every boardroom I step into, and I unashamedly want at least 4 kids. She smiles and shrugs. What can I say? I'm Catholic. She pauses for her audience to laugh, wearing a small grin while she waits. What I'm saying is to be unafraid to want it all and be disciplined enough to work hard to get it. Her smile fades, replaced by a steely determination that radiates from her inside and glows out. We can be fierce and feminine, tender-hearted and tough as nails. Life is seldom binary, and I've talked a lot about patriarchy and working in a male-dominated culture. But men are not our enemies. Any force that would diminish us, pigeonhole us, would make us one thing instead of all that we are. That's the enemy, even if it's inside of you. There are some real jerks out there, especially in the locker rooms and boardrooms we frequent, but there are good men too. I have good men in my life. My father, who's been faithful to my mother for 40 years. My boyfriend is a good man. Sometimes they feel more like exceptions than the rule, but they're out there. Her expression softens and her smile grows wide. If there's one thing I can leave with you, it's this. We work in a jungle and are surrounded by alpha males and apex predators. Everyone's looking to be the last one standing, to be at the top of the food chain, and they sometimes don't care who gets hurt in the process. Don't lose your heart. Don't lose your soul. Don't lose your compass. And that doesn't mean don't win. Win. Fight. Conquer. You have just as much right to success as anyone who works for it. It may be a jungle, and they may be lions. She pauses, her eyes finding mine again, holding mine. But the daughter of a lion is still a lion, and this is your domain. You got everything? I ask Iris, rolling her suitcase out to the front of the hotel and peering up the street for the car taking her to the airport. Yeah, she answers absently, checking her phone. I'm sure Sarai's fine. It's just lice, but August figuring out lice? Yeah, I agree with a wry grin. Get home as fast as you can. We both laugh at that. I just want to make sure it's handled thoroughly. She pokes out her bottom lip. I do hate to leave early, but I've gone to all the sessions I wanted to attend.
Good. I'll debrief with the team next week to hear takeaways, things we learned, that kind of thing.
I saw you. Iris glances up from her phone, assessing me and chewing the corner of her bottom lip. In Banner's session, in the back?
Oh, yeah? Iris, I think this is your guy in the black Tahoe. Oh, nope.
Was it just a matter of checking out the enemy, or...
Her expression asks me to fill in a blank I have no intention of filling in. Bagley's a rival firm. I keep my voice even, neutral. But Banner's not my enemy. I was just curious. Don't read too much into it.
What would I read into it?
Her eyes are wide and innocent, but I know better. Iris has survived a lot, been through things that sharpen your senses and intuition. Just checking on an old... I searched for the right word. Friend. Banner and I went to college together.
I had no idea.
A grin spreads on her face.
Did you two date or something?
I looked past her shoulder to the black SUV pulling up. Not exactly. Drop it, okay? Your car's here. After a searching glance, she shrugs.
Consider it dropped.
We greet the driver and I haul her bag into the back.
What are you doing tonight?
She asks, one foot on the running board, one foot on the ground. There's a thing at the bar. I'll show my face, or I may skip it and go crash. I'm exhausted. She climbs in and leans out the window.
Thank you for the opportunity to come and experience this.
Guess I don't have to ask which session was your favorite. Banner, right?
You look like you were enjoying her...
Mischief sparks behind her eyes.
I mean the talk, too.
What happened to consider it dropped? I lightly tap the hood, signaling it's time to head out. Go exterminate my niece's hair. As soon as I enter the hotel lobby, Mitch and a few other agents accost me. Foster, Mitch slurs, already halfway to falling down. Join us at the bar. Why the hell not? Alone in my room, I'll only rehearse what I heard today, the things Banner said that have been looping through my head. The last thing I need to be thinking about is Banner. She works for a rival firm. She's dating a man widely considered the NBA's patron saint, and the main reason I shouldn't be thinking about Banner, she hates me. All day I've walked around with this emotion I can't quite name agitating my insides, seething under my skin. Of all the things Banner said in her session today, the least impactful thing has impacted me the most, the one I can't stop rehearsing. My boyfriend is a good man. Zoe Vidale digs wells in Africa, feeds hungry kids in India, and probably helps old ladies cross the street. Every Good Samaritan and Citizen Award there is, he has won. He is a good man, and I, along with the rest of the known world, admire him. I respect him. So why the hell does it bother me to hear Banner call him a good man? So, Foster, one of the agents, maybe Jimmy, I think is his name, says, I heard you went to college with Banner Morales, is that right? Is the world conspiring against my peace of mind? Yeah. I one-word it, prop my elbows on the bar and motion to the bartender. Jameson, please. I heard her session was packed. Yeah, I answer automatically. You were in there? Mitch perks up to demand. I thought it was just for chicks. I needed my sister-in-law. I lie, so I poked my head in to find her. What I want to know, maybe Jimmy asks, leaning forward conspiratorially. Did she look that good in college? Frumpy sweater, baggy sweatpants, hair scraped back, no makeup, 7 freckles. Yeah, I reply, staring into my drink. She did. Did not, Mitch counters with a sneer. I interned with her at Bagley. She didn't look anything like that. But I guess it didn't matter to Vidale. What does that mean? Maybe Jimmy asks, practically smacking his lips for some juicy gossip. I was supposed to meet with Vidale. Mitch leans forward, glancing around to make sure he's not being overheard. Or more likely to make sure he is overheard. Last minute, Cal grabs Morales for the meeting. She goes into the conference room. Next thing I know, wham, bam, she's Zoe's agent. Hadn't even graduated or taken the exam yet. How's that happen? Mitch's theory of how that happened is scrawled all over his face. Whoa, maybe Jimmy says, eyes stretched. Are you saying she fucked Vidale to get the job? My muscles tighten, straining with the effort not to slam Mitch's head into the bar. Everyone knows how good Banner is. These assholes don't commission a third of what she makes. Jealousy is an ugly emotion that makes you do and say petty things. A defense for her burns the tip of my tongue, but I say nothing. I swallow my Jameson, my frustration, and that same nameless emotion clawing at my insides. At least now they aren't trying to hide it anymore, Mitch says. I'm surprised Cal hasn't put a stop to it. If their relationship goes south, Bagley could lose our best baller. What if he knows it won't go south? Maybe Jimmy asks. If this has been going on for years, they might be getting married or something. My boyfriend is a good man. Even marriage is no guarantee, I hear myself saying. And if Banner is stupid enough to fuck her client now, she has to know people will think that's how she landed him in the first place. As soon as I say the harsh words, I want to take them back, but it's too late. Mitch looks past my shoulder, and his eyes widen. His mouth drops open. But Banner, he stutters. We were just... Pull up a chair, have a drink. I close my eyes, praying to the whiskey gods that Banner didn't hear my last comment. When I turn on my bar stool, there is no doubt in my mind that she heard every word. Let me get this straight, she says through tight lips, ignoring Mitch's pitiful cover-up attempt. I got where I am by fucking Zoe. Do I have it right? Banner, I start. Fuck you, Jared. She doesn't even look at me when she says it. She glares at maybe Jimmy. You haven't signed a new client in 2 years, and the few you have left are jumping like you're the Titanic because you've managed their careers into the toilet. She points to Mitch.
Cal Bagley would have fired you years ago if your father wasn't his best friend. I spend half my time cleaning up your shit and the other half taking up your slack. Her eyes, when they shift to me, are obsidian. Hard, dark, cold. Even when she's been furious with me in the past, irritated with me, she's never looked at me this way. And how dare you intimate that anyone would assume I'm successful because I fuck my clients? She hurls the question at me. I didn't say, when you wouldn't even own your agency, she cuts over me. If your brother hadn't bought it for you, so is your success because of nepotism? The hell? I stand up fast and step so close I smell her shampoo. After all these years, it's the same scent, something fresh and clean and distinctly hers. I step so close her head falls back so she can maintain her glare. But she doesn't fall back. I'm so close the sight of her in this black dress hugging her curves, with her hair piled high on her head like a crown, swallows up my peripheral vision, and Banner is all I see. You should get your facts straight before you speak, I say, so low only she can hear me, though I'm sure Mitch and maybe Jimmy strain to catch it. And you should be careful before you insult me, she returns, her words a challenge, a pistol drawn. Or my boyfriend. I don't allow myself many regrets. I don't say I'm sorry often simply because I'm usually not. I say what I mean what I say, and I stand behind it. If it hurts someone, as long as it was true, I'm not sorry. But I regret saying that about Banner to these two idiots. I don't think it's a good idea for agents to date clients, and I expressed as much to Banner at the game, but saying it to Mitch and maybe Jimmy felt wrong. Tearing Banner down feels wrong. I bend until we're eye level, stare to unflinching stare. I'm sorry, Ban, I whisper. I shouldn't have said it. She blinks like my apology startled her and steps back, inserting space between us. She spares a quick glance at Mitch and maybe Jimmy before looking back up at me. You're not sorry, Jared, she says softly, glaring at me. But you will be. That's her parting shot. She turns on her high heels and leaves the bar, dignity in the set of her shoulders and indignation in the rigid line of her back. It's only when I'm still at the bar long after Mitch and maybe Jimmy have left, nursing my fourth Jameson, that I process what's happened. For once, I allowed emotion to get the best of me, and I said something I should never have said in front of people who should never have heard me say it. Ironically, it's only when I'm almost too drunk to stand that I gain perfect clarity. Only when the room starts spinning am I still enough to understand. My boyfriend is a good man. You should be careful before you insult me or my boyfriend. Banner praising Zoe, Banner protecting Zoe, Banner being with Zoe. That emotion that has been choking me since I heard Banner speak today. Hell, maybe since August told me about Banner dating Zoe. That emotion is the one that makes you do and say petty things. That emotion has a name. It's jealousy. 12. Jared. So you survived your first lice infestation, huh? I ask August. He's on speakerphone and I'm on my laptop, checking the market. Half my attention on my brother, the other half on the numbers. Barely, and only because Iris came home early, he replies from the other end. She loved the conference, by the way. Yeah, she told me. I squint at the upward-pointing arrow on the last investment Bent told me about. Maybe time to buy more shares. She especially enjoyed Banner Morales, August says. My fingers pause over the keyboard at the mention of Banner. I've been back 3 days and the burn in my belly hasn't gone away. It's like a half-lit stick of dynamite, a sizzle waiting to blow. I don't know if I'm waiting for her to make a move or to make mine. Either way, something will happen. Yeah, she told me Banner's session was great, I say after a few moments. She said you were in the session, August continues, a question in his voice. Sounds like Iris said a lot. Glad she enjoyed it. Are you seriously considering recruiting Banner to Elevation? Because I think it's a great idea. I'd love to have Keenan represented through us instead of Bagley. Not that I'm saying I'd try for Banner, I say neutrally.
But you think Keenan would leave Bagley and follow her? Pfft, in a second. Keenan will never leave Banner. He trusts her, and you know how hard it is for Keenan to trust anyone. Yeah, with good reason after the number his ex did on him. Not ex yet. She's still giving him a hard time on the divorce. You gotta be shitting me. She cheats with one of his teammates and has the audacity to pitch a fit? She's frustrated because Banner made sure his prenup was iron tight. She worked with his lawyer to build in special protections. Apparently Banner didn't trust her from the beginning. Yeah, Banner has good instincts. Which brings me back to my question. August says, persistent son of a bitch. Think she'd come to Elevation? Not as long as I'm here. Who knows, I say aloud, completing the transaction to buy more shares. We can revisit the Banner thing later, though I don't hold out much hope she would leave Bagley when he just gave her the LA office to manage. Just wondering. I like her. She's smart and honest. True on both counts, I agree. But I will have some good news about Lamont Christopher the next time we talk. Going #1 in the draft, Lamont Christopher? Surprise colors August's voice. Damn, bruh. That would be quite the coup. I thought it was all but a done deal with Mitch Sanderson. It's never a done deal with Sanderson because Sanderson couldn't do a deal if his mother's life depended on it. It's still developing. I'll keep you posted. Do that. And enjoy the Bahamas, I say, remembering the trip they have planned. You and the fam deserve a little post-season vacay. I'd rather be in the playoffs, August says solemnly. The Waves are an expansion team, I remind him unnecessarily. One you chose to stay with when you had the chance to play for a championship squad. Even though it turned out well, it still grates that one of the best deals I ever negotiated got left on the table when August walked away from it. Is this really the best time for an I told you so conversation? August asks, irritation clear in his tone. It is when I told you so. I laugh at the heavy sigh he releases on speakerphone. Soon, brother. It takes time, and with you and Keenan on the same team, it's only a matter of time. We do work well together, he admits. Which reminds me, we have a charity project we want to collab on. I need to talk it through with you. Sponsors and details and stuff. Sure. I glance up when China walks in, and I got a secret smirk plastered on her face. Hey, let's talk later, Gus. Some developments with that Christopher kid I need to handle. Nice. All right, brother. Later. I disconnect and lean back in my chair, hands linked over my stomach while China plops down into the seat on the other side of my desk. What you got? I ask, returning her eager smile. Lamont and his cousin Eric enjoyed their night on the town, she purrs, flicking one dreadlock over her shoulder and sinking deeper into the leather seat. Good. I grimace remembering that night. They went hard. I could barely keep up. Well, we did provide a bottomless stack of singles in LA's hottest strip club, China says wryly. So going hard was the point. Any fruit from our labor? My voice is casual, but inside I'm anything but laid back. I've never liked or respected Mitch Sanderson, but after the things he said about Banner, blocking his shot feels personal. My inner tiger wants off the leash. The daughter of a lion is still a lion. She thinks I'm in the pride, which means she still thinks that night was about some stupid rite of passage. Over the years, as the gulf between us widened, it seemed less important that she believed me. She had her life, her career in New York, and I had mine in Chicago. Now that we're in the same city, moving in the same circles, I have to admit, I want something with Banner again. She's dating Vidale, so I keep telling myself I'd settle for friendship. That's the right thing to do, but the right thing doesn't always come naturally to me. Are you even hearing me? China demands, ripping me out of my own thoughts. Sorry, yeah. I refocus my attention on her face. What did you say again? Man, I hope your head is in the game for this meeting, China says sharply. We've invested a lot into this deal. Eric says Lamont is ready to sign. Shit. I did zone out. Where? When? His hotel in under an hour. China taps her phone. Just sent you the address. Get over there and close the deal. Contract already sent over? I ask, adjusting the surgeon's cuffs on my shirt and slipping into my suit jacket.
Yep.
China nods and also stands, heading back to her desk in the outer office.
Emailed you the standard contract, already modified.
I'm on my way to the elevator, but circle back to her desk. I drop a kiss on her cheek and walk backward to the elevator and point at her. Now don't you go falling in love with me. China laughs, sitting down at her desk and shaking her head, but looking pleased.
I've seen girls after you're done with them. No, thank you. I like my heart in one piece.
So do I. The closest I've ever come to a broken heart was Banner, and she didn't even know it. Still doesn't realize how real it was, what I felt for her. I haven't allowed myself to think of what could have happened, how things might have gone if Prescott hadn't ruined that night. With Banner back in my orbit, my mind keeps drifting back to those possibilities. As I make the 15-minute drive to Lamont's hotel, that's what I think about instead of what it will take to seal the deal with this year's #1 draft pick. Get your shit together, Foster. I reprimand myself when I pull up in front of the hotel. I hand the keys to the valet, enter the hotel, and head up to the suite China texted me. I'm rounding the corner when Banner emerges from a room just ahead. She's dressed in all black. Wide-legged cuffed pants and a fitted black turtleneck punctuated with a red belt tied at the waist. Red lips, shiny stilettos, hair a sleek, dark curtain hanging loose past her shoulders. Banner, fancy meeting you here. I glance at the room number above her head. Lamont's room.
Very fancy,
she replies, stepping around me. She takes a few steps and then snaps her fingers, turning to find me still watching her.
Oh, I almost forgot. Knock, knock.
I'm piecing this together, and I'm not sure how one of her infamous knock-knock jokes fits in, but it's a blast from the past I've been mentally revisiting all day. Huh? I ask.
Knock, knock.
She quirks her mouth so that damn dimple dents one cheek.
Humor me.
Okay, who's there? All signs of humor fall off her face.
Lamont Christopher's new agent.
A few quick steps bring her back immediately in front of me, and she pokes her sharp little nail into my chest.
Block that, motherfucker.
She blocked my shot. I knew what it meant seeing her leave Lamont's room, but it's only when she voices it that I truly appreciate what a masterful move this is.
Karma's a bitch, huh?
She asks, satisfaction stretching her mouth into a wide smile. Apparently she's not the only one, I reply admiringly. Her smile holds, but her eyes narrow and frost over.
Remember this, bitch, next time you and your pride of lions think about insulting me.
She spits, lightning in her eyes, thunder in her voice.
Or assuming I got where I am any other way than hard work. Remember this moment when I handed you your ass, Foster.
Her anger, her indignation hit me with a blast of heat that burns through all my reasons and rationale and excuses to cover up what I have known deep down since senior year. This woman is my match. She is bright and good, and I can be dark, bad when I have to be, sometimes when I don't have to be, but just want to be. She is day and I am night. When day and night are absolutely equal, it's equinox. Banner is my equinox, my equal. The revelation rattles around inside me, but my face, my surface remains smooth. The game we're playing just changed and she doesn't even know it. Banner is smarter than I am, but my gut is better. My instincts are sharper. I'm a weather vane. I feel shifts in the air, sense coming storms before she does. That sentience is my greatest advantage. So how'd you do it? I ask easily, not missing a beat and giving nothing away.
Effortlessly.
She angles a look up at me that is both withering and full of pity.
While you were entertaining Cousin It at strip clubs, I was talking to Lamont's mother.
I lean back against the closed door to listen. I really don't care how she did it. I just want her to stay a few minutes longer so I can take my time appreciating every magnificent inch of her. Ah, I nod and turn down the corners of my mouth. Is Mother back in Atlanta?
I flew there straight from Denver, actually. Even attended a Sunday service and helped pay for the church's new roof.
Wow. I don't care about the church's roof. You pulled out all the stops.
They really did need that new roof.
She smirks and turns to leave, but I cuff her wrist with my hands to stop her. Her surprised glance collides with mine over her shoulder. I subtly tighten around the delicate bones of her wrist, push away from the door, and step into her comfort zone, close enough for our scents to mingle and our breaths to mix in the tiny bit of space I'm allowing. I'm crowding her, but I don't care. Every minute that passes, I care less about Lamont Christopher and his cousin and his mama and their church and their roof. And Alonzo Vidale, I care least about him and his committed relationship with my Equinox. You really showed me, I say, pitching my voice low and dipping my head until our foreheads almost touch, intimacy cocooning us in the open, in the hallway. Her pulse sputters through the warm skin under my fingers. Her breath catches, and her eyelashes flutter in rapid blinks. She swallows, the muscles of her throat working under the velvety skin. I'd love to sink my teeth into that tendon, to mark the slim column of her neck. I want her to wear me and carry my scent everywhere she goes. She's the only one who has ever stirred anything primal in me. Her eyes shift from my hand encompassing her wrist to my face, a mask I've smoothed free of all the urges and feelings and things roiling under the surface. She tugs at her wrist, but I don't relent. Let me go. Her voice is husky, but calm. Of course, I say politely, releasing her. With one last searching glance, the one trying to figure out what's changed, what's going on, she turns and leaves. I'll let you go, Banner. For now.
13. Banner. If you try to shut us down, we'll show you just how we get down. The opening lines of Girl Gang blast through the echo by my bed, tearing me from a nightmare. A sensual nightmare starring none other than Jared Foster. The dream started with him gripping my wrist the way he did in the hall. An innocent enough beginning, but then he sucked my neck, untied the red belt at my waist, pushed his head under my turtleneck, and bit my breast. Thank God Alexa put a stop to that horror show before it went any further. The song still blasts from the echo, and I'm buried under my pillow. I moan, rubbing my legs together like a horny cricket. Alexa, shut the hell up, I say impatiently. The music stops abruptly, but the voice from Quinn's app, triggered by the 5 a.m. workout on my schedule, takes up where Alexa left off. Girl, you better get that ass up and out the door. What the hell? Zoe asks from behind me, his voice sleepy and confused. All these alarms and bells and shit. How do you ever sleep in? I don't. I toss the covers back and throw my legs over the side, talking myself into standing up, when a muscled arm reaches around my waist and drags me backward. Zoe, I have to get up. No, you don't. He presses me back into the pillows and settles between my legs. Sleep in with me. He dots kisses along my neck and squeezes my breast. My nipple lifts involuntarily under the persistence of his thumb. He slips a hand into my pajama bottoms, and I know what he'll find. Dread twists inside my belly. Dios, Zoe says, sliding his mouth down my chest, taking my nipple through the silk pajama top. Tan mojado. So wet. Guilt clogs my throat. I can't do this. Not with him after dreaming about damn Jared Foster. I hate this. I'm so disciplined in every waking moment of my life, but I have no control over my unfaithful subconscious and its contrary longings. I really need to get up, Zoe, I whisper, biting my lip and training my eyes on the ceiling instead of looking at him. His large palm cups my bottom, pulling me into his erection, into his eager thrust. My body doesn't care that I was dreaming about Jared. doesn't care how disrespectful it would be to sleep with Zoe right now, that it would feel like a betrayal. It just wants to be filled. It just wants to fuck. And so I do. I flip through the pages of the preliminary contract, a frown puckering my brows. Sutton Lowell, Vancouver Titans president of basketball operations, sits across the conference room table waiting. When I reach the last page, I look around the room, ostensibly searching, and then under the table. I half stand from my seat and peer out into the reception area just beyond the glass wall separating us from his staff in their cubicles.
"What are you looking for?"
he asks. "Another 0. I shove the contract across the table to him. "I think you're missing one."
"Banner, come on."
He leans forward, looking me directly in the eyes. If he's searching for softness, I can tell him right now he won't find it. Not on this. You need to max Zoe out, and you know it.
"You really think you have the leverage for a maximum contract? You know his numbers were down."
At the end of the season, yes, I concede. Not all season, and not his entire career.
"We need that cap space to do some rebuilding with younger players."
I'm well aware. I slide my iPad into its leather sleeve. But I fail to see how that affects my client. If he doesn't get a max contract now, then when?
"You need to back down on this,"
he says, voice quiet but stern, like he's lecturing a recalcitrant child. The owners can kiss my ass, Lowell. I stand and stare him down. If you don't appreciate the rare talent that Zoe is, and has proven to be for a decade, I've already heard from several teams who will.
"You can't meet with other teams,"
he says, eyes widening in outrage. Funny. I touch my chin, fake contemplating. I negotiated Zoe's contract myself, and I don't remember seeing that stipulation anywhere.
"I thought it was understood. A gentleman's agreement."
Oh, a gentleman's agreement. So it's a man thing. About time being a woman worked to my advantage.
"Banner, you know what I mean. If you even think about talking to other teams..."
"I'm not thinking about it," I say, brandishing the words like a knife. "I am talking to other teams, because I knew you'd pull this shit when his numbers were down at the end of the season. Any excuse not to pay him what he's worth." I press the heel of my hand into the conference room table and lean forward. I don't want your balls, Lowell, but I will take them. Frustration settles between his brows and around his mouth, but he doesn't offer anything else. I head for the door and toss a warning over my shoulder. I don't care where you get it, but you better find my 0. What a day. Despite all my bravado in Lowell's office, I feel less certain about Zoe's contract than I ever have in an off-season. His numbers are down. I don't know why. It's the first time in 10 years he finished down. I'm thinking about taking care of one client when another calls. I answer with Bluetooth, negotiating the back roads to my house from downtown. "Keenan, hey!" I answer, smiling. Keenan makes me smile. He's so big and serious and daunting, but has one of the best hearts around underneath all the bluster. He and Zoe remind me of each other, and I've known Keenan almost as long.
"Hey, Banner."
His deep voice comes quietly, and he sounds weary. "Everything okay?" I ask, on alert.
"Yeah, just more drama with Bridget."
He clears his throat.
"Nothing I can't handle."
Is she trying to make it harder to see Aaron?
"I got it,"
he replies more sharply than I anticipated. Probably more sharply than he meant to.
"I'm sorry. Didn't mean to be short. It's just... I don't want to talk about Bridge. I didn't call to talk about her."
Okay. I put aside my ass-kicking reflex. Any woman who would cheat on Keenan, and with a teammate,
deserves an ass-kicking, but he won't let me at her. So what do you need? August and I want to do a charity golf tournament, he says. The homeless situation in San Diego is at a record high, and we want to help with funding. You're right. I pull into my driveway and open the garage, but don't get out of the car quite yet. My family still lives there, and it's worse every time I visit. What do you need from me? Work on sponsors. Of course. I assume you'll start with the brands I already endorse. Yeah, I think we can count on them. But depending on the scale, we may need a few more. We want to have a significant impact. He sucks his teeth, a rueful sound. Well, as significant an impact as you can have on something this huge and unfixable. Right, true. I switch from my car's Bluetooth and bring my phone to my ear. I'll knock on some doors starting tomorrow. I mentally shift a few things around so I can devote an hour or so to finding possible sponsors. Great, and you'll have help, Keenan says. So don't think this is all on you. I know how much you have on your plate. Help? I get out of the car, lock up, and let down the garage. How so? Jared Foster will be coordinating with you, Keenan says. From Elevation. You know him, right? August's agent? His brother? I cross around the front of the car, but at the mention of Jared's name, lean against the passenger side door and release an extended breath. Seriously? I go 10 years and barely see the man, and now he's behind every bush and around every corner. I do not need this. It's bad enough I dreamed about him and had to guilt-fuck my boyfriend after. It's bad enough I see him at my gym and at conferences, and it just feels like everywhere lately. Now I'm expected to work with him and remain civil? Remain faithful? It's a whisper. A warning from my subconscious. The same place harboring hot, dirty dreams about the man I should hate. The same place that quivers when he's too close. I need distance, I mumble. Huh? Keenan's confusion reaches me over the phone. What'd you say? You still there, Banner? Yeah. I push off the car door and enter the house through the garage. Just getting home. I'll coordinate with Foster. Good. Let me know what you need from me. And Keenan? I place my bag on the marble counter and give him my full attention for the last few seconds. Don't worry about Bridget. Okay? The silence on the other end is thick with his discomfort. A fiercely private man. A proud man whose name was dragged through the mud by a whore. Yes, whore. She cheated on this amazing, kind, marvelous man with his teammate, and the whole world pulled up a seat to watch his humiliation with 3D glasses and popcorn. Whore. From the moment I met Bridget, I was waiting for the other shoe to drop. I knew she was an opportunist. I questioned her character immediately. I come from a family where fidelity, loyalty, is as important as love. Maybe even more. I'm not sure my father always loved my mother, but I know he never cheated on her. She's not getting all your money, I say firmly, and she's not getting sole custody. I have ideas. Let me work with your lawyers. Let me at her. Okay. He releases a resigned sigh. I'll tell my lawyers they'll hear from you. My clients know my integrity is unmatched, but right and wrong are the only boundaries I draw around my actions. I'll do whatever it takes for them. Killer with a heart. Jared again. It's like the universe keeps bumping me into him, even inside my own head. Hola. Zoe hugs me from behind, just as Keenan and I disconnect. Hey, you. I lean back into the warm, comforting length of him. We've been best friends a lot longer than we've been lovers. Whatever this is percolating with Jared, I can't let it come between Zoe and me. I've always had Zoe. We literally started in this business together.
He launched us the day he chose a green, untried intern as his agent.
Long day?
He brushes my hair aside and kisses behind my ear. Yeah. I cross my fingers that he won't ask about the meeting with Lowell. I know I can get him the max contract he deserves, but it will take time and it won't be pretty. I need him to leave me alone and let me do my job without the pressure. In the silence that follows my one-word response, I can almost hear him asking the question in his mind, and then thinking better of it. After a moment, he briefly tightens his hands at my waist before letting go. He reaches into my bag and lifts my phone.
See this?
He holds it in the air.
It's off for the rest of the night.
He powers it down and grabs my hand, leading me back to my bedroom.
Please don't want sex.
He peels my blouse off, unhooks my bra, bending to kiss each nipple. He looks up and I smile, but keep my face only vaguely interested.
You're tired.
He kisses my cheek.
Shower. I already have steaks on the grill.
I go limp with relief. It's ridiculous. Zoe is one of the country's most eligible bachelors, a humanitarian, handsome, wealthy, the kindest man I know. And I'm relieved over a sex pardon? I shower and pull my wet hair into a loose knot on my head, slip on my fave at-home dress. It's like a hooded sweatshirt but with cut-off sleeves and hangs almost to my knees. Barefoot, I pad out to the patio, lured by the smell of grilled meat. Zoe already has salads on the table, so we're just waiting for steaks when the doorbell rings.
I'll get it.
He presses my shoulder until my butt hits the seat.
You sit.
As soon as he's gone, I want wine. He's done everything else. I can at least do that. I walk back into the kitchen, distracted by the rumble of two distinct, deep voices. I assumed it was a package being delivered or something, but my curiosity gets the best of me. I walk toward the voices in the front room and stop in my tracks. My nemesis is in my house. Jared Foster is everywhere, in my dreams, in my conversations, in my thoughts, and now in my damn house. Why are you here? The words barge out, rude and rushed, before I remember my manners. Both men turn to me, and I'm struck by the contrast and by the sameness. Both beautiful men, both oozing confidence. Zoe is a couple inches taller. Physically, he's dark. And Jared, in the late evening sun framing him in the arch of my front door, is gilded, breathtakingly bronzed and beautiful. But beneath their skin, he is the darker of the two. There's a barely beating black heart under that Tom Ford suit. He and Zoe know each other by sight, reputation, and not much else. Zoe heard someone ask me about attending Carrington with Jared Foster once. That's all he knows about our connection. The three of us stand trapped in an awkward silence for a few moments. Awkward for me, at least. But a pleasant smile curves Jared's lips.
Sorry to show up unannounced,
Jared says, darting an apologetic look that I don't buy at Zoe.
I tried to call. I turned her phone off,
Zoe says, eyes steady on Jared's face.
It's after hours, and she needs to rest. I get it.
Again, the false apology of a smile.
I'm exhausted, too.
Lies. He practically vibrates with energy even at the end of the day. The man's a damn robot with no off button.
But we have a meeting tomorrow,
Jared says, shifting to me.
And when I couldn't reach you, I thought I'd come by and make sure you're prepared.
What meeting? I walk deeper into the room, conscious of my bare legs and feet and face, of the hair piled messily on my head. I'm always armored when I see Jared. I need to be. And I feel strangely vulnerable having him in my house. Even with Zoe standing between us. It feels too intimate.
Did Keenan talk to you?
Jared asks.
About the golf tournament?
The smell of the steak seems stronger all of a sudden. Zoe must notice, too.
Excuse me,
he says, watching Jared watching me.
I'll check on the grill. Good seeing you again, Foster.
They offer each other civil smiles. Zoe drops a quick branding kiss on my lips while cupping my neck with one hand, the other hand at my waist, uncharacteristically possessive. He doesn't need to know I slept with Jared to recognize a male threat. I feel threatened, too. But by the dream that held me hostage this morning.
Rápido, mi amor.
Zoe mutters by my ear and heads back to the patio. Jared watches his departure with a wry smile. It's our first time alone since the confrontation at the hotel, since I blocked his shot. It feels weird to just dive right into discussing the golf tournament without at least addressing what happened. Look, if this is really about Lamont, I say, slipping my hands into the front pocket of the dress, you deserved that. I'm not sorry. And you know he'll do better with me anyway.
Ah, yes.
A sardonic press of sinfully full lips.
The rookie whisperer.
Whatever. I shrug faux carelessly. Lamont will be under intense scrutiny, and we both know he has some issues that could derail him. I'll take care of him.
You're right. I don't play babysitter to grown men making millions of dollars, he says. I agree he's better suited to you. I thought he was signing with Mitch, in which case I would have been doing him a favor.
He was, actually. I intervened after hearing Mitch's choice words about me at the bar that night. Jared grimaces as close to contrite as I can expect from him.
I am sorry for what I said, Banner.
He searches my face, but seems to be searching for words, too.
Wrong. I was wrong.
It's just words, probably empty ones, but his admission soothes a sting I didn't realize I still carried. Apology accepted. I clear my throat, and I hope the air. Since we have to work together for our clients, let's put it behind us.
Right,
he says briskly, donning a businesslike expression like he would put on one of his silk ties.
We have an appointment tomorrow.
How do we have an appointment tomorrow? You didn't consult my schedule. I don't know who we're meeting with or what we're meeting about.
Should we sit?
He gestures to the sofa. No way I'm sitting on a sofa with Jared Foster and Zoe just outside. I wouldn't straddle the man, but don't trust my subconscious. Look what it made of an argument in the hall. There's no telling what it will concoct, even from these few minutes together. No need to sit, I reply. Just tell me how you have commandeered my schedule, and I can get back to my dinner and my boyfriend. Knowing he disapproves of my relationship with a client, I don't miss the chance for a dig.
Okay.
He exasperates me by stubbornly remaining unoffended and suppressing a smile.
We're having lunch with a huge potential sponsor. It's all but done.
I know you're not used to playing well with others, but this is pretty high-handed even for you.
I called your office, and your assistant said you were free for lunch.
Why would Molly give you that information? I can't believe my usually lips-are-sealed assistant would be that forthcoming.
Don't blame her. I can be pretty persuasive.
He chuckles when I roll my eyes.
So, lunch tomorrow with Kip Carter.
Wait. I frown and rack my brain. That name sounds familiar. Jared rubs the back of his neck, wearing reluctance like a red flag.
It's Ben's father.
I'm momentarily too mad to speak, but that doesn't last. Are you kidding me? My words bounce between us like a medicine ball. Bent? Who saw me naked and laughed? That Bent?
He did not laugh. A muscle bunches along his jaw. He felt like an ass about that night, and we didn't speak for years. I know you don't believe me, but I didn't join the Pride. I'm not revisiting this, I snap. Stick to business. You're the one willing to compromise business because you can't let go of what you think happened a decade ago. What I think... I swallow my anger and the words that would only extend my time in his presence. Whatever. When and where? I'll pick you up around 11. I can meet you. That won't be necessary. It'll be easier, he says before I can protest more. He's sending his helicopter for us. We're having lunch with him on Catalina Island. Isn't that a bit extra? I frown and reach up to tighten the slipping knot of my hair. The motion of raising my arms lifts my dress, exposing a few more inches of my thighs. Jared scrolls a leisurely glance over the length of my legs, landing and lingering on my toes. I keep my face expressionless, though it's burning with a blush. Not for the people we deal with, he says. Kobe Bryant took the helicopter to every home game his last few seasons with the Lakers to avoid traffic. It's only a 15-minute ride, and it's either water or air since Catalina regulates cars so strictly. All right, then. I blow out a resigned breath. I could still meet you. I don't want anyone from my office seeing you pick me up. I pause for effect. They abhor you, I say with deliberate glee. To my dismay, he barks out a laugh, looking pleased with himself. Good. Means I'm doing my job. He turns to leave. We are rivals after all, right? Very right. I follow him to the door, eager to shut it behind him. At the last second, he turns before he reaches the door, and barely an inch separates us. You know, he breathes the words. Tonight, it's easy to forget we're supposed to be enemies, when you look like my friend from college. The one I used to study with in the laundromat. It's one thing for him to bring up Bent, for us to argue about what he did or did not intend to happen that night. I'm not sure I'll ever really know. It's another thing for him to bring up our friendship, what I believed to be our friendship. That's not fair. Goodbye, Jared, I say, my tone sharpened to a fine point, eyes on my bare feet. You look the same, he continues. I feel his eyes on my face but refuse to look up. I hope not. I cross one foot over the other. That dumpy girl had no clue. I laugh, some of my old self-consciousness rushing back, and glance up at him. I'm not prepared for the intensity on his face. It's watchful. It's frustrated. It's something I can't translate, and in a language I don't speak. I liked her, he says, his voice a heated rasp. She was smart and funny and honest and principled. You were one of the few people on that campus I could tolerate for more than an hour without wanting to saw my arm off. Then why? The question rips through my defenses. Yes, it hurt to think he set me up with the Pride, that he would sleep with me as part of some prank or rite of passage I never understood. What hurt most was the uncertainty of what had been true, what had been real. If I'd misjudged every moment of our friendship, and if I hadn't, then how could he do that to me? I'll see you tomorrow, I say woodenly. Ban, if you would just... 11, you said? I cut in, and school my face to look at him. He runs a hand through his hair, disrupting it into a silky mess I remember too well. The way the strands clung to my fingers. We will have this out one day, Banner, he says, his voice rough and impatient. Not today we won't, I lob back at him. I don't need a walk down memory lane, Jared. We have a job to do, and we'll do it. No need to talk about the past. It's dead and gone. The past isn't all gone, he says, his voice suddenly softer. I'm unprepared for him to eliminate the protective space between us, for him to touch my face. He runs a finger over my nose. I jerk back, startled. You still have the freckles. What? I rub my nose, wiping away his touch. You had 7 freckles on your nose then, he says, one side of his mouth canted up. You still do. That's the last mystifying thing he says before turning and walking up my short drive to the convertible sports car at the curb. I lean against the closed door for a minute, maybe more, reassembling my splintered composure. I don't know what's happening between us. My greatest defense against Jared has been my anger and bitterness over his treatment that night. When he denies it, when he makes me think it could have been real, that the fiery connection, the perfect give and take of our bodies, the closeness we shared before the sex, and even more so after, may have been real, my defenses flag. I can't allow that to happen. If my armor slips, if I'm exposed, I don't want to think of all the ways Jared could ruin my life. 14. Banner. The thing about flying in a helicopter is I've never flown in one. I was so preoccupied with Jared's unexpected visit and all the ways I could maintain some distance, I forgot that I would probably be scared to death. I'm faced with that reality once we approach the helicopter, a giant, bug-eyed insect with rapidly rotating wings. The helipad sits on top of a 30-story building downtown, overlooking LA's flat-topped Lego-like skyline. The Staples Center lies in one direction, the Sheraton in another. Those are the only buildings I distinguish. The rest are just a blur of glass and stone as I drag my feet toward the bullseye where the helicopter awaits. Are those shoes slowing you down? Jared yells over the noise of the spinning propellers. No, I yell back, speeding up my steps in the black Balenciaga pumps I splurged on last year. I'm fine. Agreed, Jared says, giving my appearance an appreciative quick scan. I chose the paper-thin leather jacket and form-fitting black pencil dress carefully, knowing Kip Carter, Bent's dad, is a big deal. I may be thicker than a lot of the girls in the circles I move in, but I know this dress highlights the toned curves I've literally worked my ass off for. Some of my hair is pulled into a half-up top knot, and the rest spills in loose waves down my back. For better or worse, image is a lot in this town, and I want to put my best foot forward meeting such an influential man. Even if his son is an asshole I hope to never see again. Fingers crossed Bent won't be around at all. Last I heard he lived in Boston, tearing his way through a string of women unfortunate enough to be fooled by his gorgeous face. My heart pounds harder the closer we get to the helicopter with Carter emblazoned on the side. I'm not short of breath trying to keep pace with Jared's long-legged stride. I'm short of breath because I may hyperventilate before this is all over. You've been in one of these before, yeah? Jared asks offhandedly. No. I haven't, actually. What'd you say? Jared yells, stopping at the 2 steps leading up into the helicopter. No! I scream, less for volume's sake, and more because of my rising hysteria. Oh! He searches my face, and I'm sure he doesn't miss the signs of strain. Sorry. Come on. Hand at the small of my back, he helps me up into the helicopter. The red leather seat wraps around my body and gives me a reassuring squeeze. Jared greets the pilot with familiarity and takes 2 headsets from him, offering one to me. I slip mine on and buckle up, mimicking Jared's actions. I jump when his voice comes in my ear. We can talk using this. He taps the headset microphone at his mouth. It's only about 15 minutes to the house. My stomach roils when we lift off,
and I grip the armrests tightly. Riding in a helicopter is nothing like flying on an airplane. That's probably self-evident. It's not a smooth, gradual ascent, but a more immediate lift. More exhilarating, rawer, without the insulation of thick steel separating you from the air and the ground growing smaller below you. It's loud, and the machine sounds like it's working hard to overcome the laws that would chain us to the ground. I'm more conscious of what a miracle flight is, more aware that we are defying gravity with every mile we travel and every foot we rise.
You okay?
Jared asks, pulling me from my thoughts and my senses absorbing the experience. Getting there, I say wryly.
Well, we have a little time to review your changes to the proposal I sent. You have it, right?
Yeah. We both pull out our iPads to discuss the proposal he drew up. I knew Jared must be thorough to have accomplished all that he has, but I haven't seen this side of him. Haven't actually done business with him. The proposal came over just before midnight. Zoe had gone to bed, exhausted from off-season demands with sponsors, charities, and probably just post-season weariness. I stayed up and made notes and suggestions, which I sent over before I went to sleep. I tap my screen, identifying the areas I had questions about. When I look up, Jared wears black-rimmed glasses and frowns down at his screen. So you finally did it, I say into the headset microphone.
Did what?
He glances up, one brow raised. It's all very sexy, Professor. You got glasses. I laugh lightly, disguising how yet another memory from that night penetrates the protective bubble I've encased myself in. I told you so. His deep-throated chuckle reaches through the headset and strokes my skin. Thankfully, the leather jacket hides the goose flesh sprouting on my arms.
Only for reading.
He takes them off and hands them to me. I hold them up, looking through the lenses, and he's right. There doesn't seem to be much medicine. I slip them onto the bridge of my nose, peering at him over the rims. Believe it or not, I used to want glasses so badly I asked Mama to get them for me.
Why?
He asks with a narrow smile. I wanted to look smart. He snorts and shakes his head. Well, how do I look? I lift my nose in the air and touch the corners of the frames. Smart? He relaxes into the supple leather like a king considering his consort, scouring me from the pointed tips of my pumps, up the length of my legs, where the fitted dress interrupts the bare skin at my knees. His eyes trace the curve of my hips and waist, caress my breasts, lingering so long my nipples tighten under the stretchy fabric. I pull my leather jacket closer around me, hiding the effect of his sensual perusal.
How do you look?
He finally repeats.
Sexy as fuck.
What the hell? Not addressing his comment or that hungry look, I hastily hand his glasses back, making sure our fingers don't touch. I had a question on page 3. I drag my finger down the screen until I reach the spot. Can we talk about the incentives for sponsors again at the platinum level? When I glance up, he holds my stare for a second longer, suspending the tension between us. Finally, he laughs, and I redirect the conversation back to the proposal.
We're almost there,
he says a few minutes later, turning toward the window overlooking the jeweled Pacific coastline, a shimmering sheet of emerald and sapphire butted against semi-precious sand. From here, it appears infinite, stretching as far as my eyes can see in any direction. The hills rising up from the coastline are studded with terracotta-topped houses, dangled precipitously over the almost painfully vibrant water. It's breathtaking. I've survived my first helicopter ride. After the initial rush of fear, Jared and I had been so consumed preparing for the meeting that my fears fell to the side. Thanks for distracting me, I say, realizing that's exactly what he did and why he did it.
I threw up my first time flying out here to see Kip, he confides with a wry smile. So don't feel bad about a few jitters.
Careful, or I'll stop believing you're the asshole everyone thinks you are, I tease.
Oh, I'm an asshole.
He tips his head back to rest against the seat and watches me, eyes heavy-lidded.
Just not to you.
Jared admitting weakness, alleviating my fears, singling me out for kindness, feels strange. This whole sequence of events feels strange, like beneath the surface and in the air something is changing. Invisible, but affecting our every interaction. I have to keep reminding myself I don't like him, because the very fabric of our relationship is morphing so quickly I'm no longer sure what we're made of. Kip Carter's helicopter lands on a carpet of lush grass in front of a Mediterranean-style mansion. He personally greets us at the front door. I'm taken aback by the warmth between him and Jared. Not the cool handshake of a business acquaintance, but an extended hug, inside jokes, and the kind of familiarity usually reserved for family. Managing millionaires has earned me my own millions, and I've grown accustomed to decadence and luxury I never imagined growing up in our modest San Diego neighborhood. This oceanside estate is beyond anything I've personally experienced. With its high ceilings, cool marble floors, and priceless art tucked into alcoves everywhere you turn, the house smacks of opulence, just like its owners. Kip and Karen Carter are exactly what you would expect from an LA couple with more money than they know what to do with. His clothes are tailored. There's an ascot at his neck and a wildly expensive boat moored in his backyard. Her face is lightly Botoxed, and the years are marked by sparkles on her fingers and throat. All the trappings of a celluloid life leap out at you, but the truth may lie in the subtle details. The way they hold hands and touch every chance they get. The kindness and genuine affection between them and the staff who keep their mammoth home running smoothly. The wistfulness in their voices when they speak over a chilled lunch of their grown children. It's a Hollywood life, yes, but it's real. Somehow, for them, it's still real.
Gracias, Luciana,
Karen murmurs, when a dark-haired young woman clears the delicious salads and fruit we had for lunch from the table. I noticed she speaks fluent Spanish with her staff, a point for her in my book. You have a lovely home, Karen, I say, taking in the spectacular view of the Pacific from the terrace where we're eating. I sip the spring water I'd requested. I don't drink my calories when I don't have to.
Thank you.
She touches the beautifully casual stones at her throat.
Should we leave the men to talk business and I could show you more? The West Terrace offers the best view of the ocean.
I'm afraid she needs to stay for the business, Jared says before I have to explain. She's an agent like I am, Karen. Sorry, I thought I mentioned that.
Oh. Surprise registers on Karen's still pretty face. I thought you two were, together.
Oh, no.
I laugh lightly. Just business. I'm not his type.
Well, if Jared doesn't like smart, beautiful women,
Karen replies, offering me a wink, then he doesn't know what he's missing.
Oh, I know exactly what I'm missing,
Jared says, taking a sip of Perrier and studying me over the rim of his glass.
I miss it more every day.
Kip and Karen chuckle into the pool of awkward silence rippling around us, but neither Jared or I laugh. We don't smile. We stare at each other, assessing, plotting our next move. Mine is to withdraw. By the determined set of Jared's lips and the hard gleam in his eyes, I'm afraid his next move will be to charge. I'm just not sure when.
This looks good,
Kip says, considering the proposal once Karen has excused herself. He may have greeted Jared like a son, but he grilled him like a stranger. He's a shrewd businessman, and Jared's assertion that the deal was all but done may have overstated the matter. Kip might have intended to sponsor the tournament from the beginning, but he made me believe he needed to be convinced. And if there's one thing I learned from Professor Albright's debate class, it's how to persuade. So I add my input every chance I get.
"This will be great,"
Kip says, flipping to the last page of the proposal.
"The homeless situation in San Diego and in LA is abominable."
My client, Keenan, and Jared's client, August, we have the same concerns, I say. We couldn't stay on the sidelines, so to speak.
"I'm hoping you have some friends who will be as concerned as you are, Kip."
Jared's expression is expectant and assured.
"I do, of course,"
Kip replies, smiling.
"Could the two of you make it up to the house in Santa Barbara next weekend? We're having a little barbecue, and many of my concerned friends will be there, while it's open."
"Wouldn't miss it for the world," I reply, returning Kip's warm smile.
"This one's sharp,"
he tells Jared, his eyes resting on my face with what appears to be respect.
"Since you're not smart enough to snap her up, maybe Bent would be." "Matchmaking again, Dad?"
The deep voice comes from behind me, but I know it right away, though I haven't heard it in almost a decade. I look around to find Bent Carter at the entryway to the terrace. He was always the flip side of Jared's coin. Light-hearted while Jared was intense. Dark where Jared was fair. Entitled when Jared was ambitious. But that awful night, I saw no difference between the two of them. They were the same as Prescott and his pride of hyenas laughing at all my chubby, naked, and exposed flesh. Fresh humiliation chokes me with the visual reminder of Bent standing there, an all-too-familiar smile on his face. The smile dies when his eyes meet mine.
"Banner."
He sobers, his surprise fading.
"Mom said Jared had a woman with him, and I just had to see for myself." "You make it sound like I don't like girls,"
Jared says easily, dividing a careful glance between his friend and me.
"Not the case, since apparently I have a type."
His words draw my attention and irritation, as he knew they would. If he's trying to distract me from the memory of what he and those assholes did, Bent included, it won't work. I endure Bent's presence while he greets his father and then mother when she returns to the terrace. My body is stiff, as if tensed for a blow the whole time. My teeth grind together. It's bad enough Jared is still friends with this cretin, and only convinces me further that he lied when he said he didn't join the Pride after all. My nerves are drawn tight like the strings of a violin, but there is no music. Just the sound of their laughter from that night. The sound of my tears. The sound of Jared's lies. "I'm so sorry, but I really do need to get back," I interrupt as soon as there's a natural opening. I turn a genuinely grateful smile on Karen. I can't blame her for her son's despicable behavior. "It was so nice meeting you, and thank you for lunch." I stand and toss the linen napkin from my lap over the remnants of my salad. "Please come again soon, Banner." Karen loops her elbow through mine. "I'd like that very much." Jared studies us over his shoulder from up ahead, before returning to the conversation with Kip and Bent. Karen kisses both my cheeks with promises of more time together at the barbecue next weekend. Quick, long strides take Jared across the vast yard to the waiting helicopter. I'm close behind when a gentle tug stops me halfway there. I look up from the long fingers gripping my elbow to Bent's handsome face. He bends to speak in my ear over the noise of the helicopter.
"There wasn't time before," he says loudly, "but I wanted to apologize for—"
He stares at the well-manicured grass under our feet for a few seconds, before speaking again.
"For what happened senior year, Banner."
He runs an impatient hand through the dark waves all the girls gushed over at Carrington.
"I'm ashamed for going along with it."
"It was years ago," I say, tugging on my elbow, but he doesn't let go.
It was years ago, which makes it even worse that I'm only now apologizing, he says. I gave in to the pressure because I wanted to get in. I needed to. I'm a legacy.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I steal a look at the helicopter. Jared wears a heavy frown and stands at the door, hands jammed into his pockets. I should go.
He had nothing to do with it.
Bent dips his head to capture and hold my gaze.
He was furious that night when Prescott told him to
fuck the fat girl. I finish for him, my words stiff.
Yeah,
Bent admits with a heavy sigh. And yet he still reaped the benefits, I say scornfully.
What benefits?
Bent asks, a frown gathered over the confusion in his eyes.
Of the pride. I've seen him with you and your friends at events and vacations, and I'm not stupid. Obviously, he's in. You see him with me and my friends and family, because we are friends. My parents see Jared like a second son. It took 2 years for him to speak to me again, and only then because my mother begged him to.
I take in the new information, but can't make sense of everything. So he's really not in the pride? I ask, searching the rugged lines of his face for deceit.
Look, I can't talk about this with you, Bent says. It's a secret society, which means secret. Even what I've told you could get me tossed out, and unlike Jared, I need the connections. I will tell you that not only is he not a member, but he's banned for life.
For life? Why? Humor twitches the corners of Bent's mouth.
For assaulting a legacy, Bent says with a chuckle. He came back that night and knocked 2 of Prescott's teeth out.
A startled laugh pops from my mouth. Why would he do that? The humor drains from Bent's face, and he takes my hands between his, squeezing.
He was crazy about you, Banner.
Shock and disbelief wrestle inside me. My heart beats louder in my ears than the propellers of the waiting helicopter chopping through the air.
No,
Yes, Bent cuts in, his stare unwavering.
He was. I promise you.
I brave a glance at Jared, still waiting, hair blown into an unruly mess by the propellers. He slides a questioning look from me to Bent, and then cocks his head toward the helicopter, indicating we need to go.
Thanks for telling me, Bent,
I say, turning to go. He catches my elbow again.
Apology accepted?
He asks with a half smile. Of course. I manage a smile back, but I'm still stunned by his revelation. Could it have been true? Real? Could that night have been real to Jared? It's dangerous to think so. I jog the rest of the way to the helicopter, and Jared helps me up the 2 steps and inside. I've barely settled in and buckled my seatbelt when Jared hands me a headset.
Put it on,
he says. I can barely hear him, but can read his lips and slip the headset on.
What did Bent say to you?
It was a private conversation, I say, stalling. I turn to the window, not even seeing the jewel-toned waters or the majestic cliffs.
I'll just ask him, he says over the headset.
No response from me.
He'll tell me,
Jared continues. He reaches around to grasp my chin gently and turns my face to his.
But I'd rather hear it from you.
His thumb is rough against my face, but the caress, his touch, brushing back and forth over my skin, is soft.
He said you weren't in on what happened that night, I say haltingly, tugging my chin free. He said you weren't a member of the Pride. I told you that.
I didn't believe you.
His grin leans right.
I can't blame you for that.
Right.
But you believe me now? You believe Bent?
He says you aren't in the pride, I say, without answering definitively. That you never were.
I never was,
he confirms, not looking away. Not allowing me to.
I withdrew as soon as Prescott told me what he wanted me to do.
I nod jerkily, twisting my fingers in my lap. That's what he said. I look up, pressing my lips against an irrepressible smile. He said you're banned for life because you knocked out 2 of Prescott's teeth. His husky laugh rumbles in my ears through the headset.
He could afford the dental work.
I allow myself a grin, but look down at my hands.
Is that all he said?
Jared asks, humor and curiosity still apparent in his expression.
He was crazy about you, Banner.
I can't consider the possibility that Jared actually felt even a fraction of what I felt for him back then. Can't allow myself to think about the what-ifs and what-could-have-beens. Even speculating about those could jeopardize all I have now with Zoe. Yeah. I turn back to the gorgeous view, not really seeing it. That was all he...
15. Jared. I park at the curb in front of Banner's house and walk up the cobblestone path to the door. I hesitate and don't ring the doorbell right away. She knows I'm coming. We agreed on the time I'd pick her up for Kip's party, but I assume Zoe is here since he's living with Banner for the summer. Not a pleasant thought. I only know him by reputation. He's beloved in the league and beyond. He's also sharp. I'd know immediately if someone wanted my girl, and I could be wrong, but I think Zoe is sharp enough to at least suspect I want his. Only I don't think of Banner as his. Banner was taken from me. If not for Prescott's stupid stunt, who knows what would have happened for us. I always wondered. Soon, I'll know. She's been avoiding me all week. Ever since the helicopter ride and her conversation with Bent, she's made sure to be busy every time I called. Admittedly, I did use trumped-up excuses to call, but I wanted to build on the ground I gained. Instead, the last few days have given Banner time to retreat and regroup. She hasn't had to deal with me and the connection I know she feels. She's been able to focus on Zoe, who's living with her. Damn it. I won't pretend to feel remorse for what I'm going to do. I won't fake regret. I will take her from him, little by little, day by day, until he doesn't even cross her mind. In business and in life, I always take the shortest route between me and what I want. In this case, the shortest route to Banner just happens to run right over Alonzo Vidale. It's a shame, really, but there are other girls for him, dozens of girls he could live with, love, whatever. Banner is the only one I can tolerate. Okay, more than tolerate, crave. I kind of crave her company. Being around her again reminded me how much I like her. The way she challenges me and makes me laugh. She's the only one I enjoy being with, and the only one I've ever felt I could be myself with. That she'd accept my good, bad, and ugly. Good, the little there is of it. Bad, my wealth of bad. And ugly. I'm not an ugly guy, I know that without conceit. Conceit is such a waste of time and energy. I've always known that, though Banner was attracted to me, for her it wasn't about how I looked. Not really. Just like it wasn't about that for me either. I would have fallen for Banner blindfolded. You can camouflage flaws and fool a man with implants and the right trappings, but you can't fake a brilliant mind like Banner's, or feign her obstinate belief in people, her desire to help them, or all the other qualities that make her distinct from every other woman I've ever met. The door opens and she's standing there, a curious look on her face. "You've been at my door for 5 minutes," she says, hands on those curvy hips. "Are we leaving or what?" "Oh, yeah. I was thinking." I look back at my car and then return to her, hoping she buys my lame excuse. "You ready?" "Yes." She steps out.
offering me a wry glance, and locks the door behind her. 5 minutes ago. She looks down at herself. I should have asked what to wear, she says, frowning. Is this okay? I don't know how to talk about Banner's body without offending her. I've never thought she was fat, but she didn't believe me. Now she's even less fat, toned with curves for days, most notably a spectacular ass. She's tight, but there's a seductive swell to her hips and butt and thighs. I love that she's more brick house than stick thin, but I'd probably step in it if I say any of that, so I'll play it safe. You look fine, I reply neutrally. You sure it's not too casual? She asks, pinching the skirt of her dress. The halter ties behind her neck, leaving her shoulders bare. The dress is red with black accents at the pockets and hem, which hits just below her knees. It falls loosely, hinting at the full curve of her hips and butt. Her breasts sit high and proud and full. I remember those breasts in my hands, between my lips, the sweet nipples. Jared, Banner snaps her fingers in my face. Did you hear me? Yeah. No idea what she's talking about. I'm stuck on sweet nipples. I agree. You agree? She looks at me like I'm not all there, which I'm not. You agree that it's too casual, or... Oh, that, no. It looks fine. You look great. I touched the small of her back, just above the swell of her ass, so close and yet so far, guiding her down the short flight of steps toward my car. She walks a little ahead, pulling away from my hand. Oh, it's like that. She reaches for the door, but I hit the clicker to lock the car, hanging back so she's tugging on the handle uselessly. She turns to face me, leaning on the car. Open the door, she says, a slight smile tilting the corners of those pretty woman lips. I'm a gentleman, I remind her. I'm supposed to open the door for you. I can open my own doors. Have been for a long time. You're too liberated for simple good manners, to accept kindness. When was the last time you were kind? She huffs with a laugh. You got me there, I admit with a chuckle. I thought so. You look beautiful, I tell her, dropping all pretense of banter, meeting her eyes frankly. I step closer, sandwiching her between my body and the car, reaching behind her for the handle so my arm brushes her bare skin. I smell her hair and her perfume and her. My gaze trickles over her, savors her in centimeters, starting at the hair caught up, soft tendrils escaping and curling around her hairline and at her neck, taking in all the dips and swells on the way to her feet in red open-toed high-heeled sandals. I reach up to toy with her gold hoop earrings. I like these. Thank you. My boyfriend gave them to me, she says pointedly. I bite back a grin. That's so cute. She thinks I give a fuck about her boyfriend. She thinks she can put me off by pulling away from my touch, reminding me about what's his name. She doesn't realize yet that I don't care. She'll soon see, maybe even tonight. I click the door unlocked and step back so she can get in. At the wheel, I check the mirrors and hover my finger over the button to peel the roof back. Roof up or down? My hair. She pats the dark strands held perfectly in place. Up going, down on the way back. Up it is. I take over and fiddle with the system. Driver is DJ. No. She groans and flops her head back. How long is this drive again? I have great taste in music. I spare an offended glance from the road. We'll every other it, but I go first. Of course you will, she mutters under her breath. Always do. What was that? I ask, enjoying myself. Nothing. She creases her face with a quick fake grin. You're the driver. That's what I thought you said. I cue up my first song, Get Lucky by Daft Punk and Pharrell. Her head bops and she pats her thighs. So you like it? I ask. Jared, you have great taste in music will suffice in lieu of a formal apology. One song does not great taste make, she laughs, searching Spotify on my phone for the next song. Oh, I have a good one. I'll be the judge of that. I think we should each get one judgment-free song.
What? You can choose a crap song and I don't get to laugh at you? I shake my head. I would never miss an opportunity to demean your choices.
I'm well aware, she says wryly. But it also means you get a judgment-free song.
I don't like crap music, so I don't need it by.
Everyone needs a freebie sometimes. We should all get one shitty choice.
I never would have thought that you'd want a shitty choice.
I'm not perfect, Jared.
Pretty close. I don't say it because her knowing how much I'm into her works against my endgame. If she heard a warning shot like that, she'd run in the other direction. I need her off guard, taken aback, unprepared. By the time she realizes I'm pursuing her, I want her begging to be caught. It's her turn, and she chooses one of my favorite songs of all time. I don't give any indication that I love Crazy by Gnarls Barkley.
Oh, come on, Foster. She points at me, laughing and shaking her head. I know you love this song.
It's all right. I deadpan, shrug.
She folds her arms over her chest, pushing her breasts up and almost distracting me from the road.
But, discipline.
This was the top song on your study playlist senior year.
Ah, now we're getting somewhere. She remembers my details, too. Was it? I feign ignorance like the great feigner I am. I don't even remember that. How would you remember that?
I don't know.
She shrugs smooth, bare shoulders and scrolls through the phone for her next choice.
Just popped in my head for whatever reason.
Ah, the way I remembered your dryer sheets, I ask innocently. Just popped in my head, too. Silence. She sits back to enjoy the Pacific bordering the road. I opted to take PCH, which is a little longer drive, but Banner in the car for more time is no hardship. Gives her something to look at while she regroups. We go back and forth on songs for the couple of hours in the car. I deliberately avoid shop talk, not wanting to remind her that I'm supposed to be the opposition.
Okay, here's my judgment-free pick, she says after a while, giving me wide eyes and twitching lips. Don't hate on my jam.
You calling it your jam already has my haterade out.
And you using the word haterade has mine out.
We both laugh, and I wait to hear just how bad her song sucks. It's pretty bad. Seriously, there's a slowdown up ahead so I can look at her fully while we idle. One Direction. She turns up the volume so What Makes You Beautiful soaks the interior of my car. I'll have to hose it down later, but watching her dance beside me, the most carefree I've seen her since our laundromat days, is worth enduring a British boy band that is not the Beatles.
Okay, she hands me the phone. Now you choose your craptastic song so I don't feel so bad.
I told you I don't listen to shit music, I remind her.
Oh, come on. You've got one. Everybody does.
I mentally flip through the songs I listened to, struggling to find something that isn't great. And then I have it. One eye on the road, one eye on my phone. I search until I find it. Never have I looked so forward to a ball-busting as when the soft, melodic strains of Shaggy's It Wasn't Me fill the air.
Oh, my God!
Banner doubles over in her seat, head pressed to her knees, shoulders shaking.
No way you get to judge me. This is awful.
I don't mind never getting to live this down. It's worth it to hear Banner's full-throated laugh. I haven't heard her laugh like that since college. Completely uninhibited and honest and free. And because of me.
I guess we should at least talk about our strategy for recruiting sponsors at this party,
she says when we're about 30 minutes from Kip and Karen's Santa Barbara home. Right. I couldn't care less. Very important. Half these potential sponsors have already committed from an email Kip sent the day we had lunch, but she doesn't need to know that one detail. She might not have come.
I say we divide and conquer.
Banner pulls down the visor mirror to check her makeup and add more red to her lips. Divide sounds like it might defeat my purpose, which is to spend as much time with Banner as possible. Maybe we should stick together, I suggest.
I've memorized the list of potential sponsors you sent.
Of course you have.
And pulled up photos. she continues blithely. Overachiever, but we knew that already. So I think I have faces and names matched and will be fine on my own, she says, if that's what you're worried about.
It's not. Okay, I say, resigned. We turn down the long private drive leading to the Carter estate. Divide and conquer it is.
How lovely, Banner says with a gasp when the house comes into view. I consider the Carter's Cape Dutch estate with fresh eyes. I've been coming here since freshman year. In the beginning, of course, I'd visit with Bent, but especially now that I live on the West Coast and Bent is in Boston, I come here without him all the time. I was dumbstruck the first time I drove up, too. On one side, moss-colored mountains overlook the vast estate. Aquamarine waters border the other side. Truly the best of both worlds. I can tell Banner thinks the interior is as impressive by the way she peers up at the cathedral ceilings and reverently approaches the priceless paintings dotting the walls. This home is as lovely as your other one, she tells Karen after a quick hug. So warm and beautiful.
I could say the same of you, Kip says, turning on old-world charm like he originally hails from Italy, though he grew up in Detroit. He grabs both Banner's hands, kisses both cheeks.
Thank you. She smiles sweetly and accepts his elbow.
I have several people for you to meet.
He leads her out to the sprawling oceanside backyard already packed with about 100 guests. Kip likes your friend, Karen says, taking my arm and following at a discreet distance. He was very impressed by her.
You mean at lunch? I ask wryly. Or afterward when he dug up information about her.
She chuckles, slanting me a knowing glance. Mostly what he dug up after. He loves ambition and drive and intelligence. She has all three.
That she does, I say, hoping I do a good job hiding the touch of pride I feel about the woman Banner has become. She's far exceeded even what I thought she would be when I knew her in college.
I can tell you like her too, Karen says slyly, catching and holding my eyes. A lot.
I'm that obvious, am I? I affect a frown. Need to work on that.
I know you well. You've never brought a woman around before.
She's a colleague, Karen. I deflect. She's around because we have business that intersects with Kip's interests.
Oh, tell me another one,
Karen scoffs, smiling at her guests in that way she's perfected.
I'm glad you're here. Thank you for coming. I'll deal with you later. And can't you tell I'm in the middle of something? I see the way you look at that girl.
How? I ask, certain that I've disguised my hunger for Banner.
It's rude to stare at a woman's ass like that.
My shout of laughter startles us both. Apparently I haven't done a good job after all.
And you don't usually laugh this way, she adds. I like how you are with her. Where'd you find her? And does she have a sister we could trick into marrying Bent?
No one said anything about marriage. I give her a quelling frown. I can really like her and want to, well, you know, fuck her again and again and again and repeat. The look Karen returns tells me she does know all too well. I can want that without wanting marriage, I say. I don't know how I feel about that institution. Everyone isn't as lucky as you and Kip, or as my dad and stepmother.
Hard to be faithful to one woman? She asks.
In 10 years, no one has measured up to Banner in the dark. Banner on a narrow couch, rushed, hurried, frantic, and perfect. I'd trade every woman I've had since for one more night like that with Banner. I think I could be faithful. I grab a glass of the champagne lemonade Karen's parties are so famous for from a passing tray. Though I have never met a woman I wanted to test that theory with.
Until Banner, you mean?
Karen wears that pleased grin my stepmother sports whenever she mistakenly thinks I'm going to settle down with one of the nice girls she introduces me to. Who wants a nice girl when I could have Banner painfully extracting a pound of my flesh every night? I search the crowded yard for Banner's bright dress. A splash of scarlet by the pool gives her away. She's chatting with a man Kip simply calls Baron, a German businessman whom I've never even seen smile.
He's talking animatedly with Banner, probably in German, a besotted grin hanging between his two oversized ears. Everyone falls for Banner, whether they feel like she's the daughter they never had, like Karen does, or like she's the best thing that ever happened to their business, like that blowhard Cal Bagley, or that she's the only girl for them, like Zoe does. Too bad about Zoe, because she's actually the only girl for me. He'll find someone else. I have faith in him. I go through the motions of our divide and conquer strategy, basically confirming with the sponsors who've already signed on that they'll hear from me this week and stay close enough to Banner so that when the dancing starts, which Kip and Karen always have at these things, I'll be within striking distance. When the band gets in place on the small stage set up with the ocean as its backdrop, I make my move. Banner's talking with a guy from San Jose who developed an app that made him a millionaire several times over in less than a year. He's on his way to $1 billion and has already signed on to sponsor the golf tournament. So the app tracks my diet, nutrition, exercise, she's telling San Jose when I walk up. That's fascinating, he says, eyes dropping to her breasts every other word. It is, Banner agrees enthusiastically, clueless that his next move will be to touch her in a non-threatening way and get her somewhere alone. And your client Quinn developed it? He asks, taking her arm and steering her slightly away from the cluster of people surrounding them. Could we step over to the terrace? I feel like we're having to yell, and this app is so fascinating, I cut in. You mentioned that. They both turn surprised eyes to me. Banner smiles, but San Jose, rightfully sensing a threat, frowns. Jared, hey, Banner says, her heavy-lidded look telling me she's had enough of the champagne lemonade to make her relaxed, but not enough to make her careless. I was just chatting with... Oh, gosh, I didn't catch your name. Miller, he grits out, clearly disappointed she doesn't already know him or isn't enraptured by his net worth. Kyle Miller. That's right. Banner taps his shoulder. You were going to tell me about your app. Maybe you could collaborate with Quinn to work out some of the kinks in Girl You Better. She blinks long lashes at him over her champagne lemonade, full lips wrapped around the rim of the glass as she takes a sip. A droplet trails down her throat and into her cleavage. Oops, spilled a little, she giggles. Banner never giggles. And where'd she learn that? When did she start doing that? She catches the wayward droplet shrewdly, watching Kyle tracing the path her finger takes as she scoops the lemonade from between her breasts and sucks it from her finger. By the time he looks back, she's blinking her lashes and smiling again. Yeah, he says eagerly. I could do that. Oh, great. Banner pulls her phone from her pocket. Could you airdrop your number? Another flurry of blinks. Please? They exchange contacts and the music starts up. They're clearing the floor for dancing, Kyle says. Maybe we could... I don't think so, I interrupt to his dismay. But she and I were about to... I know, I say, trying for a rueful look and probably failing. Maybe next time. But could you go now? I'm over this and missing the beginning of the dance I've plotted all night for. Banner's throaty chuckle draws both of our attention. I'll call you Monday, Kyle, Banner says, slipping the phone back into her pocket. It was great chatting with you. He takes her polite dismissal much better than mine, nodding and walking off. That was rude. She sips her lemonade and blinks hard and fast like she did with Kyle. And I was just getting started. I think, I say, plucking the champagne flute from her fingers and setting it on a nearby ledge. We should retire those batting eyelashes for the night. They got what they came for. Yes, they did, she agrees. Quinn's been calling Kyle's office for weeks asking for help with her app. When I saw his name on the guest list, I saw opportunity knocking. I answered. My equinox indeed. Well, there's music, I point out, and dancing. Yes, everybody's doing it apparently, she intones, glancing around at the partygoers coupling off on the makeshift dance floor. A shame if we don't. I do like to dance. She angles a mischievous glance up at me. though I don't typically fraternize with the enemy. I glide my hand down her back until it rests at the dip of her waist and steer her to the floor. Oh, I'm the enemy, am I? I pull her into my arms and her hands rest on my shoulders. I've always thought so, she says, glancing down at our feet and swaying to the music. No, you haven't, I remind her softly. Not always. It's the golden hour. The sun is in flux, not quite down and not high. It's a breath before sunset, and the whole sky explodes with a final burst of color like fireworks over the ocean. The same blush washing the horizon rises on Banner's cheeks. No, not always, she agrees, eyes still trained on the ground. None of the coquettish blinking and drop-gathering she treated Kyle to for me, thank God. You know I'm not the enemy, right, Ben? I press her closer until there's no space between our bodies, and my mouth is at her ear. We're on different teams, but not really enemies. Would that be an accurate assessment? A slight shudder ripples through her body at my breath and her hair, at her ear. She nods slowly. I'm seeing that. Bent, confirming that you weren't in on... She looks up at me, her eyes guarded, but showing more than she probably wants to. That you weren't in on what Prescott did has made me see things differently. Clearly. Good. My hands venture subtle inches from the dip of her waist to the rounded curve of her hips. I've wanted to sort that out for years, but I guess we both had other things going on. Yes, living in different cities, working at different firms, I add. Separate paths, she whispers, eyes locked with mine. I twirl us in a half-circle, sliding my thigh between hers, and the only thing separating us is the linen of my pants and the cotton of her dress. Her warmth seeps through the thin layers, and I want nothing more than to push under her dress and squeeze that lush ass. Thong? Bikini? Shit, what if Banner isn't wearing any panties at all? I insert a small space between us so she won't feel how hard I am imagining her bare pussy under that red dress. But now our paths seem to keep crossing, I tell her. So it feels like time to repair things, to pick up where we left off. You're right. She smiles, the dimple denting her smooth cheek. Her makeup conceals my 7 freckles, but I could tell you exactly where each of them rests on her nose. I think reviving our friendship is a good thing. Friendship? That's a start. I love this song, she says, tilting her head back to pick the song out from the noise of the crowd. Kiss Me by Sixpence None the Richer. So do I. I twirl her again and gather our joined hands against my chest. Oh, we finally agree on something, she says with a laugh. Don't get used to it, I tease back. When the song ends, Banner pulls her phone out and grimaces. I should get going, she says. Zoe's waiting at home for you? I force myself to ask. It sounds so domestic and permanent and settled. I glue my smile in place, though the thought of her still sleeping with Zoe Vidale makes me want to vomit my champagne lemonade on his head. No. She licks her lips and slides her glance to the side. He's traveling. He's actually in Argentina for a few weeks, working with an orphanage down there. Because he's a saint. But I have an early morning workout, she says. I'm tired, and we've done what we came to do. Speak for yourself, Banner. I came to chip away at that wall around you, and I'm not sure how much progress I've made. We say our goodbyes to Kip and Karen, thanking them for a great evening, and zip back down the drive. Top down? I ask, glancing at the carefully coiffed hair she wanted to preserve on the ride here. Top down, she confirms, tugging at the pins until her hair tumbles around her shoulders and whips behind her in the wind. She glances over at me, her wide smile bright in the moonlight. This feels fantastic. Me and Banner finally alone. Yep, I agree. Fantastic.
16. Banner. I have to be careful. I've done a good job concealing how Jared affects me. He's a shark, and he's been circling me all night. Any sign of weakness would be like blood in the water. He'd devour me whole. But ever since Bent told me the truth, confirmed what Jared said years ago, two tiny, insidious words keep warming through my brain. What if? What if Prescott hadn't pulled his trick? What if he and his pride of lions had never interrupted us? What if I hadn't called the cops? What if I'd believed Jared? We were young, ambitious, and had things we wanted to do. Who knows if a relationship between us could have survived the distance, our immaturity, my insecurities, his ruthless single-mindedness. Things happen the way they do for a reason. Things probably happened exactly as they should have. But sitting beside the man whom I've always had trouble resisting, those two words taunt me. What if? The most dangerous words in the English language. Hell, in every language I speak. On the ride home, I'm quiet, resisting his every attempt to talk. I'm contemplating the shadows of mountains and the shimmer of water in the dark. The cool air lifts my hair away from my neck. I fight the intoxicating effects of champagne lemonade traveling through my blood. I need to be alert, on guard. I'm so absorbed in ignoring the pull of Jared beside me that at first I don't notice we've pulled off. "Where are we going?" I ask, looking at him for the first time since we left the Carter's estate. "So you do remember I'm here," he says lightly, sarcasm in his voice. Of course. I take in our surroundings, the road we're traveling down. "Where are we going?" He pulls onto a sprawling yard with a few cars parked here and there. A huge screen looms over the patch of grass. "A drive-in?" I ask, panic stealing all my cool points. Words like necking and making out come to mind as soon as I think drive-in. He kills the engine and faces me, illuminated by the moon and the screen. "It's not that late. You'll have plenty of time to sleep." "No, I won't. And we don't know what's playing," I say. "We may not even want to see this movie." "It's the experience that counts," he says, his expression, the tone of his voice, everything about him persuading, urging. "What can it hurt?" I'm formulating my argument to convince him, since that seems to be the only thing he understands, when a girl, maybe 17, strolls up to the car. "Evening. I'm Sally," she says, and fishes a notepad from her pocket and a pencil from behind her ear. "What can I get you tonight?" "We're not staying," I say, at the same time Jared says, "Popcorn." She darts a confused look between us. "You want butter on that popcorn?" "Yeah," Jared answers, paying in cash. "And 2 vanilla Cokes." She walks away and I batten down my hatches, preparing for the fight ahead. "This whole thing is incredibly presumptuous," I say, irritation coloring my words. "Bringing me here without my permission, ordering vanilla Coke, which I've never had, you'll love it, and buttered popcorn, which I don't have enough points left for." "Points?" Dark blonde brows pucker. "What do you mean, points?" Growing up overweight, struggling with it for so many years, I didn't realize how much shame I held around food. In public, I'd imagine the chiding conversations thin people were having about what I'd ordered. I conjured up their secret dismay that I selected the burger when there was a perfectly good garden salad on the menu. I was self-conscious about my portions, always concerned I'd gotten so much people would say, "Ah, that's why." I didn't want people to think about food and me in the same sentence, because then they would remember I was overweight. To talk about dieting with someone draws attention to my problem. To talk about it with Jared, considering our unique, humiliating past, would have been nearly impossible. But that was then. This is now. This is me now. "Weight Watchers," I say. We assign points to food, and you're allowed only so many points each day. I don't think I have enough for buttered popcorn."
"Oh, I get that."
His expression doesn't change, but he drapes an arm along the back of my seat.
"You look great, Banner."
Before I can awkwardly thank him, he goes on.
"But you've always looked great to me,"
he says, mesmerizing me with the forthright admiration in his eyes.
"I can tell you're happier now with how you look, so that's important. But you've always been beautiful to me. I hope you know that."
A lump forms in my throat, hot and huge. God, why does he have to be this way? How does he look at me with the same intent now as he did that night? Like I'm the same person. When most guys didn't even bother to look twice then, he looked at me like this. Like he's looking at me tonight and doesn't even notice that now I actually have a waistline. I'm on the verge of completely humiliating myself when Sally walks back up. Jared takes the popcorn.
"Thanks. What's the movie, by the way?"
"An Affair to Remember," Sally says. "It's oldie but goodie night. Not many folks here. Sorry, I have no idea what it's about." I at least know the plot. Cary Grant, Deborah Carr, both in relationships with other people, but fall for each other. The universe hates me.
"I've never seen this,"
Jared says.
"Have you?"
"No." I discipline my lips into a firm line. But I'm not watching this movie, and I'm not eating that popcorn or drinking vanilla Coke. Take me home, Jared. He considers me in silence for a moment, then plops the popcorn between us and sips his drink.
"No."
Why does he challenge me and torture me at every turn? You could have any girl sitting here eating popcorn and drinking dessert soda with you while you watch this movie, I say hotly. Take me home and find one of them.
"No."
His expression hardens into implacability.
"Eat the popcorn, drink the Coke, or don't. I don't care. Just turn around and watch the damn movie."
Why? I demand, my voice ascending in volume. I don't want to see this movie, and I could be home in an hour.
"Exactly. I don't want to take you home,"
he says, matching my volume, the fierceness of my glare.
"To be a damn genius, you are so obtuse. I don't care if it's Godzilla or Frankenstein or fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It doesn't matter what's on the screen, Banner. I just don't want you to leave."
Dread and delight wrangle inside me. He's on the verge of saying things that could take me down a dark path, one I would never consider following. A path that breaks all my rules and violates all my codes, one that could break my best friend's heart. But Jared,
"Eat your popcorn,"
he says irritably.
"The movie's starting."
I sit back and fold my arms, a physical barricade between my heart and the man eating popcorn beside me. Yes, I've had my reservations about the relationship with Zoe, but I'm still with him. I can't allow this thing seething between Jared and me, this thing that took up where it left off one cold December night a decade ago, to compromise my future. My body has been reacting to Jared all day. Like once I knew that night was as real to him as it was to me, all my defenses fell, and I'm left with this dangerous vulnerability that could wreck my relationship, destroy my friendship, hell, set back my career. If Zoe, one of our biggest clients, walked away from Bagley because I cheated on him, Cal would have legitimate grounds to dismiss me, or at the very least, hand the LA office over to someone else. This calls for popcorn. I have a history of dealing with my emotions through food, but I can control it. I'm measuring it out and then stopping. I'll eat a handful of this piping hot buttery goodness. Just one taste. Speaking of hands, mine brushes up against Jared's in the tub of popcorn, and a shiver skitters over my spine. I pull back, but he captures my fingers, not releasing me. I tug uselessly. He's not simply holding my fingers hostage. He's holding my whole life in his hands, and he doesn't even know it. Or maybe he does, but doesn't care. Jared. I'm breathless, helpless. Watch the movie, Banner, he says, eyes fixed on Carrie and Deborah. His right hand occupied with my left, he reaches into the tub with his left and keeps eating. I stare at the screen, eyes unseeing, ears unhearing. My full attention centers on the searing point of contact between our fingertips. Foolishly, I will myself to relax. I actually follow the storyline for the next few minutes, and I'm getting invested, wanting Carrie and Deborah to figure it out, when Jared's thumb ghosts over the thin skin of my wrist. It feels like he's caressed the nerves beneath. It feels like he's stroked my pulse because now my heart bangs like a mallet. My breath catches, hitches, stalls as he traces my palm. My mouth waters. Why is that even happening? Like my taste buds have been warned that soon I'll taste him again. I give another half-hearted tug, but he doesn't release my hand. I don't want him to. Fuck this, he mutters, turning away from the movie. He cups my cheek and presses his forehead to mine, the smell of fresh popcorn wafting up between us. I'm going to kiss you. No, I protest, but don't pull away. I'm paralyzed. I could physically move, but I'm held by the scent of him and the warmth of him and the promise of him, the taste of him so close. Yes, I am, Banner, because we both want it, he says flatly, and there's no reason for us not to have it. There is a reason. I pause and try to gather my scattered wits. Jared, you know I have a boyfriend. And if you haven't figured it out by now, I don't give a fuck. He pushes his fingers into my hair, angles his mouth over mine, and licks my bottom lip once, sending a current of electricity over my skin. I squeeze my eyes shut, like that will somehow block the sensations quaking through every cell of my body. His tongue laps at the corners of my mouth. He groans and captures my bottom lip between his, sucking at me, alternating force and gentleness, leaving me unsure which I want more. I clench my right fist on my thigh, the only sign of resistance I can muster, but it's not enough. Not when he pushes the popcorn away and grips my waist and brings me incrementally closer until we're pressed together and our hearts bang on each other's chests, one demanding entrance from the other. Your heart's racing, he says, an echo from years ago. He drags our linked hands to his chest. So is mine. Jared, we can't. I am. He tilts my chin just so, tugs my mouth open, and kisses me. With his dominant nature, I expect an invasion. Maybe I could have resisted that, could have prepared for that. But his mouth tenderly begs, and our tongues desperately tangle. This propulsive force has me leaning into him, has my hand clawed in his hair, has me fucking his mouth. And I can't stop. I'd forgotten how he tastes, but this moment under a star-spangled sky, this moon hurls me into retrograde, backward so many years to our first kiss when he exploded across my senses and detonated any coherent thought with one stroke of his tongue. Air cools my leg when he lifts my skirt, his hand lighting up the sensitive skin of my inner thigh on the inevitable journey to my pussy. He barely brushes me through my panties, and my muscles clench, anticipating his touch. I can't even manage to feel embarrassed that my panties are already soaked.
I want to finger you, he rasps over my lips. Can I, Ban? Dios mío, ayúdame. God help me. But there's no help. No salvation. Only the sin of this moment, of my dreams. I want to wake up. When this happened in my dreams, I woke up and I was beside Zoe. He was sleeping peacefully, blissfully unaware that I was wet dreaming about a man from my past, a man from my present. But Zoe's not here, and I can't remember why I should deny myself what I know Jared will give me, what I've been aching for ever since he re-entered my life. I nod my permission quickly before I change my mind, widening my thighs to make it easy for him. He slips his thumb beneath the wet silk and runs it over my clit. Jesus! I jerk, and his mouth is at my shoulder, his tongue soothing the burning, naked skin. With his free hand, he tugs one string of my halter until they both flop down over my breasts. His eyes never leaving mine, he strokes my clit again and slowly slides his middle finger inside. The erotic contact between our eyes is as potent as that one finger finding passage inside of me, over and over. With every unblinking stroke, I'm closer to giving Jared the surrender I promised Zoe only he would have. Jared, we have to... Stop. The word won't leave my mouth. It's trapped behind my teeth. Anything that would stop this, would stem this, even my fear of getting caught, being seen, freezes, and everything else runs hot, goes green, begs him to floor it. With the strings untied, he nudges my dress down with his lips, and cool air kisses my nipples. He stares at them, swallowing so hard I see his throat move in the dimmest moonlight. God, Banner, he says hoarsely, lifting his eyes to penetrate mine. How could you not see how beautiful you are? His words undo what's left of my resistance, and I pull him down to my breast, needing to give myself to this man who has always seen me. He opens his mouth completely over my nipple, pulling on me in a steady rhythm, biting my breast, rubbing my clit, pumping his middle fuck you finger into the hungry hole between my legs. My hips roll into him, seeking him, urging him to do his worst. He shifts to my other breast and adds another finger. Come on my hand, he says, his voice confident and pleading. Show me how you look when you come. I've never seen it. In the dark. We made love in the dark before, and we're in the dark now, but there's just enough light for me to see his beautiful face, and just enough light for him to see mine. So I show him. Ah! I cry out, heedless of the few cars parked around us while my body dissolves for him. I bite my bottom lip and frantically ride his hand, pleasure spilling from my body onto his fingers. Say my name, he demands. Who's doing this for you, Banner? It's you. Helpless tears slip over my cheeks. Tears of passion and regret and shame and joy. God, Jared, I know it's you.
17. Jared. Banner is avoiding me again, sending my calls to voicemail, ignoring my emails, not replying to text messages. Saturday night should have been a step forward, but we backslid like a wayward believer, and I don't know how to move us in the right direction. Right direction may not be accurate. There is nothing right about systematically plotting to take another man's woman. I won't call it the right direction. It's my direction, and I know it's ultimately where Banner belongs. And after what happened at the drive-in, I have no doubt it's where she wants to be. Here's the thing about falling for a good girl. They have all these rules and qualms, and the worst, guilt. She has all this integrity that gets in the way of what she wants, which is me.
But I won't allow it to get in the way of what I want, which is her. So we're at an impasse where she avoids me, slinks back into her comfort zone with Alonzo. Fuck that shit. If she thinks I'm letting this go, letting her go again, she's delusional. I know I'm the one who sounds crazy, but that is not the case. What's crazy is denying yourself something this special. I'm living proof that ruthless people who don't give a fuck want special things too. And I'm taking mine, as soon as I get her to talk to me. I've been camped out here at the 7 Grand for an hour, nursing the same Jameson and Coke. I don't do this. I don't sit around thinking about women. I don't let them disrupt my rhythm. They are generally the solution to a problem, which is that I like to fuck, and when I don't fuck, I get agitated and lose focus, which ultimately costs me money. This is a problem since the only girl I want to sleep with won't return my calls, won't leave her damn boyfriend, won't yield. And I've determined that sleeping with Banner isn't enough. Leaving Zoe isn't enough. I want her to yield. I want her as preoccupied with me as I am with her, as fixated on me as I am on her. Anything less than her feeling as obsessed as I do just doesn't seem fair. I check my phone one more time in case she's deigned to actually respond. Nothing from her, but a text message from Tanya asking me to call. She runs a strip club I take prospects to all the time. I ran into her at Titanium. I had no idea she taught Quinn's pole dancing classes at the gym. She keeps her eyes peeled for ballers and gives me tips on where they are, what they like, shit they do that might come in handy. When her recon pans out, I grease her palm. "What's up, Dan?" I ask, using my hands free and knocking back the last of my drink, giving the table a good slam with the glass. "I wondered if you got my message," Tanya says. "Took you long enough to call."
"What's up?"
I repeat. No time for bullshit. Get to the point. My patience is ice-thin tonight. "I got something." It's the first time in days my heart rate has increased.
"What do you got?"
I signal for the bartender to bring my tab. "That guy who's leaving Dallas, what's his name, Lim, or Line, or—"
"Link," I cut in, dropping some cash and standing. "Link Pullen. He recently became an unregistered free agent, biggest name available in free agency season. Also on the outs with his current agent. Opportunity meet need. Supply say hello to demand."
"He's here," she whispers. "Everybody's here tonight. Biggest party of the summer."
"Where is here?"
"I'll text the address."
"Will I have trouble getting in?"
I know so many players, that's rarely an issue, but some parties are more exclusive than others. "You'll be fine," Tanya replies. "Some of your guys are here too."
"Not surprising. Headed over now." I'm nearly at the door when someone calls my name. I turn, irritated, to find Cal Bagley wearing his permanent cocksure grin and a pathetic suit. He should know better. I mean, the guy's making millions. You can't buy one decent suit. And what's he even doing on my coast? He's supposed to be in New York. "Cal, good to see you." Lie. "How are you?" Don't care. "I'm good," he replies, shooting me a speculative glance. "I'll be even better if you keep your hands to yourself." "Excuse me? No idea what you're talking about." "Banner Morales," he says, his lips tightening. Visions of Banner's bare breasts in the moonlight and me finger-fucking her in the front seat run through my mind. Maybe you could be more specific, Cal?" "I know you're working together on the charity golf tournament. I had some friends at Kip's party Saturday. Said the two of you looked like a team. You can't have her. She's the best I've ever had."
Funny, she's the best I've ever had, too. Oh, he means in business. Cal is pride, like Kip, and Bent for that matter. Some well-meaning brother probably gave him a full report when they saw me with Banner. "Your prize mare is safe for now," I tell him, forcing a grin. "But it's true, we'd take better care of her at elevation." "Don't even think about it," Cal says harshly, all signs of the phony smile disappearing. "If there's one thing Banner is, it's loyal. We gave her a job straight out of college." First of all, Banner is many things, not one,
And don't make it sound like you did her any favors. I heard Alonzo only signed because of Banner, and you know damn well half your clients would leave if she did. So you admit it. You are trying to entice her to leave. I'm trying to fuck her, to have her, to keep her. But none of that is any of his concern. He's playing checkers at a chess match, clueless about what the game actually is. Go have a drink, Cal. I pat his shoulder. It'll do wonders. I relish the undisguised look of frustration on his face the entire drive to the party. Could I take Banner from not just Zoe, but from Cal, too? What a coup that would be. August and Iris would be ecstatic. No question, all her clients would jump Cal's ship and follow her to elevation. What I want is Banner in my bed, and wherever that leads us. But stealing Banner from that asshole would be an amazing bonus. When I pull up to the ultra-modern Hollywood Hills home, cars spill from the drive and overflow the curbs. Loud music blares through the walls and permeates the air. Once I'm inside, topless girls walk around unself-consciously. An open-door menage-a-trois is going on up in one of the bedrooms. Last season's Defensive Player of the Year has his dick in some girl's mouth. She has some guy's dick in her ass. I can't tell what's going on with door number 3, but their sexual game of Twister is so commonplace at parties like this. No one even gapes, and they don't bother to close the door. If Link is in a situation like that, it would be rude to interrupt, and I wouldn't want to join in. I'd show myself out and corner him some other time. It's testament to how focused I am on Banner that I'm not even tempted by the abundance of naked flesh being flashed around the large house. When I reach the landing for the next floor, a man, probably a baller based on his height, drunkenly yells at a woman I can't see because his large frame blocks her, has her trapped against the wall. "Clothes," he slurs. "What's a stripper doing with clothes on? I want to see them tits and that fat ass. Take 'em off." "I told you I'm not a damn stripper," a strident female voice fires back. "Now get your hands off me or I'll kick and sue your drunk ass." That voice. It couldn't be. It better not be. Not here in this den of iniquity. The woman steps away from the wall, buttoning her blouse and muttering under her breath in something other than English. The hell? Banner?
18. Banner. Jared? I utter his name, shocked to come face to face with the handsome devil I've been avoiding all week. "What are you doing here?" I ask, stalling and hoping to distract him from the fact that I'm here. Needless to say, it doesn't work. "You're asking why I'm here?" he demands, confusion and disapproval settling onto his face. "I belong here. I'm in places like this, parties like this all the time, doing business." "Well, so am I say, willing my hands to stop shaking after the confrontation with the drunken giant. "I have business here, too." I step around him, hoping to get away, but no such luck. He grabs my arm and drags me into the nearest bedroom, slamming the door behind us. I can't believe it's empty. Seems like every corner of this house is occupied by rutting athletes and willing strippers, but he finds the first available in seconds. "Who's here with you?" he asks. "No one. Why would someone be with me?" "Why are you here, Banner?" He looks back at the door, and then back to me, storm clouds darkening the vibrant blue of his eyes. "Was he bothering you? Did that guy touch you?" Groped is more like it, but I'm not telling Jared with his face looking like that. I wouldn't put it past him to go after him, and I know Jared used to bawl and can handle himself, but let's not risk it with a guy nearly 7 feet tall. "I'm fine." I push past him. "I need to go." "Yeah, home." He catches my elbow again. I glance down to his hand on my arm. "You really have to stop doing that." "What?" he asks, the clouds in his eyes shifting from stormy to cumulus. "Touching you?" His grip gentles, and he cups both my elbows, drawing me into the hard heat emanating through his well-tailored suit.
You liked it when I touched you at the movie, right?
His low-voiced words steam the small space around us. How many times have I relived those scorching moments with Jared over the last week? Asleep, awake, working out, while reviewing a contract. The memory of those electric, erotic moments assails me without warning and have given me no rest. I woke up wet again this morning. I'd come in my sleep. Thank God Zoe is traveling. I may have been making noises while I slept, or said Jared's name. I have no idea, but it would have been awkward and hurtful, and I refuse to hurt Zoe any more than I have to. What I've already done is more than enough. My heart aches every time I think about the conversation we need to have. I'll have to tell him what happened with Jared, but I can't even imagine how that would feel telling him another man touched me that way when I was supposed to be faithful to him. Telling him another man has overtaken my thoughts, my dreams. I'm not a cheat. I keep reassuring myself it was an indiscretion, but nothing we couldn't get past. But do I want to get past it? Get past Jared? Stay with Zoe? I know I have to deal with it, but I can't right now. It's free agency season. Several of my clients, including Zoe, are in the thick of it. That means constant contact with teams, meetings with GMs, negotiations with lawyers, phone calls with clients vacationing in time zones all over the world. I don't have time to be preoccupied with a personal life, much less one as complicated as Jared Foster is making mine.
Banner, you did like it, right?
Jared's still touching me. His hands sure, his words confident, but uncertainty lies just behind his eyes.
Why have you been ignoring me?
Jared, you know why. It's complicated. I sigh heavily and pull away, walking over to open the door. I'm working, and I can't do this with you right now.
Working how?
His question comes from behind me, and his hand slams the door closed again. He's at my back. I've been outmaneuvered. I wanted to keep my distance, but there's no distance between my back and his front, between my body and the long, hard length of him.
Was he bothering you?
Jared asks, his lips at my ear, his breath in my hair. There's genuine concern in his voice, and I hate that this man everyone assumes would sell his grandmother to make the right deal cares about me. Always has. It complicates things even more. I'm fine, Jared. I rest my forehead against the door, refusing to relax against him, though every cell in my body urges me to do just that.
You were buttoning your blouse, he says, voice tight. If he bothered you, then what?
I turn around to face him and lean against the door. Big mistake. I'm confronted with eyes the dark blue of a midnight sky, and the face carved from my fantasies with a lust-tipped chisel. He's wearing a three-piece suit. The powerful width of his chest stretches beneath a navy blue jacket, vest, and a shirt the color of pink champagne. No tie. His hand still rests against the closed door, and his arm crowds me in.
I hate it when you ignore me,
he says unexpectedly. My eyes snap to his, and that was a mistake too. Looking into his eyes. The intensity there is mesmerizing.
Not just this week, he says, but when we first graduated, right after all that shit went down with the Pride. We were at a few of the same conferences. Every time I tried to talk to you, you froze me out. Once you even threatened to blow your
rape whistle. I finish for him, chuckling. I was so desperate to keep him out of my life. I understood the danger then of giving myself to him, and even when I wasn't sure what his role had been in what happened, when I didn't believe I could trust him, I knew I couldn't trust myself. I knew it then, and I know it now. I need to go, I say abruptly, turning back around and pulling on the handle. Under the weight of his hand, the door remains closed. Jared, my client needs me. It's true. It's why I came here when Tanya texted me that one of my rookies might be in trouble. But it's also my get-out-of-this-room card. I'm relieved when his hand falls from the door. But that's short-lived because his hands grip my hips from behind, and he presses himself into me.
Banner, I know you have things you're working through.
A short laugh rustles the hair at my neck.
Hell, if your free agency season is anything like mine, you're busy every second of the day.
I nod, holding my body tense to create even an inch between our bodies.
But I can't stop thinking about Saturday,
he whispers across my neck. His words followed closely behind by his lips feathering light kisses across my skin. I shiver and he pushes into me, his thick length wedged into the cheeks of my ass.
About your pussy clenching around my fingers.
Oh, God. I drop my forehead to the door again, my breath coming heavier. Stop.
Your nipples,
he continues, his breath thinning out, his palms spreading at my waist until he can brush the underside of my breasts.
I want them in my mouth again. Ban, please.
Don't ask me to.
I swallow my words,
but my fear won't go down. I cannot hurt him like this, Jared.
I don't want you to hurt him. I want you to choose me.
He squeezes my waist. A warning.
But if you don't choose me, you will hurt him because we are going to happen.
I have to go. I step back into him only long enough to wrench the door open. I need to find my guy before he destroys his career. I've been distracted by Jared long enough. I need to handle what I came here to do and get out before I allow Jared to wreak any more havoc on my life.
Which guy?
He asks from right behind me.
You can't wander around this house looking for your client, Banner.
He takes my arm, again, and stops me in the hall.
Do you know what kind of party this is?
His face hardens above me.
Anything goes. And half these guys are so high out of their minds, they wouldn't even notice if you said no. So the hell I'm letting you run all over this house looking for your client.
Letting me? Feminist indignation raises both brows. Since when do you think you let me do anything? You're not my father or my boyfriend, and even they don't let me do things. I just do them. I'm a grown-ass woman, not some little girl who requires an escort at a fucking party.
Oh, the grown-ass woman who was being accosted when I found her?
He demands, anger sparking in his eyes.
That was going well.
I have a job to do.
Well, you're not doing it without me in this house at this party, and I don't care if you like it or not. Try to shake me.
Our wills war as we exchange glares, neither backing down.
Tell me who you're trying to find,
he says, softening his hands on me, his eyes on me.
And I'll help you. But I'm not letting you out of my sight in this house.
A weary sigh forces its way past my lips. I've been here an hour already and haven't found my baller yet. There's no telling how much trouble he's gotten into since Tanya texted me. Hakeem Okafor. I look up and see recognition and realization on his face. Yeah, the one who was suspended for weed twice this season. He's here, and it's a lot worse than weed. Tanya saw him over a line of coke. He hadn't done anything then, but I need to intervene before it gets out. One post to Instagram, one tweet, one peep about this, and he could be out of the league for good.
A line of coke.
A muscle knots under the sculpted line of Jared's jaw.
Let me get this straight. You're at what is essentially an orgy to rescue a 7-foot man who's probably high on cocaine from himself? Have I missed anything? Some detail that would make this a good idea?
My concern gives way to anger. I told you why I'm here.
And I'm telling you it's not wise.
He places his hand at the small of my back and urges me toward the stairs.
Where are you parked?
I dig in the heels of my Stuart Weitzman's and whip around, shoving him back. I need to find Hakeem first, Jared.
You're his agent, not his mother, Banner. He returns with heat.
Right. I'm not his mother, I snap, slicing one hand through the air for emphasis. His mother fled a war-torn country with 4 children and nothing but the clothes on her back. His mother worked 3 jobs to support them by herself in a new place where she knew no one and had to restart their life from scratch. Ban, his mother is the one I looked dead in the face and promised if she sent her son to the NBA, I would do everything in my power to help him, to protect him. I swallow an anxious lump, recalling that conversation at her tiny kitchen table on the south side of Chicago. She's the one who, for the first time in her life, isn't worried about how her kids will eat or how they'll go to college, how her family will make it, and that's because her son is making 8 figures playing basketball. I push past him and start toward the set of stairs that takes me to the next floor. I need to find him so he can keep playing basketball and I can keep my promise to her.
Killer with a heart,
he says softly behind me. I freeze, 1 foot on the next stair, and look at him over my shoulder. The years fall away, and I'm not the high-powered agent wearing $600 shoes, and he's not the ruthless man with a fleet of well-tailored suits and the fastest-growing agency around. We're just 2 barely adults dreaming about our futures and wondering who we will ultimately become. I'm happy with the path I chose, and I know he's happy with the road he's taken. Our paths diverged, but for whatever reason, lately we keep coming back to this.
Are you going to help me or what?
I ask, offering a wry, grudging smile. He rolls his eyes and steps around me to lead the way up the next flight of stairs.
10 minutes, he says sternly. We look for 10 minutes, and then you're leaving with or without him.
So he thinks. If I haven't found Hakeem in 10 minutes, we'll renegotiate. But we do. On the next floor, in a room with a few guys, and thankfully no phones out taking pictures or recording it. And yes, with cocaine everywhere. Please let me handle this, I ask Jared in the hall outside the room. You helped me, and I appreciate it, but this is my guy. You'll be right here if I need you. For a second, he looks like he'll protest, but he finally nods and leans against the wall.
If you're not out in 5 minutes...
He leaves a trail of unspoken consequences in the wake of that sentence. I nod my agreement and head in, closing the door behind me.
What the hell are you doing, Hakeem?
I ask with no preamble. He glances up, his eyes droopy and dazed from the drugs.
Huh?
He blinks a few times like I'm a hallucination.
Banner?
Yes, Banner. I stand over him, pointing to the drugs and bottles of liquor on the table. You already had 2 suspensions for weed. What do you think they'll do to you for this shit?
Nobody would tell.
Somebody did, I cut in, slit-eyed and furious. And they called me.
It's a private party.
Dismay and panic clear some of his haze. Nothing is private. I told you that day 1. Maybe once your little coke party pops up on Instagram, you'll believe me. He glances around the room, probably seeing the faces around him with new eyes. Some he knows, and some he doesn't. I pray he's realizing how foolhardy it is to do drugs at all, much less with guys he doesn't know and can't be sure he can trust. I step closer and bend to speak so low only he will hear me. Think of Adiago. I whisper his sister's name to him. She wants to go to Northwestern, right? She doesn't have a scholarship. She's depending on you, Hakim. Sor Kambili and Ekima. I pull back and touch his shoulder. So is your mother. You know this. He glances from the table littered with coke and weed and destruction, then back to me and nods solemnly. He's a good kid, barely a man, who went from having nothing one day to having riches and resources beyond his wildest imagination the next. It's a lot. It's a trap if you don't have the right people surrounding you. I don't recognize half the men here. They're not the right people. Not ballers, but hangers-on. Opportunists, some of them predators. By now, I've had enough predators assume I was prey that I know how to spot them. Let's get out of here. I reach for his arm, but someone reaches for mine. You do lap dances? The huge man attached to the arm asks me, staring at my ass. I was out, for once, having dinner with Quinn when Tanya texted me, so I'm dressed well. Black harem pants that snap tight at the ankles, and a silk blouse longer in the front and cut higher in the back, exposing my lower back and butt. Hands off. I'm not a stripper, I say for the third time tonight. I mean, really? Do strippers dress this well? I like this fat ass, he says, smacking the derriere in question. Oh, hell no. I said hands off, hijo de puta, I snap, slipping into the language that always seems to best convey my strongest emotions. I don't know what you called me, he says, amusement lighting his drug-hazed eyes. But my dick got hard. You want that dick shoved down your throat? Jared says from the open door, with a calm I recognize as false. Touch her ass again. His eyes are burning the spot where the man holds my arm. I jerk free and touch Hakim's shoulder. Let's go. Hakim stands and stumbles. I catch his arm, but his weight buckles my knees, and we both almost fall. Jared rushes over and slips under Hakim's arm, supporting him. Sorry, Hakim slurs. That Grey Goose got me like... And that Molly got you too, the ass slapper says. You gon' feel that, bruh. You took Molly too, Hakim? I ask. I guess. Hakim slumps into me, all 7 feet of him, and I grunt under his weight. I got him, Jared says, irritation barbing his voice. Man, try to walk. Hakim is practically dead weight, but we get him to the hall. I start dragging him toward the stairs we came up, but Jared stops short. There's a back staircase, he says. Let's take him that way. Good idea. I shift Hakim on my shoulder and follow Jared's lead. It's difficult getting his bulk down the steps, and I almost lose my footing several times. Hakim alternates between drunken snickers and tearful apologies. He can't decide what kind of drunk he wants to be, but he's getting on my damn nerves. He steps on Jared's foot more than once, and based on the muttered curses coming from the other side, Hakim has gotten on Jared's nerves too. I think he broke my toe, Jared complains when we get outside. It's been a long night, and we narrowly averted disaster. Only time will tell if some damning photo surfaces to wreck Hakim's career. For now, though, we saved the day, and I'm so relieved that when I see Jared's almost sullen face, my lips twitch in the closest thing to a smile I can manage under the circumstances. I step away and leave Hakim leaning on Jared while I search for my car. I was in such a hurry to get here, I don't even remember where I parked. I turn to tell Jared I found it, and catch him staring at my ass. Are you looking at my butt? I ask, waffling between flattered and offended. Of course, Jared replies, as if I'm crazy for asking. I actually wish you'd stop talking because I was literally committing your ass in those pants to memory, and you're breaking my concentration.
I try my best to scold him with a look, which is hard to do when my lips are twitching. What? He shrugs as best he can with Hakeem leaning on him. I mean, it's right there. What do you expect? At least I'm honest. The guy who slapped my ass was honest, too, I remind him. So maybe there's a balance you could find between honest and lecher. If I find it, you'll be the first to know. I shake my head, still fighting twitching lips. I'm not doing this. I refuse to enjoy him. If you can just help me get him to the car, I say over my shoulder, we'll be on our way. What car? I stop and turn, looking at him like he's crazy now. My car. And you're taking him where? Jared demands. Do you know where he's staying? No. Hakeem doesn't live in L.A. He's here strictly to party, I guess. I have no idea where he's staying, and he's in no condition to tell me. I'll take him to my house. The hell you will. Jared jerks his brows together. Isn't Zoe out of town? Yeah. You are not taking Hakeem back to your place. Not like this. He's drunk, high, and twice your size. No way. Hakeem makes mild sounds of protest, but looks like he could float away any minute. Well, what do you suggest? I ask, irritated with his logic and frustrated by my lack of forethought. Oh, now that I broke my back and a toe dragging around a 300-pound 7-footer, you're open to suggestions? Jared shifts Hakeem into a more comfortable position. Fucking figures. The twitch of my lips is just the beginning. He looks so put out, like a little boy not getting his way, that a laugh escapes me before I can catch it. And once it's out, it won't stop. Your toe, I gasp, pointing to the foot Hakeem kept smashing as we descended the stairs. I'm so sorry. Apologies usually seem more sincere if you're not laughing when you deliver them, he says dryly. You must have missed that in How to Win Friends and Influence People. Oh, shut it. After I get my borderline hysterical laughter under control, he's staring at me, a small smile teasing his lips. What? I ask, smiling back involuntarily. Your laugh, he says. I want to make you laugh like that every day. The comment blindsides me. We were working so well together, it was easy to forget how dangerous being around him is. I don't respond, but walk the few steps to my car. Unlock it. We need to get him out of here. So that's how you're going to play this? You'll just keep ignoring it? I don't answer, but that's what I do. Ignore him. What should we do about Hakeem? I ask, risking a glance at him over my shoulder. Jared stares at me for long seconds before sighing and nodding toward my car. I'll follow you and sleep on your couch. I'm parked over there. There's no need for you to stay, I rush to assure him. To sleep on my couch, I mean. Banner, it's late, he says wearily. I've been up since 4 this morning. He's not coming back to my place. He's not staying at yours if you're there alone. This is as much of a compromise as you're getting. I reluctantly nod and help him load Hakeem, who has gone quiet, asleep but breathing evenly, into the car. He's buckled into the back seat while we ride to my house. The whole way I recite all the reasons it's a bad idea to have Jared in my house with Zoe not there. I pep-talk myself into believing that everything will be okay, that I will emerge from this night unscathed and still faithful. But as soon as Hakeem is tucked peacefully into my guest bedroom with the door closed, and Jared and I are alone, my confidence wavers. He hangs his jacket on the back of a stool at my kitchen bar. The muscles in his arms strain against the expensive material of his shirt. He rolls the cuffs back, eyes fixed on me. Would you like some water before we go to bed?
I hear how that sounds. Sleep. Before we go to sleep. Me in my room, you on the couch. He cocks one brow and folds his arms across the width of his chest and watches me sputter. Or food? I march over to the wood panel refrigerator and pull it open, studying the contents. Let's see. We have some grilled chicken. Or there's... I trail off when I feel him at my back, the heat from his body contrasting with the cool air from the fridge. Some cheese, or... I can't think when his hands span my waist, his thumbs seeking out the tense muscles in my back. Leftover Indian. I lick dry lips and try to control my breathing that's growing more erratic with every probe of his fingers. Thai? I squeak, my voice high-pitched when he lifts my hair away and kisses the curve of my neck. Or Vietnamese? His hands slide under my shirt from behind and come around to cup my breasts, stroking the nipples barely but insistently. Oh, God, I gasp and drop my head back against him. Jared, I can't do this. I'm not a cheat. Then let him go, he whispers in my ear and slips his fingers under the lace cups of my bra to squeeze my breasts. He doesn't have to be caught in the middle of this. He doesn't have to get hurt. But he will get hurt. The thought of Zoe hurt by my betrayal, by me choosing someone else, fortifies me enough to pull away from Jared's hands. I face him, breasts still heaving. I'm aching, throbbing between my legs, and my body is a live wire, humming with the electricity of his touch. You have to respect my relationship. No, I don't. Jared runs an agitated hand through his hair. It's your relationship, so you can respect it, but I don't. You're not married to him. That would make a difference? He clutches the back of his neck, head lowered and eyes narrowed, as he considers the question. I honestly don't know. He shrugs, his face as open and honest as I've ever seen it. I've never wanted anyone the way I want you, so I can't say for sure that a ring would stop me. This is worse than I thought, and I thought it was awful. Don't you feel bad, though? I ask, pressing the back of my hand to my forehead like I might have a fever. If you're serious about not cheating on him, one of us has to care, and it's not me, he says flatly. I'm not made that way. Not made to care? I'm not made to deny myself something I want. He drops his eyes to the tight buds of my nipples still poking through the silk of my blouse. Especially when I know it wants me back. Don't. I cross my arms over my breasts. Don't what? Tell the truth? You want me to lie to myself? I'm not made like that either. You're going to wreck my life, Jared, I tell him, fear and longing muddled in the words, mixing inside of me. Only if you want me to, he says softly. Do you want me to? I don't know what you mean. Is that what this is about? He flattens the fullness of his lips into a hardened ridge. You want me to keep pressing you, keep cornering you until you give in, so I'm the bad guy? The one who made you fall? No, I choke out, hating the picture he's painting. You want me to relieve you of the responsibility? 'Cause I'll do it. I don't mind being the villain. But between you and me, we'll know that you want it as badly as I do. I'm just the one with the balls to make it happen. It's not like that. Tears burn my throat. I'm confused. No, you're not. He shakes his head decisively. You're not confused about the fact that you want me in a way you don't want him. I know you, Banner. If you loved Zoe, really loved him, there's no way I could tempt you. God, he's right. I hate that he's right. I watch him in silence, sure that he's not done.
You're not confused, he continues. You're conflicted because you don't want to hurt him, but you don't want to tell him the truth. I, however, am not confused, and I'm not conflicted.
He moves suddenly, breaching the imaginary fortress I erected to buy myself thinking room. He cups my face in his big hands, rubbing his thumbs over my cheeks.
I know exactly what I want.
He bends and leaves feather-light kisses on my lips.
I want another chance with you, Banner. The chance that was taken from us. I want to make love to you with the lights on.
He kisses my chin, caresses my throat. I close my eyes against what I see in his eyes. It's so much more than the need to fuck, than the base urge of one alpha male compelled to take a woman from another of his species. It's tender and sincere and all the things I've told myself all these years he wasn't capable of.
I saw you first,
he whispers, kissing the bridge of my nose where my freckles are.
I had you first.
He kisses my face where the dimple dents my cheek when I smile.
I want you back,
he declares, meeting my eyes and taking my mouth in a deep kiss, never looking away. He sucks my tongue into his mouth with eyes wide open, and the intimacy of it overwhelms me. I can't close my eyes, can't look away, even when the kiss turns more aggressive, possessive. When he coaxes my lips open wider and goes deeper, taking and giving with every stroke. He skids his hands down my waist and cups my ass, kneading the muscles until finally my eyes drift closed, and I slump against him, bliss stealing the last of my pitiful resistance. I groan, and my hands creep up over his shoulders and around his neck, my fingers stealing into the cool, silky hair. He presses me into the refrigerator door, hooks my leg on his hip, and opens me up, grinds his erection into the divide of my pussy. Jared, oh God. My head drops back as he pushes against my clit through our clothes. The pleasure swells with each forceful thrust, arrowing from between my legs and up through my chest, coiling at the base of my throat, and then breaking free on a silent scream.
Does he make you feel this way?
He asks, a tightness to his voice that makes me look at him, even in the midst of this unimaginable pleasure.
Has he seen you when you come? Seen how beautiful you are when you fall apart? Or do you make him fuck you in the dark too?
I squirm free, dropping my leg and pushing away, stumbling over to the counter and leaning there, head dropped forward so my hair hides my heated cheeks. Don't talk about him. I turn a serious stare on him, ignoring my body's unfulfilled needs. You may have seen me first, and had me first, but Zoe's been my best friend for a long time. That means something to me. He's like family. And as much as I want you, and I admit I do, I don't want to hurt him. He walks over and I flinch when he touches my face, because I know how frail my guard is. I could go up in flames again if he wants me to, with just one touch.
Then you have some tough decisions to make, and you should make them soon.
He bends to drop a soft kiss on my nose.
Because I won't give up until you're completely mine, Banner. And I won't wait much longer.
19. Banner. Girl, you better eat. All work and no food does the body no good. Quinn designed the app to alert you if no food has been recorded at certain pre-programmed intervals. Now that I understand my body better than I did before, I usually eat several small meals instead of 3 large ones. Or worse, skipping breakfast and loading up only twice a day. I work out hard and need to fuel and burn all day.
Sometimes I simply forget to record what I eat. But today, the app is right. I haven't left this laptop in hours. I reach across the desk to buzz my assistant. Molly, could you grab me a salad from that place up the street? Instead of answering, she appears in my doorway. Her inky black hair swishes at her chin in a bob, and her dark eyes mirror concern. Sure. She approaches my desk. It's almost quitting time. I'll go grab the food before I go. The usual? Yeah, I answer distractedly, scanning the first draft of Zoe's new contract. Damn it. Lowell is not making this easy. Still holding out? She props one hip against my desk. I think he considers this meeting me halfway, but he's in for a rude awakening. I close my laptop with a snap. Max, or we walk. And does Zoe have other options? Hesitation shadows her delicate features. He did seem to drop off there at the end. I shoot her a sharp glance, and she rushes to fix it. I'm just saying he was doing so well all season, and then seemed out of gas at the end. That happens to lots of guys, I remind her, trying to keep my voice free of defensiveness. Zoe is in season number 10, not 2, so maybe it was typical wear and tear. I have every confidence that he'll be back to his usual level of performance when the new season starts. He's an elite athlete, one of the best we've seen, and he deserves Supermax. I open my laptop and start an email to politely but firmly tell the Titans front office where they can insert their underwhelming offer. Of course, Molly says, not looking as sure as I am. I'll be back with your salad. She walks out, only to pop her head back in a few seconds later. Oh, and Cal's in the building. With a glance, she commiserates with me. Don't shoot the messenger. You're safe, I say with half a smile, before returning my attention to the email. Thanks for the heads up. Through the years, Cal and I have brokered an understanding. He stays out of my way and doesn't expect me to behave like the rest of the assholes who work for him, and I bring him clients. Lots of clients. Lots of business. Lots of money. He gave me the LA office to manage because he's afraid I'll branch off and start my own agency. One day I will, but that is a massive undertaking I don't want right now. I'm settling into a new city. I have more clients than any other agent at Bagley, and they're as loyal to me as I am to them. When I do leave, I know they'll follow me out the door. Cal knows that too, and usually bends over backward to keep me happy, but still feels the need to reassert himself as my boss every once in a while, remind me whose name is on the letterhead. He's been in LA for a week, making sure things are going well with the new branch, which they are. If he's in the building, that means at some point he'll be in my office. I'm making progress on a marketing plan for Lamont Christopher, the rookie I blocked with Jared, when my cell rings. I'm so tempted not to answer, but a glance at the screen shows me it's Zoe. He's in another time zone, and with our busy schedules, it's been hard to really connect. Guilt knots my stomach, and my palms actually start sweating. When he comes back, I have to tell him about what has happened with Jared. We haven't had sex, but what we have done is unacceptable. I pray he forgives me, but I'm still not sure we need to continue forward as we have been, irrespective of Jared. Hola, I answer, forcing a smile into my voice. Hola, Banini, he says, using the name reserved for family. Te echo de menos. I miss you too, I reply in Spanish, as we conduct most of our private conversations. How are things at the orphanage? He recounts all the amazing things that have been done since I visited the orphanage in San Nicolas with him last summer. Zoe does more than simply write checks. He's hands-on as much as he can be, especially during the summer and in his home country. You sound tired, I say, scribbling on an old draft of a shoe contract. I am. His weary sigh makes me frown.
He's legendary for his boundless energy and rarely admits to fatigue. "Come home," I urge him, tossing the pen on my desk and leaning back in my seat. "Rest."
"Tomorrow."
I know him so well I can envision how the smile in his voice looks on his face. My heart thuds heavily. I want him to come home and rest, but that means I have to deal with the situation that he doesn't even realize is a situation yet. "Tomorrow?" I ask weakly.
"Yes, a quick trip. Only a day in LA, and then I fly to Vancouver for some standard team stuff," he replies. "But I miss you too much. I have to see you, even if it's only for a day."
"Oh." I smile and inject enthusiasm into my voice. I do want to see him. I've missed him too. But the conversation I didn't want to have will happen sooner than I thought. Can't wait.
"You have no idea, baby."
His voice is husky, eager.
"Be naked when I get there."
It hurts to swallow. It's hard to breathe. It feels wrong to even converse intimately with him when I've come on Jared's fingers. When last night I dreamed about Jared making love to me with the lights on. We haven't spoken since yesterday morning, when he carted a chagrined and hungover Hakeem to his hotel. With Hakeem watching, we kept things professional. But the look Jared gave me on his way out burned through my clothes. "It'll be good to have you home, if only for a day." I deflect, making no promises of nudity, and hope Zoe doesn't notice. No such luck. The silence on the other end swells for a few seconds.
"You're okay?"
I hate the uncertainty in his voice.
"You sound, I don't know, off somehow."
The trouble with dating your best friend. "No, just a lot of work," I lie. Only I can't lie to Zoe. Thus the conversation we need to have tomorrow. That's not entirely true. We need to talk when you get home.
"You can tell me anything, Banini. You know this, yes?"
Tears burn my eyes, and my chest aches with the pain I'm going to cause him, with the knowledge that things won't be the same between us after we talk. I don't know exactly what that means or how we'll look, but it will be different. And the same, the constancy, is what we've always needed and gotten from each other. But maybe that's the problem. Too much of the same.
"Banner?"
Zoe asks when I don't answer.
"I said you know this, right?"
"Yeah." I clear my throat. "Yeah, I know. There's so much going on with free agency and work, and we just need to talk." There's a small break, a silence in which the man who knows me so well tries to figure out what the hell is going on.
"Whatever this is,"
he says,
"I love you."
A runaway tear skates over my cheek, and I swipe at it impatiently. No time for tears or weakness. I know, Zoe, Movement at my office door momentarily distracts me. I press my lips into a stiff smile of welcome to Cal Bagley. "Zoe, Cal's here," I say in English for my boss's sake. "I need to go."
"Of course. We'll talk tomorrow when I get home."
I place my phone on the desk and gesture for Cal to take the seat across from me. My spine stiffens at the calculating gleam in his eye and the plastic smile on his face.
"Good old Zoe,"
Cal says to start the conversation. "Not that old," I return with a small smile.
"Do the Titans agree? Lowell says there's still no deal."
I lean back so my ergonomic chair tilts. "Checking up on me, Cal?" I ask casually. Too casually. He knows I'm the last shoulder he needs to look over.
"No, I happened to run into Lowell."
Cal crosses one ankle over his knee.
But I have heard some things that I wanted to address before we have any...
He squints and waves his hand in the air.
Any issues,
he finishes. Issues? I cross my legs, too. Uh-huh. Go on.
I know you and Jared Foster are working on a project together.
Yes, Keenan and August, one of Jared's clients, obviously, are doing a fundraiser together.
The golf tournament, yes.
That gives me pause. He and I haven't spoken about the specifics of the project. Why would we? He hasn't interfered in my business for years. If he and I haven't spoken about the project, he's obviously spoken to someone about it. And I have to wonder why. What's going on, Cal? I lean forward and set my elbows on the desk and rest my chin on folded hands.
Now, you know I trust you, Banner.
I thought I knew, I reply, deliberately keeping my voice light.
I do trust you,
Cal assures hastily.
It's that damn Foster I don't trust.
Jared? My heartbeat stills and starts again. Why? I mean, I know he's at another firm, but we're coordinating sponsors for our client's fundraiser, not swapping company secrets.
Nothing like that. I think he means to lure you over to Elevation.
I laugh because it's ridiculous. You're mistaken. I shake my head, relieved that this is all. He doesn't.
He definitely has an interest in you. I won't stop until you're completely mine.
An interest. That's one way to put it. I bite into an involuntary smile and suppress a shiver. As complicated as Jared has made things with Zoe, I haven't felt so alive in ages, anticipating the next time I'll see him, the intimacy of his kisses, the fire in his touch, how he stimulates my body and my mind. I shift in my seat and uncross my legs. Don't worry, Cal, I tell him with a wry smile. Jared's no threat.
Really?
Cal looks anything but sure.
He told me himself that my prize mare, as he put it, was safe, but that he could take better care of you at Elevation.
All the gooey residual feelings congeal and thicken, settling like a lump at the bottom of my belly. Prize mare? I ask numbly. He said that?
Word for word,
Cal says, watching my face closely.
He all but warned me. You'd tell me if he made any offers, right? At least give me a chance to match whatever he presents, Banner.
He hasn't made any offers, I say absently. Of the professional variety, anyway. But maybe that was his endgame. Even though Bent told me Jared wasn't in on Prescott's cruel joke, doubt floods me again. It's like a habit, doubting myself. From the outside, no one would suspect, but there's a crack in every wall. I'm no exception. I've lost a lot of weight. I'm in the best shape of my life, but I'm not, nor will I ever be, a Quinn, a Tanya, a Cindy. I'm a Banner, and Jared made me believe, again, that's what he wanted. Legitimately, desperately wanted that, from the way he looks at me, the things he said. Did I misjudge the situation?
You've always been beautiful to me. I hope you know that.
Jared is a master strategist. He'll do anything to get what he wants. But I thought he wanted me. The me I thought he had seen. Really seen. Not the agent who could bring in hefty commissions.
Just be sure I get to counter whatever he offers,
Cal says, standing and tapping my desk.
We've invested too much over the last decade to lose you to some upstart.
Of course. I clear my throat and try to clear my head. I stand to walk him to the elevator. How much longer are you in town? When do you fly back to New York?
In the morning.
He squeezes my arm.
You're doing a great job out here, Banner. in case I hadn't told you.
Thanks. I smile, bending my lips into a waxy curve that doesn't reflect the turmoil and uncertainty this conversation caused. The elevator doors open, and Molly gets off as Cal gets on. I thank her, take the salad, and head back to my office. "You okay?" she asks, a frown pleading her expression. "You look... I don't know. Did Cal upset you?" "No." I dig into my salad and pull up my email to the Titans, avoiding Molly's probing stare. That look is probably hunger. She keeps watching me, like she needs convincing, so I look up and give her a confident smile. I'm good at convincing. "I have some Titan ass to kick for Zoe," I say easily. "Could you close the door behind you?" Assured, she smiles back and leaves. Yeah, I'm great at convincing. But Jared is even better.
20. Jared. I'm a reasonable man. Most people who know me would agree. 2 days with no word from Banner, and I'm not feeling particularly reasonable. I've given her space. I know this situation is difficult for her and that she genuinely cares about Zoe. I haven't badgered her with messages, but I hoped she'd call me. Is this how women feel when men don't call? When we go dark and they don't hear from us? Do they wonder if we're with someone else? Only I don't have to wonder. I know that when Zoe comes home from his trip, he comes home to Banner, to her house, and her bed. And I cannot fucking take it. The thought of him inside her even one more time is an itch in my veins, coursing through my imagination. My very blood is agitated when I think of them together. I'm not a jealous person by nature. You have to actually care about things to feel that way, and I care about my family and the few people I count as true friends. Expending that kind of energy and emotion on a girl I may not even remember in a month? Nah. But Banner, she's like image burn, that impression left on your screen long after the photo is gone. Her outline is seared into my memory. I told myself I wouldn't call, and I haven't, but I'm sitting outside her office at 7 o'clock, and her car is still in the parking lot. I've never been to the Bagley offices, but of course I know where they're located. Know your enemy. The reasonable thing would be to keep driving. I dial. "Hello?" She answers on the first ring. Good sign. "Hey." I search for something neutral to discuss before diving into the decision she needs to make. "How are things?" "You mean, how are things at work?" Banner asks, her tone cooler than it's been in weeks. "Why? Are you still deciding if this prize mare is worth the investment?" "Prize mare? What are you talking—" Cal Bagley, son of a bitch. "So, how is good old Cal?" I don't pretend ignorance. "Concerned that you'll lure me away." Her laugh is made of tin foil. "I assured him nothing could tempt me to work with you." The whip in her voice lashes my ears. "Something wrong, Ben?" "No, everything is very right." I hear the dismissal before she voices it. "Thanks for calling. Let me know if we need to do anything for the sponsors. Otherwise I can fuck off." I kill the engine and head for the building. "So that's it?" I ask, checking the list of offices in the lobby to find Bagley. "You won't tell me what I've done so wrong that we're back at square one?" "We never really left square one. I just needed reminding." She sighs impatiently. "Look, I'm swamped. I need to go. Goodbye." On the elevator, anger percolates under my skin and throbs at my temples. Does she actually think I can be dismissed so summarily? Like I'm some puppy she can get rid of with one good kick? I will myself to calm down on the walk from the elevator to her office. Surprisingly, the door isn't locked yet, and I walk right in. Note to self, she needs to fix that. The LA office is small, with most of Bagley's agents still operating from New York, and it's empty because everyone else has a life and has gone home. I find Banner's office easily, and the knob turns, opening right away. I lock the door behind me. She's at the window, watching the city skyline start to glitter. When the door opens, she whips around and I catch her unaware. The vulnerability and disappointment on her face before the indifferent mask locks in place makes me want to choke Cal Bagley. What do you want? The ice in her eyes freezes me out, but I know how to warm her, how to warm us both. I thought I was very clear about what I wanted, I say, walking over to stand beside her at the window. I want you. She snorts, scorn distorting the sweet symmetry of her lips. She moves over to her desk and starts straightening papers and packing her bag. You want me? She asks, not looking up from her task. I already have a job, so you can stop recruiting. I move swiftly to the desk and put my hands over hers, on top of the laptop she was about to pack. You know I don't give a damn about that, Banner. I dip my head to catch her eyes. No, I don't know, she says softly. For years, I believed you had ulterior motives that night when we made love, I offer. But you said you believed Ben when he told you I had nothing to do with Prescott's scheme. Yeah, I did. It still all seems sudden and strange. She pulls her hands from under mine and slides them into the pockets of the narrow black skirt, hugging her ass like a lover. I'm not your usual type, you must admit. She laughs, a rueful grin tipping one side of her mouth. I'm no Cindy. Who the hell is Cindy? I ask, perplexed. Seriously?
Incredulity is all over her face.
Miss Iowa from senior year?
Oh, hell, Banner. I forgot her before graduation day. Not really, but pretty damn close.
That isn't what this is about, is it? She lifts her lashes, but the gate is slammed shut over her dark eyes. I don't know what you mean. I capture her wrist, sit on the edge of the desk, and draw her between my legs. If I'm the asshole who pretends I want to be with you so you'll come work for me, I say, linking our fingers and sliding my other hand around her waist, then I can't be the guy who has always seen you, always wanted you, and is willing to blow up your life, as you put it, to have you. If I'm lying, then this thing between us can't be